Chapter 730. Mr. World even obtained the Ocean Songster's potion formula and main ingredient. How impressive! Sun looked away from the goatskin in his hand and looked at the gentleman sitting at the end of the long bronze table. In his heart, the strength of World had risen to another level. He was already comparable to the weaker members of the six-member council. Magician's Force was similarly astonished, and her feelings deepened. She remembered that when she first joined the tarot, the impression Mr. World gave her was that he was gloomy and reserved. Apart from that, there was nothing special about him. In the subsequent gatherings, he gradually displayed his experience, his vast knowledge, and his rather good abilities. At a glance, it was obvious that he was a senior beyonder who had experienced many things. He was a member of the tarot second only to Mr. the Hanging Man. Such an image was almost fixed in Force's heart, but in recent months, Miss Magicians discovered that World had refreshed her understanding of him time and time again. First, he had obtained rather important information, and then he had sold quite a number of beyonder characteristics in a short period of time. It made people involuntarily suspect that he was a beyonder assassin active in the mysterious world. They felt fear from the bottom of their hearts, but it was accompanied by a certain amount of joy. This meant that there was a high chance of success for certain missions being entrusted to Mr. World. When the new member, the Hermit, appeared, Magician's Force imagined that Mr. World's brilliance would be completely overshadowed by that powerful lady. To her surprise, he had silently snatched back the limelight, leaving no one daring to look at him directly. To obtain the Ocean Songster potion formula, the corresponding main ingredient, and the Priest of Light potion formula in a week didn't seem like something a human could accomplish. He's indeed very powerful. I admire such people who appear silent and ordinary, but are actually very capable. Sigh, I wonder when I'll become a Viscount. After this hunting competition, the winner will receive a reward that's enough to raise a sanguine's intrinsic quality. Emlyn White quickly turned his thoughts back to his own matters. As Audrey sighed in amazement, she was increasingly puzzled by something that had happened before. Why hasn't the powerful Mr. World collected Roselle the Great's diary? He's not like Marham Hermit. He has joined the tarot for a long time and still needs to be observed. It's not like he doesn't have any needs. There's no need for him to gather Roselle the Great's diary to exchange for the corresponding items from Mr. Fool. Then, why doesn't he gather them? Could it be that he had submitted it in private? But why in private? Vaguely, Audrey felt that Mr. World and Mr. Fool had a certain connection, but she couldn't be sure. After all, there were still many possibilities. At this moment, the Hanging Man, Alger, fell silent for a few seconds before turning to look at the end of the long bronze table. Honorable Mr. Fool, I request to speak to the World in private. Here it comes. Klein nodded in anticipation before blocking the senses of others. Alger waited for 2 seconds before turning to look at the World, German Sparrow. I'll use the coordinates of a primitive island that no one else knows of in exchange. Not only are there many beyonder creatures that have gone extinct in the northern and southern continents, but there's also an ancient ruin of unknown age hidden there. Back then, I discovered it with Zillings. Back then, we didn't have the ability to explore it in depth. However, he discovered some traces and suspected that there was something very precious and important hidden in the ruin. He believed that its value wasn't inferior to the deck of cards created by Roselle the Great. My strength is inferior to Zillings's, and I can't go as deep as him. I have no way of knowing what he saw. I can only guess the situation from the words he said in passing. Mr. the Hanging Man's words contain a lot of information. From the looks of it, he and Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings have known each other for a long time. They have even explored together and discovered the primitive island and ancient ruins. And he was also the one who wanted to finish off the pirate admiral while Zillings was away from the sea. The Hanging Man isn't a simple member of the Church of the Storm. His past seems to be very complicated, and he hides many secrets. Yes, the value of a primitive island is indeed not small. To a secret organization, this is the cornerstone that supports the growth of its members. Klein controlled the World to assume a pondering posture in an attempt to obtain more information from the Hanging Man. Seeing that the World didn't reject or agree, the Hanging Man Alger, who had calmed down, calmly said, There are traces of a demigod beyond a creature on it. There are traces of a demigod beyond a creature on it. It should be of great value to you. I can swear to Mr. Fool that I'm not lying. After I obtain the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula, I'll have to consider how to obtain the corresponding main ingredient. At the level of a demigod, money is of little use. Bartering is the most likely way to obtain what I want. The location of a demigod beyond a creature is very important. That ruin is also a little interesting. The world didn't hesitate as he chuckled. Deal. The hanging man Alger didn't immediately request for the ocean songster potion formula. Instead, he said, I have a prerequisite. I hope that your first exploration of that primitive island will have me as your companion. With Mr. Fool watching over everything, I believe you don't have to worry that I have any ill intentions. Klein considered for a moment and made the world nod. No problem. When I head to dangerous places, I'll need some companions. I hope you have the ability to keep up. Alger wasn't angered by his tone as he heaved a sigh of relief. Therefore, I hope that your first exploration will be after I successfully advance. Of course, if I lose control because of the potion, this agreement will naturally be voided. Sure, the world replied indifferently. The hanging man Alger didn't waste his breath. After obtaining Mr. Fool's approval, he conjured the goatskin with the situation of the primitive island. It's at the edge of the Roasted Sea. The overall area isn't small. It's equivalent to Blue Mountain Island. Klein took the piece of paper and quickly scanned it, roughly figuring out where the primitive island was. He quickly looked up. The potion formula and main ingredient will be given to you after the gathering. All right. Alger, who had made his choice, was no longer conflicted. His heart surged when he heard this, but he remained calm on the surface. Their private conversation came to an end. Cat Lear retracted her gaze from the world and turned to Magician's Force. I've got the meteorite crystal. £600 for 60 grams. So fast. Marum Hermit is very efficient. Force was both surprised and troubled. After the party last week, she had already received the crystallized blood of the Lavos octopus and paid £600 for it. She only had £230 left in her savings. Including the £150 she just received this week, she was still short of £220. I'll borrow some money from Zio for emergencies. She should have that much. Once I advance successfully, I'll make the most of it. Hurry up and make money. Force silently took a deep breath and said, That's right. All right, we'll make the deal at this time tomorrow. Cat Lear tersely acknowledged and looked at Audrey without any hesitation. The spinal fluid of the black hunting monitor lizard has been confirmed. £1,800. There are temporarily no clues to the fruit of the illusory chime tree. That's already very good. It's better than I expected. Thank you, Marum Hermit. Audrey thanked her sincerely, completely ignoring the price. She had recently discovered that the establishment of the Relic Search and Preservation Foundation had another use. It could make the use of her funds more discreet and inconspicuous, preventing her father and mother from noticing anything amiss. After confirming the two deals, Cat Lear surveyed the area as though she had blended in. Any clues to the blood of a mythical creature? Klein immediately controlled the world and chuckled hoarsely. Are you referring to pure mythical creatures? Pure mythical creatures? There are impure mythical creatures. Audrey and company were puzzled and intrigued when they heard that. Cat Lear was taken aback for a second before saying, pure, which is also the blood of an angel. Pure, in other words, angel blood. 1 drop is enough. She didn't introduce it in detail back then because she believed that such a high-end item wouldn't appear in the tarot for the time being unless Mr. Fool was willing to provide help. And clearly, Mr. Fool didn't need anyone to explain what a mythical creature was. I have some clues, but I can't guarantee that I'll be able to obtain them. Furthermore, I'll have to wait at least 3 months, Klein replied as he controlled the world. The other members of the tarot fell silent. They never expected the world to even have clues to the blood of an angel. Was there anything he couldn't do? Audrey, Magician's Force, and company once again refreshed their impression of Mr. World. The hanging man Alger suspected that the world wanted to borrow a drop of blood from Mr. Fool's angel. After a brief silence, Emlyn suddenly realized that his improvement wasn't as obvious as the other members of the tarot. He asked weakly, "Do you have any clues about my previous request?" Magician's Force immediately said, "There's a suspicious situation. There's a suspicious situation. I'll investigate further." Burdened with debt, she was filled with motivation to do things. At the end of the transaction, Sun made a request to purchase the Tree of Elders root crystal, and the spirit-packed bird's tail feathers were in the City of Silver's special warehouse. In addition, he also requested to purchase the golden-edged sunflower and other supplementary ingredients. These were common items in the outside world but lacking in the forsaken land of the gods. "The Tree of Elders root crystal and those supplementary ingredients aren't a problem," Emlyn said with a jolt. "Then, what can you use to exchange for it?" The last time he provided Miss Justice with the fruit of the Tree of Elders, he knew where the root crystal was. Derek thought for a moment and said, "That's right. A Beyonder characteristic of a Sequence 5 vampire. This was not a rare monster in the depths of the darkness." "Sanguine," Emlyn said through gritted teeth. "Don't be anxious. I'll tell you when I've thought of what I want." He didn't want the rewards from the trade to be the same as the rewards from the hunting competition. All right. Having already owed a huge debt to the world, Derek was rather calm. After another moment of silence, the Fool Klein tapped the edge of the long mottled table, indicating that the free exchange segment had begun. "P.S. There's still a question that needs to be answered. Why did I dismantle the idiom and change it into a more cumbersome description? As this book is set in the West, I've tried my best not to make the language stand out. Apart from Roselle's diary and Ku's mental language, I've tried my best to change the idiom that has more Chinese characteristics, making the overall description less dramatic. Originally, I could tell that people were teasing and joking when they said, 'I've added a few more words.' Therefore, I just smiled and didn't need to explain anything. But now, perhaps due to the influence of the person who said that I've added more words, there are actually quite a number of people who believe that I've deliberately added more words. They believe that there's a problem with my attitude towards words, so I have no choice but to defend myself. Actually, when I'm in a good state and have plenty of time, I'll have the mood to think about how to change the idiom to avoid the contradiction in language styles. When time is tight, or when I can't think of a good statement, I'll directly use an idiom. When you say that I've added a few words, it's actually when my writing attitude is good and I'm in a good state. If I really want to add a few words, what's the use of a few sentences? Instead, it's a waste of my time to think about how to change it. It's much cleaner and more direct to directly use an idiom. With that time, I can write a few more sentences. Chapter 731. In the ancient palace that stood above the grey fog, the hanging man Alger wasn't in a hurry to mention the matter regarding crazy Captain Connors Victor. He turned his head and looked at Sunday. "Are you still in Afternoon Town?" Derek nodded honestly. "Yes, we used a long period of time to set up the camp. Then, we worked in small groups to clear the remaining monsters street by street, searching for any ancient traces that might exist. Although it's very slow, it's sufficiently safe." He answered in great detail, and he expressed the attitude that it wasn't a problem for Mr. the Hanging Man to know more if he wished to know. Audrey listened with piqued interest as she slightly raised her hand. "What do you rely on for food after being in Afternoon Town for so long? Is there black-faced grass nearby?" She had long heard from Little Sun that the City of Silver relied on the black-faced grass planted in the surrounding areas to survive. "We carry a portion of the powder ground from black-faced grass, but our main source of food comes from the monsters we kill. Most of them can be eaten as long as their Beyonder characteristics are extracted, their fur is stripped, and they are burned with flames. However, they all have a certain level of contamination that will cause mental problems. We can't continuously ingest them, and we need sufficient intervals." Derek answered Miss Justice's question seriously. Audrey recalled the few monsters that Little Sun had mentioned in the depths of the darkness. Thinking back to the gloomy and terrifying style of the City of Silver, she couldn't help but ask, "Isn't that disgusting?" Magician's Force, who was focused on listening to the conversation of the other members, was inspired by this question. She deliberately didn't look at Emlyn as she curiously asked Sun, I remember you saying that the monsters in the depths of the darkness include vampires. I remember you saying that the monsters in the depths of darkness include vampires. They are covered in pus and are extremely ugly. Then, after killing such vampires, will you use them as food? After hearing this question, Emlyn completely forgot to correct her that she was a sanguine and not a vampire. His face turned green as he felt an indescribable sense of horror. Derek was silent for 2 seconds. Some monsters are indeed disgusting, very disgusting, just like the vampires that Miss Magicians mentioned, but we don't have a choice. As long as we can eat them, we'll eat them. His voice gradually deepened, as if he had once again deeply felt the cursed tragedy that enveloped the entire city of Silver. The palace that resembled a giant's residence fell silent once again. Even Emlyn, who wanted to refute the son's words, didn't say a word. All he did was curl his lips and shrink his arms. A few seconds later, the world broke the silence and chuckled. Let's go back to the sea. Recently, there's something worth paying attention to. The crazy Captain Connus Victor's single-eyed skull drifted to the dock after a storm. The mast on it was broken, and there were traces of scorch everywhere. All the crew members, including Connus Victor himself, were dead. Audrey and the others didn't know who the crazy captain was, so they weren't too interested in the news. They were just a little curious as to why such a tragic shipwreck would happen. The hanging man Alger's feelings were completely different from theirs. The world is actually paying attention to the crazy captain's matter. There's quite a big secret behind this. It's no wonder His Excellency Cotman had solemnly issued the order for the mandated punishers and captain's sailors to investigate the relevant situation. Alger's eyes flickered as he thought for a moment. In Bayam, the Church of the Storm is actively investigating the people and matters related to crazy Captain Connus Victor. I don't even need another commission. Klein chuckled inwardly and made the world directly ask, what clues does the Church of the Storm have? I don't know. I'll try my best to understand. The hanging man Alger shook his head frankly. He believed that the world could understand what he was implying. I really don't know now, but I'll find out internally. Audrey, who was listening out of curiosity, felt that the matter with Crazy Captain wasn't simple. She probed, Mr. World, isn't this a common infighting among pirates? Klein was just about to give a perfunctory reply to Miss Justice without divulging more when he suddenly thought of a problem. The Great Smog of Beekland and the missing persons might be a faction of the royal family, as well as some military personnel. As for Miss Justice, she's naturally biased towards the nobles and the royal family in terms of emotions and stance. If there's a day in the future when I entrust her with a mission to deal with those who deserve to be hanged and cursed, she might not be willing to accept it. She might even fall into a dilemma. Therefore, I have to instill in her the impression that there are many bad people in the royal family and the military, so as to subtly change her stance and emotional bias. For this, I can bear the risk of exposing a portion of the world's information. Klein thought for a moment and made the world say in a relaxed tone with a hint of mockery. Crazy Captain is related to the missing persons case that Mr. the Hanging Man had previously investigated. The Demonis sect handed the people they had tricked or plundered over to Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy and other external factions. They would then transport them to the northern continent's east coast, and with the help of crazy Captain Connus Victor, they would complete the final distance. This pirate has close ties with many human traffickers and slave merchants in Ruin. In January, I told Mr. the Hanging Man a piece of news. Someone witnessed Baran, who was involved in the missing persons case, meeting with MI9 personnel loyal to the royal family. Also, the biggest human trafficker in Beekland, Capim, has an Arbiter pathway protector by his side. With so many things added together, do you still think that Crazy Captain's death was a simple case of infighting among pirates? I've always been wondering why the person behind the scenes needs so many slaves. The clear connection between the clues appeared in the minds of Justice Audrey, the hanging man Alger, and company, making them suddenly understand many things. Mr. World had left Beekland and headed out to sea to pursue clues. He had been investigating the truth behind the Great Smog and Prince Edisac's death all this time. According to the information he provided, it was obvious that the real murderer had yet to be punished. He was still hiding within the royal family, and a number of military personnel were working for him. How despicable. Such a person should be thrown into hell. How does Mr. World know that Capim's protector is a beyonder of the Arbiter pathway? They've crossed paths before. As Audrey's thoughts raced, she suddenly made a connection. Capim was killed by Hero Bandit Black Emperor, and the latter clearly knew which pathway Capim's protectors belonged to. Hero Bandit Black Emperor is Mr. Fool's blessed. Mr. World is suspected to have a certain connection with Mr. Fool. He has never collected Roselle the Great's diary. Therefore, Mr. World is Hero Bandit Black Emperor, Mr. Fool's blessed. He didn't submit Roselle the Great's diary because he had submitted it in private. His previous actions were to hide his identity as a blessed. Is this Mr. Fool's test? It's really hard to connect Mr. World to Hero Bandit Black Emperor. The latter is more like a hero. Audrey felt that she had found the truth and began to wonder what kind of person Mr. World, who was also Hero Bandit Black Emperor, was in reality. The hanging man Alger and the hermit Catlear immediately understood why German Sparrow had attacked Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. This blessed was investigating the truth behind the Great Smog of Beekland. And what was hidden behind this was something that Mr. Fool was interested in. Magicians Force and Emlyn, who lived in Beekland, also vaguely sensed something from World's mention of Capim. After all, the legend of Hero Bandit Black Emperor had been rather popular in the past half a year. He had become an important character in many popular novels. Even Force herself wanted to write a love story between a hero bandit and a noble lady with him as the main character. They finally understood why World had been able to detect in time that something major was brewing in Beekland. It was very likely that a tragedy would happen. This was because this gentleman had always been pursuing the corresponding clues. From the looks of it, the matter in Beekland is far from over. There might be more accidents in the future. I really want to leave immediately, but Zio definitely isn't willing. There's no way for me to explain it to her. Force instantly had the thought of escaping Beekland. Emlyn wasn't too afraid. From his point of view, if a disaster really happened, the Sanguine had important figures in Beekland. They would definitely be able to provide protection. After 2 seconds of silence, the hanging man Alger said solemnly, "I'll do my best to investigate this matter. I'll do my best to investigate this matter." He already had a premonition that a rather terrifying storm was lurking behind Crazy Captain's death. Therefore, he was a little afraid and fearful, but he didn't lack the excitement and trembling of participating in the most important matter in the northern and southern continents. Catlear listened quietly and nodded. "I'll also gather the corresponding information. If you can provide more clues, I might be able to help." Klein thought for a moment and made the World say frankly, "That's right." On the night of Crazy Captain's death, there was a high-sequence beyonder suspected to be of the Black Emperor pathway on his ship, but this demigod successfully escaped before John Cotman arrived. Black Emperor pathway, demigod. Alger and Catlear ruminated over these words as they considered how they could proceed. Audrey and company were amazed that Tarot had gone from discussing demigods to directly participating in matters related to demigods. It was really getting more and more sophisticated. As for Sun, he didn't understand the entire conversation. After the matter with Crazy Captain came to an end, Catlear glanced at the World and deliberately mentioned, "There's another matter at sea. Last week, the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow, hunted the second mate of the King of Immortality, Slaughterer Kerchase. He's a Sequence 5 Beyonder. How impressive." Magician's Force, who was only a Sequence 8, praised sincerely. She knew very well what Sequence 5 represented. "Yes, what a legendary adventurer," Audrey added. Emlyn opened his mouth before closing it again. He felt that he was still very far from such a level. The hanging man, Alger, said without any abnormalities, "Because of this, investigating the origins of German Sparrow has become an important task for all the major organizations." "You mean the Church of the Storm also asked you to investigate me?" Klein instantly understood the meaning behind Mr. the Hanging Man's words. He made the World chuckle in a deep voice. "Where can I get this commission? I want to exchange some unimportant information for money. I have a certain understanding of the German Sparrow." Does Mr. World mean that he doesn't mind me submitting some seemingly important but actually meaningless German sparrow intelligence in exchange for rewards and trust? The hanging man nodded in understanding. The free exchange continued for a while until Derek finished learning the week's worth of ancient Hermes words. Only then did everything come to an end. After watching Miss Justice and company leave in a bowing state, Klein cast his gaze at Roselle's travels on the table. P.S. After some thought last night, I felt that changing an idiom without any historical allusions would be a little jarring to Chinese readers. Therefore, I plan on using another method to deal with it. There's no need to use the ingenious method of expanding or translating the content. Instead, I'll use the meaning and abandon the form. For example, using ravenous and thirsty is like a person who has been starving for days seeing food. That might be better. Chapter 732. Feeling that he wasn't exhausted, Klein rubbed his temples and waved his hand, causing a small metal bottle to fly over from the junk pile. It was a small tube of blood that he had previously extracted from his veins with great difficulty. He had long brought it above the grey fog, waiting for his spirit body to enter Roselle's travels and explore the world in the book. After unscrewing the lid, Klein wasn't in a hurry to smear the blood on the book's dark brown cover. Instead, he summoned all the items that he had brought into this mysterious space before the tarot gathering from the junk pile and scattered them in front of him. Considering how the Black Emperor's appearance was too eye-catching, and without knowing the exact situation of the world in the book, Klein decided not to bring the card of blasphemy with him. Instead, he used Aztec's copper whistle to strengthen his spirit body, so as to prevent himself from being instantly killed by a baffling power and not being able to return above the grey fog in time. As the ancient and exquisite copper whistle fused with him, Klein's spirit body seemed to swell up a little, but it was actually a lot thicker. 2 pitch-black flames leaped out of his eye sockets as though they had a life of their own. With the help of cogitation and adjusting his spirituality, Klein converged the coldness that stemmed from death into his body, and the abnormalities in his eyes quickly recovered. This was like an evil spirit taking on the appearance of an ordinary person to lure its prey closer. Right on the heels of that, Klein wore creeping hunger and hid Death Knell and the nightmare beyond a characteristic in his body. The latter was something he had prepared to explore the dreams of the living beings in the world in the book in search of abnormalities. After making all the preparations, he opened the lid of the metal bottle, poured out a few drops of blood, and smeared it on the cover of Roselle's travels. After a short wait, what he saw was blurry at first, as though there were countless transparent objects hidden within. Then, it became clear. There was a blue sky, white clouds, greyish-brown city walls, and pedestrians coming and going. It's not the land of ice and snow from before, but a city that looks normal on the surface. Klein stood by the side of the road and examined the residents of the world in the book. He found that most of them wore linen shirts, brown short jackets, and dark loose trousers. The overall style was similar to that of the Kingdom of Ruin hundreds of years ago. Lowering his head to look at the swallow-tailed suit, stiff collar shirt, and dark red bow tie that he had conjured, Klein silently changed all of them, instantly becoming indistinguishable from the people around him. He then walked towards the city gate and prepared to enter. At this moment, a guard in leather armor stopped him. Entrance tax. 1 riddle. Do I look like I have money to you? I don't even know what riddle is. Klein mumbled inwardly in amusement. Following that, he used the communication between spirits to successfully get the guards to shift their attention to the caravan that was entering the city behind them. As a quasi-wraith that could possess others and control them, it was normal for him to influence a target's psyche. Such an ability wasn't considered powerful, but it was very useful against ordinary people. After entering the city, Klein remained vigilant as he strolled along the streets in a relaxed manner. He felt that the public hygiene here was better than Beekland in earlier years. It seemed to have a mature sewer system, preventing the dumping of feces, urine, and garbage from the upper floors. I can't tell that this is the fake world in the book at all. Everyone has spirit body threads. As Klein observed the area, he suddenly noticed a stone building that was more than 10 meters tall. It was only 2 stories tall, and the top of the door was about 4 meters tall. There was a sign beside the building. It was written in a language that was different from the outside world, but Klein could understand a few words at a glance. Pesot Blacksmith's Guild. There's also a Blacksmith's Guild. This place really hasn't reached the age of steam. Just as Klein was feeling wistful, he saw the door creak open as a giant with abnormally long limbs walked out. The giant's skin was grayish-blue, and he had the iconic single vertical eye on his head. He held a large and heavy hammer in his hand as he walked to the other side of the street with a smile. The humans that came and went weren't afraid of him, as though they had seen too much of him. They even greeted the giant. "Good afternoon, G.E. Roselle." G.E. Roselle. Klein, who didn't know much about giants, had his pupils constrict. Only then did he find it familiar. Just as he was about to chase after it, he realized that the giant had turned into another street and vanished from his sight. Klein stood in his spot as he silently watched the intersection of the two streets. He had a vague guess. In the book, there's a G.E. Roselle in the world. No, the end of the book was G.E. Roselle dying in the Nation of Frost. That's another story. With all sorts of questions in mind, Klein wasn't in a hurry to find G.E. Roselle. He turned around and entered a tavern by the side of the street. Such a place was often the place where the information in a city was the most chaotic and complicated. It helped him quickly grasp the overall situation. The tavern was dim, and the ventilation wasn't too good. The air appeared a little turbid. At that moment, there weren't many people drinking. Most of them were at the bar counter, chatting happily with each other or the bartender. Klein slowly walked over when his gaze suddenly froze. He saw a man wearing a pointed black hat and an asymmetrical coat sitting beside the bar counter. He was quite good-looking with flaxen hair, dark brown eyes, a high-nose bridge, and thin lips. He was none other than Solomon Empire's Viscount Mobut Zoroas. Upon seeing him, Klein recalled the scene of this dream stealer rapidly aging and collapsing to the ground. He crawled towards elvish songster Cyatas with great difficulty and held her hand. All of this was as clear as if it had happened yesterday, but now, Mobut had appeared in front of him once again. Klein fell silent as he walked over and sat beside Mobut. He didn't speak, knowing that Mobut would take the initiative to communicate. "Foreigner, first time here in Pesot? I swear I've never seen you before." Mobut put down the cup of distilled alcohol and turned his head to look at Klein. "I come from the Nation of Frost," Klein casually said. Mobut immediately laughed out loud. "You sure know how to joke. This is the Nation of Frost." Of course, that was many years ago. Ever since the legendary King of the North was killed by some adventurers, no heroes, there has been no more ice and snow here. Everyone believes that it should be called the Nation of Neverwinter. Klein fell silent and didn't respond. "Why are you so serious? From the looks of it, you have your own pain." Mobut knocked on the bar counter in sympathy and gulped down a mouthful of alcohol. "Let me tell you, men should never get married. It will be the beginning of a lifetime of pain. Do you know? Whenever her emotions fluctuate, she will beat me up. She beats me up when she's happy, when she's shy, and when she's angry. She will beat me up no matter what. I've decided. From now on, I won't return home." "He's married to Cyatas?" Klein fell silent for 2 seconds as he sized up Mobut's face. He realized that there were no signs of bruises or swelling. This meant that the elvish songster knew that men cared about their pride. He sighed and asked, "Then why did you marry her?" Why did you marry her?" Mobut was taken aback as he smiled bitterly. "I came here with a caravan. The first time I saw her, she was so beautiful. Her singing was so pleasant, and there seemed to be an indescribable sorrow hidden in it. I'm as afraid of her now as I was of her back then. I will definitely not return." "Hey, why do you sound a little sad?" "Don't be sad for me. I'm already free." At this moment, the door to the tavern opened with a bang. A beautiful female voice shouted, "Mobut, get out here. Mobut, get out here. I'll count to 10. If you don't go home, don't ever go back." 10, 9, Mobut bounced up and ran to the door. As he ran, he mumbled, "I know you won't have the patience. I know you don't have the patience. Every time you finish counting to 8, you jump to 2. Klein turned his body and saw Cyatas's figure, but he no longer had any thoughts of communicating with her. The real Mobut and Cyatas were already dead. The only ones alive here were the two world characters in the book. He stood up and left the tavern. Klein came to a nearby deserted alley, planning to confirm what the spirit world here looked like. His mind quickly outlined stacked spheres of light as his thoughts gradually emptied out. His body and mind turned tranquil. As his spirituality extended bit by bit, many indescribable illusory figures appeared around him. However, there were no 7 lustrous lights that contained countless knowledge in the sky. There's no 7 lights. The number of spirit world creatures isn't enough. This is indeed a fake spirit world constructed by the book itself. Klein took a step in and felt the colors in front of him suddenly brighten. They were extremely rich, and they clearly overlapped with each other. He wasn't in a hurry to explore the spirit world. He retreated and wandered around Pesot City, chatting with people. It didn't take long for him to find Roselle's residence. This giant ran a blacksmith shop, and at that moment, he was leisurely lying on a huge bed on the 2nd floor, catching up on his afternoon nap. Klein directly passed through the wall and came to Roselle's side. He stared at the giant for a few seconds before taking out the Nightmare Beyond a characteristic from his spirit body. He struggled to use the powers it naturally possessed. The deep and serene darkness quickly spread out, instantly enveloping Klein and Roselle. And in his spirit body state, Klein directly saw an irregular hazy sphere of light. His spirituality immediately spread out and touched the sphere of light. All kinds of scattered scenes appeared and flashed around him in an instant. Finally, it stopped outside a forest with huge towering trees but withered. On the other side of the forest, there was a towering mountain with steep cliffs. At the top of the mountain was a magnificent palace. The palace was tall and magnificent, and it didn't look like it was prepared for humans. It gave off the feeling that it came from a myth, and the dusk light that scattered over it seemed to be frozen. Klein had seen this palace before. This was the giant king's court that had appeared in the world of dreams in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. However, his current perspective was completely different from before. He was currently behind the king's court. Chapter 733. Klein retracted his gaze and looked at the forest behind him that was so dense that almost no light could shine through. He roughly understood where he was. This was the waning forest that G. Roselle had guarded back in the giant king's court. The trees in the forest were dozens of meters tall, and they were so thick that several giants needed to surround them. However, their bark was mottled with many rotting spots. Their branches and leaves were all withered and drooped down, entangling with each other like dark clouds floating in midair. G. Roselle and a few giants similar to him were guarding the periphery of the forest, holding axes or greatswords as they focused on guarding different directions. According to G. Roselle, the waning forest is where giant King Ormir's parents are buried. Apart from this ancient god, no one is allowed to enter, including these guards. Yes, giant King Ormir's parents should be the so-called first-generation giants, the craziest, most ferocious, and cruelest kind. It's probably why would G. Roselle have such a dream? As Klein pondered, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. According to what he had learned while chatting around Pesot City, the present G. Roselle was a local giant who was born and raised here. He had nothing to do with the giant king's court. Therefore, this dream seemed rather abnormal. From the psychological alchemy theory mentioned by Maram Daly and Miss Justice, perhaps when the world creates a character, he will use or replicate the original character's subconscious and collective subconscious. Then, he will make slight modifications to make the consciousness meet the needs of the current setting. Therefore, the present G. Roselle will be affected by his subconscious in his dream, allowing him to recreate his life in the giant king's court. If that's really the case, I can only say that this book is a cruel author. With this in mind, Klein suddenly had an idea. He felt that this was an opportunity to obtain information regarding the giant king's court. He had planned to ask G. Roselle about this, but to his surprise, the giant guardian died in the battle with Ulyssan, the king of the north, in order to fulfill his promise. His spirit body quickly dissipated after leaving the world in the book, not giving him a chance to communicate at all. Now, he finally had another way, which was to explore Roselle's dream. Some of it would definitely be ridiculous and exaggerated, but the rest would definitely be a reflection of reality. As long as one studied it carefully, it was not impossible to distinguish it. G. Roselle has never entered the waning forest. Even if there's a scene inside, it's all from his imagination. There's no need to explore it. Klein slowly cast his gaze towards the mountain peak where the King's Court was. It wasn't tall, which meant that the waning forest was located quite close to the King's Court on the mountain. There should be a path leading to the residence of the ancient god from here. Klein didn't waste time searching. He walked directly to Roselle, put on a look of familiarity, and calmly asked, "How do I get back to King's Court?" He knew that Roselle was an honest giant, and he would definitely be more honest in a dream. G. Roselle raised his hand to scratch the back of his head as he lowered his head in confusion and smiled. "Aren't we returning through the barren tunnel?" He pointed to the front and added, "Aren't we returning through the barren tunnel? Just circle around that boulder and you'll see it." "Thank you." Klein sighed and bowed. Watching him leave, Roselle scratched the back of his head again and muttered to himself in confusion, "That's right. Who is he? Why do I find him familiar?" After circling around a boulder that protruded from the mountain wall, Klein's vision suddenly opened up. A huge cave that was at least 30 meters tall appeared before him. There was a stone monument erected outside the cave. On it was carved a vertical eye, a tall nose, and thick lips. It looked like a giant's head had been pressed in, revealing only the front. Just as Klein approached, the mouth on the stone monument opened. "Why did you return to the King's Court ahead of time?" "Summoned by the king." Klein spoke without a change in expression. After all, the intelligence of all the living beings in this dream was basically equal to the owner of the dream, which was G. Roselle. The lips on the stone monument opened and closed as it let out a humming voice. "Please answer a question of mine, otherwise, you will not be allowed to pass." At such a time, if I were to bring a Rhodes along, something fun would probably happen. Klein lampooned as he calmly nodded. "All right." The lips on the stone monument opened after 3 seconds. "If your wife, your daughter, or the woman you covet were to judge who is the most beautiful among them, what would you choose?" This is completely different from the magic mirror's style of asking questions. Klein's mouth quivered as his thoughts raced. He took nearly 10 seconds to answer. "My intelligence isn't enough to determine this matter. I will appoint someone with greater intelligence to give the answer. How can I answer such a suicidal question myself?" He added inwardly while gritting his teeth. "Who is the person with greater intelligence?" The giant face on the stone monument fell into a daze for a few seconds. Klein replied solemnly, "That's right. Of course it's our king." The stone tablet was speechless. After a while, it finally spoke. "All right, I'll take it as you've answered. You can go now." Klein immediately passed this strange stone tablet and entered the cave ahead. The ground of the cave was covered with large stone slabs that seemed to have been weathered for a long time. Murals were painted on both sides and above them, telling stories of giants fighting against dragons, demon wolves, mutants, demons, and phoenix. The style of the paintings was rough, and the colors were dim, but they were extremely vivid. As Klein examined the mural, he walked forward and discovered clumps of withered weeds, as well as a lot of coarse gravel in the gaps between the stone slabs and below the mural. The deeper one went, the more realistic the feeling of water flowing away and the weakening of life became. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Klein saw an open grayish-blue door. On both sides of the door stood 2 giants that were 4 to 5 meters tall. The giants guarding this place were different from Roselle and company. They wore hard and gorgeous iron-black armor and unique helmets, making them look like 2 huge statues. They didn't stop Klein and allowed him to pass through the door and enter the hall inside. The hall wasn't considered wide, and the edges could be seen clearly. It could accommodate about 50 to 60 giants. As Klein was observing his surroundings, his feet suddenly trembled. Then, the entire hall seemed to be pulled by an invisible hand as it rapidly ascended. With a slight sway, he stabilized his body. He saw the grayish-black stone walls flash past the door as they kept descending. In just 10 seconds, there was a clanging sound as the hall stopped ascending. At this moment, it was no longer a cave tunnel outside the door. Instead, It was a magnificent hall propped up by stone pillars. Klein quickly left the original hall and sized up his surroundings with interest. This is the giant King's Court's version of an elevator. This seems to be where the guards live. Outside are long tables that are taller than humans, as well as extremely large chairs. On both sides are rooms with large beds neatly arranged inside. Klein's gaze swept across the various items in the hall before finally stopping on a mural. The mural's main character was a giant wearing silver armor. As there was no comparison, Klein had no way of knowing how tall he was. This giant stood at the edge of a cliff, with the sword in his hand pointed upwards. His body emitted an obvious glow that illuminated the surroundings like the rising sun. Many giants knelt on one knee around him, as though they were praying or waiting for a bestowment. The giant king's eldest son, god of dawn, Badheil? Klein pondered as he looked at the mural's main character's face. He saw that it was covered by a mask, and only his eyes produced a glow that resembled the light of dawn. Just like the god of combat statue in the underground ruins of Beekland, his face is completely hidden behind a mask. Queen Mystic once said that the present god of combat is a giant who survived from ancient times. Therefore, their church's headquarters, the Great Twilight Hall, resembles the giant King's Court. Could it be that this giant king's eldest son, the god of dawn, escaped the destruction of the King's Court and took back his father's authority at a certain stage? Klein made a bold guess, but he didn't have any evidence or clues. According to the corresponding relationship, he looked at another wall. There was also a mural there, but the main character was no longer the god of dawn, Badheil. Instead, it was a female giant dressed in leather armor and a long skirt. This female giant stood sideways. The contours of her face were soft as she stared down with her single vertical eye. Her dark brown hair reached her back. She spread out her right hand, holding wheat ears, fruits, and other items. Around her were golden fields, clear lakes, trees filled with fruits, and glistening mushrooms. Giant Queen, Goddess of Harvest Omabella? Klein looked around, but he didn't find the mural that represented the giant king, Ormir. This is a remote guard's residence, so there's no image of an ancient god. Then, if I leave this place, I should be inside the giant King's Court. Klein cautiously walked to the door and used the method he had used in the world of dreams in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods to activate creeping hunger and use the power of a zombie to open the door. However, there wasn't a palace that was frozen in dusk like he had imagined. Instead, it was a grey world. The area in front of him seemed to have turned into a cliff that he couldn't see the bottom of. According to Miss Justice's previous experience, this should be the boundary of the dream. Next, I can only head down and enter Roselle's subconscious before finally reaching the sea of collective subconscious. Miss Justice discovered a mind dragon in the sea of human subconscious in the region she was in. Then, in this world of imagination created by the dragon of imagination, what exists in the sea of collective subconscious? With a thought from Klein, a staircase that led downwards appeared in the grey. The staircase wasn't vertical. It spiraled down into the grey, deep, and bottomless world of the mind that he couldn't see the details clearly. P.S. There's an update today. Usual time. Chapter 734. After silently observing it for a few seconds, Klein took a step forward and stepped onto the staircase. He carefully walked down one step at a time. The light around him gradually dimmed, leaving only a grey blur that enveloped the extremely quiet world. The further Klein went down, the more he felt like he had been locked in a dark and silent room. He could slowly hear his blood flowing and his heart beating vigorously. The latter was getting faster and faster, slowly tainting him with uncontrollable anxiety and panic. Klein hurriedly converged his psyche and visualized the stacked balls of light to stabilize his emotions and recover. To his side, the grayish-white cliff that represented Roselle's subconscious stood tall and cold. It was silent as though it was dead, but a point of light would flash in the surrounding grey from time to time. Klein focused his gaze and saw the giant who had stuffed a human into its mouth and the horrified G.E. Roselle. Back then, the latter wasn't even 3 meters tall and was clearly still in his infancy. As the light flashed, the frozen dusk that scattered across the mountain appeared. Time seemed to slow down here. Klein was just about to search for more valuable information in Roselle's subconscious when he suddenly heard a beast-like panting sound. With a swoosh, a gigantic palm reached out from the surrounding grayness. Its skin was grayish-blue, and it was covered in signs of decay. There was an obvious yellowish-green liquid on it as it quickly grabbed at Klein's ankle. Amidst the panting sounds, the same palms grabbed upwards one after another from the staircase below, as though they wanted to forcefully drag Klein's spirit body into the deepest and most unfathomable place in the world of his mind. Instantly, the rotting palms were like a forest or a sea. They were densely packed as they constantly struggled to stretch upwards, letting out terrifying panting sounds that made one's hair stand on end. It gave Klein such a fright that he instinctively jumped up 3 steps. However, the countless palms that resembled a giant's corpse didn't stop. They held onto the surface of the staircase and squirmed upwards like a tidal wave, drowning every inch of space beneath them. Klein was just about to extend his right palm to take out Death Knell and use cleansing bullets and carnage to finish off the countless monsters when 2 questions suddenly flashed in his mind. Where did these palms come from? Why did it appear in Roselle's subconscious? The moment the problem appeared, inspiration struck. Klein vaguely understood something and immediately gave up on using Death Knell. He calmed his breathing and visualized the ball of light. The huge rotten palms took the opportunity to rush to his feet, grabbing at his ankles and calf. At this moment, they disappeared without a sound, as if they had never appeared. Indeed, this is an illusion produced by Roselle's subconscious. Here, not only does the mind and mind face each other directly, but they also fuse with each other. If one doesn't have the corresponding beyonder powers, the deeper one goes, the easier it is for one's emotions to collapse. One will be slowly eroded by the other party's subconscious, and finally, the body of heart and mind will be severely corrupted. One will become a mentally ill patient who can't recover their rationality, and this might very well lead to losing control. This is different from mediumship. It's not possible to avoid being corrupted just by maintaining lucidity and rationality, because one is already inside the target's body of heart and mind. Klein muttered silently as he came to a realization. He hesitated for a few seconds before turning around and climbing up the staircase. He didn't delve deeper into Roselle's mind world because he lacked the beyonder powers to calm his mind. Forcefully continuing down was equivalent to suicide. I'll consider the problem of continuing my exploration after I gather the mystical items in this regard. Klein confirmed his thoughts as he walked faster and faster. Finally, with a leap, he returned to Roselle's dream and returned to the place where the guards of the giant king's court lived. He was already exhausted, so he immediately left the dream and walked out of Roselle's blacksmith shop through the wall. He once again observed the strangeness of the world in the book. I've already encountered Roselle, Mobut, and Syatas. And while I was chatting with people, I've also heard of the pious priest, snowman, and philosopher, Franzia. However, there's no Anderson Hood, Edwina Edwards, Danny's, or German Sparrow. Therefore, will the dead have brand new characters in the book, or will the adventurers who have stayed here for extended periods of time and fully displayed themselves in their daily lives, have a certain subconscious replicated? Klein strolled along the edge of the street illuminated by the setting sun as he pondered over this rather critical question. If it was the previous guess, that the dead would be revived and become new characters, then Klein didn't need to worry. But if it was the latter, he had no choice but to reduce the frequency at which he explored the world in the book and strictly control the amount of time he spent there. I can't make a judgment at the moment. I'll deal with it according to the later situation. It's never wrong to be cautious. Klein quickly made up his mind and was about to return above the grey fog. At this moment, he saw another familiar figure. The black-haired, blue-eyed Franzia sat on a long wooden bench by the street. He stared blankly at the sky that seemed to have been burned by fire as though he was deep in thought. Thinking of how the former ruined soldier's urn was in his hands and was prepared to be sent back to the Church of the Storm Cemetery in Beekland, Klein sighed silently. He walked over and sat beside Franzia. He asked in a casual manner, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about who I am, where I came from, and where I should return." Franzia didn't retract his gaze as he spoke as though he was in a dream. Without waiting for Klein to ask again, he shook his head and chuckled. I've always felt that I don't belong here, that I'm not my present self. There's a place waiting for me to return. They mock me for always thinking about such useless questions, so they gave me the nickname of philosopher. As he spoke, he looked at the setting sun and fell into silence once again as he fell into a daze. Klein didn't say a word as he sat there in silence. He accompanied Franzia as he watched the setting sun before silently disappearing. Franzia didn't notice that the person beside him had left. He was like a marble statue as he stared into the distance, motionless for a long time. After resupplying, Alger Wilson commanded the Blue Avenger to leave the Resistance's private harbor. He didn't stay in the Rorsted archipelago for long. He had to return to Pazu Island to report on his duties within the stipulated time limit. At that moment, in the captain's cabin, he was looking at the illusory door formed from spirituality and expanding candlelight on the altar with great anticipation. It was the door of sacrifice, as well as the door of bestowment. Amidst an illusory creaking sound, the mysterious door slowly opened, revealing the endless depths and darkness inside. Light burst out from within before converging. By the time everything calmed down, 2 items had appeared on the altar at some point in time, and the door covered in all sorts of strange symbols had vanished. Alger was very composed as he seriously thanked Mr. Fool and ended the ritual according to the procedure. Only then did he reach out to pick up the 2 items on the altar. One of them was a neatly folded piece of paper, and the other was a transparent jellyfish that was wrapped in azure seawater. Alger first examined the latter and discovered that there would occasionally be whirlpools in the wind, and at other times, there would be flashes of silver lightning. At other times, there would be melodious singing coming from afar. This voice has a feminine feel. From the looks of it, the owner of this characteristic is a lady. Alger couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, because this meant that it wasn't a quasi-high-ranking member of the Church of the Storm who had been killed. The Church of the Storm didn't have any female quasi-high-ranking members or high-ranking members. After putting away the ocean songster's beyonder characteristic, Alger unfurled the piece of paper, skipped the main ingredient column, and quickly scanned the supplementary ingredients. Finally, his gaze stopped on the ritual. To him, since he already had a beyonder characteristic, it didn't matter what the main ingredient was. He could look at it later. As for the supplementary ingredients, they were relatively easy to gather, so he didn't need to pay too much attention to them. Only the ritual was of utmost importance. Consume the potion in the stomach of an Obninsk. Alger silently read the contents of the ritual as the corresponding information quickly surfaced in his mind. An Obninsk was an ancient sea monster that could directly devour a sailboat. It had a massive, twisted body, as many as 3 heads, and many tentacles that were entangled together. It was the main character of many legends at sea. Most of these sea monsters had been tamed by the Church of the Storm. They had a fixed area of activity, but it was unknown if they had intelligence close to that of a human. It's no wonder the Church wants to control an Obninsk and not other sea monsters. It's no wonder there are so many beyonders of the sailor pathway among the pirates, but only a few can reach Sequence 5. They either directly inherit it, or they're subordinates of the King of the 5 Seas and Queen Mystic. Then, where should I find an Obninsk that doesn't belong to the Church? Alger frowned slightly as he considered how to bypass the Church of the Storm for his advancement. His first reaction was to find Queen Mystic Bernadette through Admiral of Stars Catlear and find out where an Obninsk that didn't belong to the Church of the Storm was. His second reaction was that there was a risk of exposing himself. This was because the corresponding Obninsk might very well be a servant of Queen Mystic. It would report everything it saw to its master. Yes, I'll use this as a last resort. Alger's thoughts raced as he quickly came up with another idea. That was to pray to Mr. Fool. This awakened existence had secretly grasped the original authority of sea god Cavituis. He could control underwater creatures, and it was possible that he knew where to find an Obninsk that didn't belong to any faction. There's no rush. If I were to advance now, there's no way to hide the uncontrollable dispersal of spirituality from the eyes of others. Once I'm done with my report and leave Pazu Island, I'll attempt to pray. Alger calmed down and memorized the ocean songster formula. Then, he moved the piece of paper towards the flame at the top of the candle. As he watched the flame devour the formula at an increasing speed, Alger's gaze turned darker. After he finished dealing with the remaining traces, his gaze landed on a sea map and locked onto a spot. Banzi. Alger had previously planned on making a trip to Banzi on his way back to Pazu Island to take a look at the current situation of the harbor. He had already informed his sailors of this idea, and no one had any objections. This was because they were similarly curious as to why Banzi Harbor had suddenly been destroyed and what it had become. P.S. Updated at midnight. Chapter 735. On the future, Frank Lee rolled up his sleeves, flicked his fountain pen, and wrote with a smile, "My dear friend, German Sparrow, I have good news for you. I've used the flesh and blood of a rose bishop to successfully nurture a brand new mushroom. As long as there are fish, it can constantly reproduce, so we don't have to worry about not being able to eat mushrooms after a long voyage. Furthermore, it's hybridized with beef, making it taste great. Its only flaw is that it can't fish by itself. It needs help, but I don't think it's a big problem. After all, Nina said that it wouldn't pollute the ocean this way. Alright, let's just assume that she's right." Sui Meng Xiao Shuo said. "I've sent you some dried mushrooms. As long as you give them water and fish, they will immediately become normal and reproduce on their own. I hope you like my gift." After rambling on for a while, Frank folded the letter, put it into an envelope, stuffed 3 dried mushrooms into it, and applied glue to seal it. After doing all of this, he took out the note that Klein had given him and seriously prepared the ritual to summon the messenger according to the description on it. This was not complicated for Frank. It did not take him long to set up the altar and create a wall of spirituality. Finally, he solemnly placed a Ruan gold coin in front of the candle. After lighting the candle and whispering the incantation, he stared at the flame, watched it expand, and out came a headless lady carrying 4 heads. Frank was shocked at first, but then he stared at Rionette and Tinnacle's 4 beautiful, blonde, red-eyed heads with a fervent gaze. He muttered, "That's right. How did you do it? Why can't they be completely consistent? If I plant it in the soil, will it grow more?" The eyes of the 4 heads held by Rionette and Tinker turned in different directions before finally landing on Frank Lee's face. Suddenly, all the soil in the various containers in the room flew out and piled up in front of Frank. Frank then floated up, rolled in the air with a stunned expression, and fell head first into the pile of mud. His legs kept struggling outside, but he couldn't pull them out for a while. Only then did 2 of Rionette Tinker's 4 heads reach forward and bite the envelope and the gold coin. When she completely disappeared, Frank Lee finally found the best place to exert his strength. He left the soil and fell to the ground. "Amazing!" Frank exclaimed in fear. He then wiped the dirt off his face into his mouth, chewed carefully for a while, and muttered to himself, "It's a little sour." At that moment, Admiral of Stars Catlear, who had just completed the sacrifice in the captain's cabin, seemed to sense something. Her dark purple eyes subconsciously looked towards Frank Lee's room and vaguely saw a crudely made illusory doll. "This baby doesn't have a brain." The scene flashed by, and Catlear's eyes instantly closed. There was a burning pain inside, and 2 lines of tears flowed down uncontrollably. She frowned a little and muttered uncertainly, "Ancient evil creature." After distributing the meteorite crystal and the black hunting monitor lizard spinal fluid to the magicians and Miss Justice, Klein returned to the real world and lay in a reclining chair. As he allowed his body to sway gently, he thought about where to go next. With the news of German Sparrow's appearance and crazy Captain Connors Victor's matter, it's unlikely that the pirates will appear in public in Bayam for a long period of time. They've either boarded a ship and left the harbor, or they're lurking in hiding, making it difficult to find them. In other words, there's no need for me to stay here. The matters regarding the resistance can be controlled through Sea God's response and Danny's transmission. Yes, I'll head to the Seaweed Bar later. I'll get a fake identity and buy a black boat ticket to Desi Bay's Conant City. Not only is that the biggest port there, but it's also David Raymond's hometown. Back when I released this red glove from creeping hunger, I promised him that I would visit this beautiful coastal city and tell his daughter that the vendetta is over. Yes, I'll also think of a way to return the Nightmare Beyonder characteristic to the church. Heh, humans sure are hypocritical. On the one hand, they plan on returning the nightmare characteristic, and on the other, they plan on stealing the sealed artifact from behind St. Samuel Cathedral's Channy's Gate. Shaking his head, Klein closed his eyes and used sleep to recover his spirituality. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly had a premonition. He naturally opened his eyes and quickly activated his spirit vision. Then, he saw Rionette Tynker walk out of the void. This messenger was wearing a complicated black dress that was similar to the one she usually wore. One of her heads had a letter in its mouth. Who sent it? Danny's, Vice Admiral Iceberg, Frank, or Anderson? Klein took the letter and nodded in greeting. Thank you. He was very polite to his powerful and mysterious messenger. He didn't wish to strangle himself to death one day. Do you want? Immediately. Reply. Rionette Tynker's 4 heads moved their lips one after another as they said the words. Klein tore open the seal, took out the letter, and flipped through it. He was alarmed by the contents and nearly forgot to answer Miss Messenger. As for Rionette Tynker, she wasn't in a hurry as she quietly waited by the side. One day, Frank Lee would destroy the world. He had to be controlled and not given a chance to advance. Seriously, how much does this fellow love to hybridize and create all sorts of strange plants? The city of Silver has always lacked food. Klein's thoughts raced as he had a bold idea. It was to get Frank to change the direction of his research to the various foods suitable for the city of Silver. This way, the cow, fish, mushroom, rose bishop, the sea, and world would be safe. Klein hurriedly looked up and said to Miss Messenger, Yes, reply immediately. Yes, right back immediately. He immediately got up from the reclining chair and walked to the table. He took out a fountain pen and paper and quickly wrote. I have a question. I have a question. If I eat the mushroom you created, eat cooked fish, and drink a glass of water, can it continue to reproduce? After giving the reminder, Klein went straight to the point. Can you create a type of wheat that doesn't need sunlight to grow, or a cow that produces milk and meat by eating monsters? This seems very interesting. Following this topic, Klein wrote a few more paragraphs. Finally, he folded the letter and handed it to Rionette Tynker. He said very naturally, the postage will be paid by Frank. I hope. He's not dead. Miss Messenger's 4 heads finished speaking one after another before sending a representative to bite the letter. I hope he's not dead. Klein jumped in fright. Just as he was about to ask, Rionette Tynker had already entered the spirit world and vanished. After 2 seconds of consideration, Klein wrote down a divination statement and used the topaz pendant to confirm that Frank Lee was still alive. He silently heaved a sigh of relief, put away the dried mushrooms, rubbed his temples, and lay back down in the reclining chair. After dinner, seaweed bar. With an ordinary face, Klein came here once again. Unlike before, the customers in the bar were mainly mixed bloods with dark-skinned, slightly curly hair, and natives. They either belonged to a particular Bayam gang, secretly worked for the resistance, or both. There weren't many ordinary people, and the pirates from different countries that were commonly seen in the past were all gone. Only a small number of adventurers were drinking hard liquor and discussing all sorts of rumors at sea. Klein swept his gaze and found Daniel, who Danny's had previously mentioned. This thin local could provide fake identification and a scalped ticket. He didn't have any qualms as he leaned over. A second-class ticket to Conant tomorrow and a piece of identification. Daniel looked up at him and thought for a moment. A total of £20. A single second-class ticket to Conant only costs about £1. However, an unregistered ticket is a lot more expensive to begin with. Together with the fake identification provided, £20 isn't too ridiculous. Klein did the math and said, That's not a problem. When can I get it? I'll give it to you in 45 minutes. You can pay £5 up front and pay the rest after you get your ticket and proof of identity. All right. Klein didn't waste his breath as he took out his wallet and drew out 5 £1 notes. He wasn't worried that someone would target his wallet. This might mean that he could save £20, and he might even have some left over. Daniel had just verified the authenticity of the notes and was about to instruct his subordinates when he suddenly realized that the bar had turned extremely silent. Klein also sensed it as he subconsciously looked towards the door. There were 2 people there. One of them was dressed in a tailcoat with a black trench coat. His brown hair was neatly combed back. His eyes weren't big, but they were bright and spirited. He had a thin beard around his mouth, giving him a gentlemanly vibe but also a little undisciplined. The other person was wearing a hooded robe that was rarely seen in public. His face was hidden in the shadows, making it difficult to discern his looks. The lackadaisical gentleman swept his gaze around and seemed very satisfied with everyone's reaction. As he flipped the silver coin between his fingers, he walked towards Daniel. The hooded man followed behind him, occasionally taking out something from his pocket and stuffing it into his mouth, making crunching sounds as he chewed on it. The silver coins stopped flipping as the undisciplined gentleman came in front of Daniel and chuckled. "Prepare 10 tickets to Pritz Harbor tomorrow. They need to be on 3 different ships." "Yes, Mr. Oder," Daniel stood up in horror and replied. Klein momentarily failed to recall the undisciplined gentleman who was flipping the silver coins in his fingers because he didn't seem to have a bounty on him. Only when he heard the name Oder did he find it vaguely familiar. Just as he was recalling, he saw the hooded man take out a coffee-colored candy from his pocket and throw it into his mouth, producing crunching sounds. After receiving an affirmative answer, Oder and Klein didn't stay any longer. In the silent atmosphere, they walked to the staircase and headed for the 2nd floor of the bar. Daniel exhaled and turned his head to see Klein's puzzled expression. He casually said, "Oder, the adventurer who serves the owner of the Dawn. I remember now. Silver coin viper Oder. He's always claiming that he's working for Queen Mystic, but no one can verify it. I can ask Marham Hermit later. The last time I heard of him was in Demi Harbor. He seems to be mixed with Admiral of Blood's intelligence officer, Old Quinn. However, the latter has already been killed by Mr. the Hanging Man." Klein instantly recalled many things as he deliberated and asked, "What about the other person?" "Who knows?" Daniel turned his head and instructed his subordinates, getting them to prepare the identification documents and the corresponding tickets. P.S. Additional updates have been sent. Seeking monthly tickets for the last 3 days. Chapter 736. As Silver Coin Viper Oder wasn't a pirate, it was difficult to determine the veracity of the various rumors regarding him. Klein retracted his gaze from the staircase and walked to the bar counter. He found a seat and sat down. He rapped the table lightly. He found a seat and rapped the table, a cup of Zaha. This was a locally produced malt beer. It was much cheaper than the Southville beer that needed to be shipped from the northern continent. 3 pence. The bartender snapped out of his silence and picked up an upside-down cup. The people in the bar began to whisper as well. Under the illumination of the gas wall lamps, they discussed the reason why Silver Coin Viper Oder had bought 10 tickets. He's definitely being pursued. 3 ships and 10 tickets are to prevent the pursuers from figuring out which ship they will board. A gang member with tattoos on his arm who had his sleeves rolled up gave his opinion based on his 2 escapes. An adventurer who was drinking Lanty-proof scoffed. "You don't understand Oder. If his plan were that simple, he wouldn't have the nickname Silver Coin Viper. I bet that they won't board any of the liners represented by the 10 ticket. The only thing we can confirm is that they're heading for Pritz Harbor." Another adventurer shook his head when he heard that. Perhaps the information about heading to Pritz Harbor is fake. The gang member from before was taken aback as he refused to admit defeat. "According to your description, Oder might have already thought of what you're thinking. Therefore, he wants to head to Pritz Harbor and board one of the 3 ships." The 2 adventurers opened their mouths to retort, but on careful thought, they felt that it was quite possible. They were momentarily at a loss for words. This made the gang member very happy as he downed the rest of the liquor in one gulp. Klein held a cup of Zaha and sipped on it as he listened in boredom, waiting for the fake identification and tickets he needed to return. "I still need 45 minutes. I hope there won't be any accidents. I hope the bar doesn't fall into chaos." He prayed silently as he drew a crimson moon in his heart. The pale yellow beer slowly decreased. Klein looked at the wall clock from time to time, and at the door from time to time, hoping that time would pass faster. After more than half an hour, The bar's door suddenly opened with a bang, and the night wind poured in from outside. It can't be. The corner of Klein's mouth twitched. He resisted the urge to laugh bitterly and turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. 5 people appeared at the door. The leader had black hair and brown eyes. His face was chiseled, and he looked very ruined. He looked to be in his early 40s. His expression was cold and dignified, causing everyone in the bar to subconsciously quieten down. The 3 men and 1 woman behind him were all wearing windbreakers and holding revolvers without any concealment. It was as if they would instantly aim and shoot at the slightest abnormality. I don't know him. He's not on any wanted posters, and there's no bounty on him. Klein mumbled to himself as he maintained his spectator posture. The 5 intruders suddenly dispersed and went to different customers. They bowed slightly, looked at them, and asked one after another, "Where is Silver Coin Viper Oda?" The customers were hesitating if they should answer when they saw the black muzzle pointed at them. The handle, made of ivory or ebony, exuded a strange sense of beauty under the light. They went to the 2nd floor. The customers who were questioned pointed at the staircase almost at the same time. There's really someone chasing after Oda. Are they targeting Queen Mystic, or did Silver Coin Viper do something himself? Or is it because of the mysterious man wearing a hood and eating candy beside him? Klein drank another mouthful of beer and watched as 4 of the intruders headed for the 2nd floor. The remaining 1 stayed behind and continued questioning. Soon, the latter grasped the situation of Oda buying tickets from Daniel. He immediately walked to the thin and tanned black market merchant and asked in a deep voice, Tell me honestly, where did Oda buy the ticket to?" Daniel didn't try to act tough with his connections as he forced a smile and said, "Tell me honestly." He didn't explicitly say that he wanted 10 cards for 3 different ships. The time is tomorrow, and the destination is Pritz Harbor. Really? The questioner was a man in his 20s with a radical style. Daniel replied softly, "You can ask everyone here. You can ask everyone here." They heard it. Dogsh *T. The man nudged Daniel angrily before turning to walk to the other customers. Daniel couldn't find his footing as he staggered backward. Just as he was about to collapse, the back of his head struck the edge of a small round table. Then, he felt a force on his shoulder as he immediately regained his balance. He subconsciously turned his head and saw that it was the customer who had used a fake identity to buy the tickets. "Thank you, those darn military hyenas." Daniel first thanked him before saying softly through clenched teeth. The person who held him was none other than Klein. He didn't wish for anything to happen to the ticket scalper. After all, he had already paid £5 in cash. Of course, it was also his habit to use innocent people who were implicated. Military hyenas. In Bayam, this description often means that the target is someone from MI9. What did Silver Coin Viper Oda do? Klein silently muttered to himself as he eliminated the possibility that someone was targeting Queen Mystic. This was because it was meaningless to the Ruin military. As his thoughts raced, the MI9 members who had headed to the 2nd floor rushed down the stairs. As they ran for the door, they said to their companions, "They jumped out the window a long time ago." This group of people came and left in a hurry. The bar quickly regained its bustle. Only the slightly swaying door indicated that it wasn't peaceful. Klein finally received the fake identity and the tickets. He didn't have to worry about being interrupted. After paying the remaining £15 in cash, he left the seaweed bar and returned to the ordinary hotel he rented. John Yode. Isn't this name a little too convenient? I have to get a more authentic identity before returning to Beekland. Klein flipped through a series of identity documents and threw them into his luggage. He took a bath and relaxed, preparing to leave Bayam the next day and embark on the last leg of this journey. At that moment, he heard knocking on the door. "Who is it?" Klein quickly took off his bathrobe, put on his clothes and pants, and walked to the door. There were a few policemen in black uniforms outside. One of them looked like a Ruin, while the rest were either mixed bloods or pure natives. "What's the matter?" Klein asked curiously. "Please show me your identification," a mixed-race man said politely, because the man opposite him seemed to be from Ruin. "Fortunately, I just made one. Otherwise, I would have to go to the police station tonight," or run away on the spot, change my appearance, and start all over again. Klein muttered as he returned to his room and took out his identification. The leading Ruan police officer casually flipped through the documents. Mr. Yord, do you live here alone? Yes, everyone in the hotel can attest to that, Klein answered frankly. The Ruan police officer revealed a smile. Have you seen this person before? As he spoke, he got the policeman beside him to open a portrait. It was of an abnormally thin elder with messy white hair. Apart from that, he didn't have any obvious characteristics. No. Klein shook his head. He likes to eat sweets, the Ruan police officer added. Sweets. Klein suddenly recalled the mysterious hooded man beside Silver Coin Viper Oda. He had been eating coffee-colored sweets in short intervals. After some deliberation, Klein didn't hide the truth. Perhaps I've seen him before. Back at the Seaweed Bar, I saw a person who likes to eat sweets beside Silver Coin Viper Oda. The Ruan police officer didn't hide his disappointment. He simply thanked him and ended the interrogation. After they knocked on another room, Klein closed the wooden door and returned to the reclining chair. Oda's matter not only attracted MI9, but it also made the Governor General's office arrange for people to conduct a citywide investigation. It's not simple. He muttered and decided to head above the grey fog to browse the prayer points of light around the sea god scepter. He wanted to obtain more information from the prayers of the many Bayam believers. He didn't want to inexplicably be embroiled in a huge maelstrom because of a wrong response. After entering the bathroom and arriving above the grey fog, Klein beckoned for the white bone scepter, which had countless points of light swirling around it, to fly out from the junk pile. As he browsed through the points of light, he could only confirm that the interrogation wasn't a small matter. The targets were Oda and the mysterious man, but he couldn't know any more. After some thought, he cast his gaze at a point of light that had been specially marked by guardhood. It belonged to a mixed-blood policeman named Briar. He claimed to be sea god and had endured humiliation to change his faith to the Lord of Storms, also that he could climb higher in the police station. He was now a superintendent. Then, Klein cast the will of sea god into the corresponding point of light. Briar, who was making arrangements for his subordinates in the police station, suddenly broke out into a cold sweat. He hurriedly found an excuse and entered the bathroom. He prayed softly, "Blessed of the sea and spirit world, great Cavituous, your believer reports to you. The key person we're looking for tonight is a very thin elder. His hair has already turned completely white, but it's still rather lush. It's just that it's very messy. He's afraid of the cold and wears very thick clothes even in Bayam. He loves to eat sweets, as though his a steam engine and sweets are high-quality coal. The higher-ups want to find him but not harm him." Klein ignored Briar and pulled his thoughts back. He tapped the edge of the long table with his fingers. Compared to a portrait, this description gives me a sense of familiarity. I seem to have heard of it somewhere before. To a seer, a sense of familiarity meant that there were clues. Hence, Klein wrote a divination statement and began questioning his spirituality. As he silently recited the statement, he leaned back in his chair and used cogitation as a stepping stone to enter a deep sleep. In the dark world of dreams, Klein found himself back in Beekland, back at 15, Minsk Street, where he had previously rented. In front of him was Ian, whose eyes were bright red. The big boy raised his head and said the boy looked up and said, "Tyranny von Helmosuin, the greatest scientist after Roselle the Great, mathematician, mechanic, and father of the second-generation difference engine." Suddenly, Klein woke up and understood who MI9 was looking for. They were looking for a great scientist who had caused the Ruan military and the Inti's spy organization to fight over a third-generation difference engine manuscript, resulting in many deaths. They were looking for a Frankenstein who had mysteriously disappeared for many years. It was no wonder Admiral of Blood's intelligence officer, Old Quinn, had an improved radio station that was more advanced than Beekland. Klein was instantly enlightened. P.S. Update before making changes. Chapter 737. After coming to a realization, Klein rubbed his temples and slowly calmed his emotions. He realized that this matter didn't have much to do with him. He had no motivation to get involved. Regardless of whether the Ruan military found Tyranny von Helmosuin, he didn't care. This was because he lacked a sense of belonging to the Ruin Kingdom. The things he had done in the past were purely for the sake of social stability and for the citizens to not suffer any unexpected harm. If possible, he was willing to push for change so that the lower-class citizens could at least live like humans. I never expected that coming to this world would make me look more like an internationalist. He gave a self-deprecating laugh and prepared to return to the real world. He was prepared to turn off the lights and sleep, allowing the waves and storms to rage outside. At this moment, he noticed the biggest item in the junk pile from the corner of his eye, the radio transceiver. Speaking of which force is controlling Tyranny von Helmosuin? If it's someone from Queen Mystic Bernadette's side, it wouldn't be a problem. She's a person who abides by the maxim of do as you please, but do no harm. She wouldn't go overboard. If it's Rose School represented by Admiral of Blood, that wouldn't be good. Apart from the Temperance faction that's being suppressed internally, they believe in the Chained God or the Mother Tree of Desire. Their level of evil isn't any lower than the Aurora Order. Allowing them to grasp the most advanced technology might bring about a disaster. Klein stopped wrapping himself with his spirituality as he tapped the edge of the long, mottled table. He quickly came up with an idea. It was to bring the radio transceiver back to the real world and adjust it to the corresponding frequency to see if he could receive a telegram from Admiral of Blood and Company. Then, he would use the codebook he had to decipher it. There's a citywide search tonight, and the matter is at a rather delicate and important juncture. If they're the ones controlling Helmosuin, the necessary telegram exchange might very well happen. With the Governor General's office, the Ruin military, and the Church of the Storm not paying attention to or even accepting this technology, this is an extremely safe method. Therefore, there's a high chance that Admiral of Blood and Company didn't change the frequency and password after Old Quinn's death. Anyway, I'll give it a try. After deliberating, Klein did not waste any time. He returned to the real world and busied himself with preparing for the bestowment ceremony. After getting the radio transceiver into the room, he did not use it immediately. Instead, he took out the ritual dagger and created a wall of spirituality to seal the room. He was dispersing the smell of the grey fog. To him, it wasn't that troublesome to determine which faction was controlling Helmosuin. He could directly use the grey fog's aura to connect to a Rhodes and obtain an effective answer. However, the problem was that it was too close to the last question and answer session. The frequent appearance of the scent might be noticed by the true creator, primordial Demonis, and other evil gods. It was extremely unsafe. Therefore, Klein was cautious and decided to rely on himself. After 7 or 8 minutes, when he felt that the smell had mostly dissipated, he deactivated the wall of spirituality, operated the radio transceiver, and began monitoring. After an unknown period of time, the corresponding frequency suddenly appeared. Klein suppressed the joy in his heart and seriously took notes. Then, he flipped open the codebook that he had previously used divination to recreate and interpreted it accordingly. Soon, he wrote a line of words on the note, 32 Black Pepper Avenue, 7 a.m. tomorrow. Indeed, the one controlling Helmosuin is Admiral of Blood and Company. There might be a powerhouse from Rose School involved in this. Klein immediately made a judgment. This wasn't a confirmation based on the contents of the telegram, but a simple inference from the telegram's existence itself. If it had nothing to do with Admiral of Blood and Company, they wouldn't have so coincidentally received or sent a telegram that involved the streets of Bayam on such a night. Does this telegram mean that we should meet at 32 Black Pepper Avenue before 7 a.m. tomorrow? Or could it be that Helmosuin and Silver Coin Viper Oda are currently hiding there and are reporting their location to Admiral of Blood and giving them the corresponding time? Klein thought for a moment and immediately returned above the grey fog. Combining the information he had obtained, he wrote down a divination statement to Rani von Helmosuin's present location. Holding the piece of paper and leaning back in his chair, Klein repeatedly muttered the contents as he entered a dream through cogitation. In the hazy world, he saw an underground hall with countless gas wall lamps. Inside the hall was a massive and complicated machine. It was made up of copper pillars, control rods, connecting arms, and countless tightly packed gears. It took up 2/3 of the space. A thin elder with messy white hair wrapped in a thick coat paced in front of the machine. From time to time, he would toss a candy into his mouth and crunch it loudly. No, it shouldn't be called a difference engine. It's a cute fellow that can analyze problems and calculate answers according to a set process. Yes, its name has to be Analyzer. The elder kept muttering to himself as Klein's vision extended upwards, out of the underground hall, and into the building above. It was a 3-story villa with a garden and lawn. There was a house number hanging outside with the words, 32 Black Pepper Avenue. Indeed, it's there. Klein opened his eyes and slowly exhaled. Then, he began to ponder over how to deal with it. Such a great scientist is useless to me. Instead, he's a source of trouble. I can't just leave him above the grey fog, so there's no need to take action personally. Take him away. Hand the information to the Ruin military or the Church of the Storm? This can effectively prevent Rose School from gaining any benefits. However, there's a faction in the military that's likely connected to the mastermind behind the Great Smog of Beekland. It's not a good thing for Helmosuin to fall into their hands. The Church of the Storm is also famous for being impulsive. A sudden attack might send the great scientist to meet the deity he believes in. After careful consideration, Klein gradually came up with a bold idea. That was to put the matter out in the open and make Tyranny von Helmosuin's existence and affiliation no longer a secret to the Ruin military or the various churches. This would effectively ensure that the great scientist's abilities were used by the Ruin kingdom itself and not any faction. Checks and balances are key. Klein muttered with a smile. He beckoned with his hand and summoned the sea god scepter. To him in the past, to make the matter public and in the open, he could only carefully distribute flyers throughout the city. But now, he had a simpler and more effective method. After choosing a praying believer, Klein zoomed out and took in the scene within a 5-kilometer radius. Then, with the help of the sea god scepter, he grasped the surrounding wind. After calming down a little, Klein sank his psyche into the scene. He changed his voice and hoarsely said, Helmosuin is at 32, Black Pepper Avenue. Whoosh. In Bayam, the howling of the wind intensified as it blew in every direction. It was accompanied by a hoarse but sonorous voice. Helmosuin is at 32, Black Pepper Avenue. Helmosuin is at 32, Black Pepper Avenue. This voice quickly spread throughout Bayam, as though it was a citywide broadcast. Silver Coin Viper Oda was wearing a cloak and pretending to be Helmosuin. He was hiding in the slums that were crowded with houses and people. From time to time, he would appear to guide MI9 and the police officers under the Governor-General's office. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew past, pouring a voice into his ears. Helmosuin is at 32, Black Pepper Avenue. What? As the voice reverberated, Oda was stunned and shocked. In a moment of carelessness, he fell from the roof and was nearly seriously injured. Behind the Cathedral of Waves, in a building near the Governor-General's office, John Cotman and Robert Davis heard the voice in the wind. Their first reaction was to look up into the sky before casting their gazes towards the city where Black Pepper Avenue was. After the broadcast, Klein threw the sea god scepter into the junk pile in a good mood and returned to the real world. He wasn't in a hurry to move the radio transceiver above the grey fog. Instead, he left it there and continued monitoring the radio waves. This way, even if Rose School has a powerhouse lurking in Bayam, they won't dare appear. And no matter who succeeds, they will ultimately be stopped by public opinion and handed over to the country. Unfortunately, I don't like to write in a diary like the Emperor. Otherwise, I could write, I did another good deed today. Klein sighed silently, took off his coat, and went to bed. He didn't care what happened next. After all, it had nothing to do with him. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, he suddenly woke up and sat up. Then, he heard knocking sounds at the door. Who could it be? Knocking on the door in the middle of the night. I'm John Yoder now. Klein wore creeping hunger, took out Death Knell from under his pillow, and came to the door. The visitor's appearance quickly surfaced in his mind. It was a thin man with grey and messy hair. He was wearing a cotton jacket and a tweed coat. He was throwing a coffee-colored candy into his mouth. Tyranny von Helmosuin. F***K. Why would he come to me? I'm just an ordinary John Yoder. Also, How did he escape the pursuit of a demigod? Klein's first reaction was to tell the other party that he had knocked on the wrong door, but he held back and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Helmosuin smiled weakly. "I noticed you in the seaweed bar, but I didn't have the chance to look for you. Heh, my life has come to an end, so I've been thinking of many things recently. Please allow me to introduce myself. You can address me as Orange Light Hilarion." Orange Light Hilarion? Klein was first taken aback before he asked in puzzlement, "What's the matter?" Helmosuin chuckled. "I'm here to warn you to be careful of the Mother Tree of Desire." He paused and said, "I'm here to remind you to be careful of the Mother Tree of Desire." He paused and said, "All right. It's time for me to leave. I'm about to die and return to the spirit world. Do you have any enemies here? Why do you ask?" Klein asked in confusion. Helmosuin coughed and said, "I can go to his door and die quietly. I can go to his door and die in peace. That way, you will have succeeded in your revenge. P.S. Update first." Chapter 738. Upon hearing Helmosuin's answer, the corners of Klein's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he nearly froze on the spot. "My enemies aren't in Biome. Even if you were to die in front of Sea King's door, it wouldn't be of much use." He slowly took a deep breath and didn't continue the topic from before. Instead, he asked, "Helmosuin, no, Mr. Hilarion, why did you notice me? Furthermore, you specially came to warn me before I died." This was also the question he had about a Rhodes and Miss Messenger Rionette Tynker, but he never had a good chance to ask. Helmosuin fell silent for 2 seconds before saying with a smile, "Some of your traits aren't a secret in the eyes of a few special, high-level spirit world creatures. As long as they come into close contact with you, they will be able to discover it. After all, the grey fog that represents the great ruler above the spirit world is right above our heads. A few deities with unique authority or beyond us who represent fate can also discover this to varying degrees. Of course, the premise is that they have come into close contact with it. Grey fog. Although Orange Light's description is almost identical to a Rhodes's compliment, he has pointed out the grey fog. This is the first time I've encountered someone directly pointing this out in front of me. Therefore, that mysterious space is a divine kingdom left behind by the great ruler above the spirit world. What pathways sequence 0 is this? The deities who can discover that I'm augmented by the grey fog include the Mother Tree of Desire. That's why she is targeting me." Klein's thoughts were like boiling water as he churned with questions. Just as he was about to say something, Helmosuin continued. "In Yellow Light's prophecy, the great ruler above the spirit world is one of the variables of the apocalypse. However, I can't be certain that you are equivalent to him. There are too many possibilities for you to possess that trait. For example, you are his blessed, his child, or his chosen oracle. However, this doesn't stop me from expressing my friendliness. You know of the Beekland Stock Exchange, right? You're like a railway company that has just been listed. It seems to have good prospects, so a number of people will naturally think highly of you and buy a certain number of shares. Many people will be extremely greedy and wish to use other means to occupy the company or obtain controlling shares. The former is me, while the latter is the Mother Tree of Desire and even more powerful spirit world creatures. Is that so? If it wasn't for the fact that there was a transmigrator, Roselle the Great, before me who was related to the grey fog, and if it wasn't for the fact that I had divined my origins in that mysterious space and obtained a clear image of Earth, allowing me to recall more memories, I would have suspected that I was the reincarnation of the great ruler above the spirit realm. Looking at the overall experience, Roselle the Great and I are closer to the chosen oracle. The great ruler above the spirit realm is equivalent to the celestial worthy of immeasurable blessings. Klein inevitably had all kinds of speculations, and his mind was in a mess like a ball of yarn that had been played by a cat. He calmed himself down and said, "Is there any way to hide that trait? Become a demigod." Just as Helmosuin finished answering, he suddenly coughed twice and said, "Do you mind if I die at your doorstep?" "I do mind." Klein didn't want to be noticed by demigods like Sea King John Cotman and Admiral Robert Davis. Helmosuin took a bite of his candy. "Then I have to leave immediately, or else it will be too late." When you become a demigod and have the ability to explore the depths of the spiritual realm, we will have the opportunity to meet again. Klein was silent for a second. Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Hilarion. Helmosuin didn't reply. His footsteps were heavy as he walked toward the staircase. As he listened to the sound of stairs descending, Klein retracted his attention. He suddenly had a guess about how Roselle the Great was able to discover the existence of the grey fog but was unable to enter. He recovered the silver plate that led to his transmigration a long time after he became a Beyonder. As for me, I was an ordinary person when I attempted the luck enhancement ritual again. Also, Roselle the Great chose the savant pathway, while I'm a seer. The powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog are clearly extremely helpful for divination. Therefore, the prerequisite for entering the world above the grey fog is to be an ordinary person or a Beyonder of the seer pathway, as well as to grasp the corresponding incantations, rituals, and symbols. The Emperor experimented too late and chose the wrong pathway, so he naturally couldn't enter. According to the fact that seer, apprentice, and marauder are of similar pathways, the latter too seem to be possible as well. Could this be the deeper reason why the Emperor lamented in his diary that he should have chosen one of the three back then? Apart from not having a sequence 0 in these three pathways and not having any influence from the top, they also contain the key to entering the grey fog? As his thoughts churned, Klein temporarily suppressed the matter that couldn't be verified. He considered Orange Light Hilarion's warning. Be careful of the mother tree of desire. Due to the matter with Admiral Emirius, Klein was rather wary of the mother tree of desire. He had no choice but to change his identity and hide for 2 months by acting. Later on, he wasn't too willing to provoke Admiral of Blood and the other members of Rose School, afraid that he would fall into a trap. Towards hidden and extremely dangerous matters, an ordinary human's first thought was to resolve it. It was the same for Klein, but the problem was that he didn't have a solution. The mother tree of desire was suspected to be a sequence 0 true god, and it resided in the astral world. Even if Klein jumped up, he wouldn't be able to hit or defeat her. And the faction she controlled, Rose School, was an organization with a long history. It was very likely to have an angel presiding over it and a grade 0 sealed artifact. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for them to survive to this day under the hostility of all the churches and secret organizations. Therefore, even if Klein sought the help of a friendly figure like Mr. Aztec, there was no way to uproot Rose School. He might even encounter danger. Due to these reasons, all Klein could do was hide as much as he could, hoping that he could successfully advance to sequence 4 and become a demigod. I've always been careful of the mother tree of desire. Doesn't Mr. Orange Light Hilarion know that I once encountered this evil god's trap on Oravi Island? Or could it be that he specially came over to warn me that she will be taking action soon? He was previously controlled by Admiral of Blood, and Admiral of Blood is from Rose School. It's very likely that he knows something. Klein instantly came to a realization. He didn't blindly believe that a faceless transformation would be able to fool the mother tree of desire's gaze. According to Orange Light Hilarion, she is able to discover a certain trait of mine in close contact. This is something that faceless Beyonder powers can't conceal. She hasn't taken action for so long. Could it be that she is attempting to bestow this feeling to her believers through some ritual or artifact, and she is about to succeed? Klein slowly frowned. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. This made him want to return to Beekland. In that huge city, even angels had to behave themselves, just like a particular snake of fate. The believers of the Mother Tree of Desire and the powerhouses of Rose School couldn't act wantonly anymore. All they could do was patiently wait for an opportunity. Phew. Klein exhaled and headed above the grey fog to divine if his life would be in danger. This time, the answer he received was a negative. There was no danger to his life. However, Klein didn't relax because of this. He remembered that the Mother Tree of Desire's interference towards divination could penetrate the grey fog to a certain extent, and a long time ago, his spirituality had prevented him from divining the werewolf Beyonder characteristic above the grey fog. This was because it might very well involve the Chained God, and the Chained God was suspected to be the embodiment of the Mother Tree of Desire. Either I'm really fine and I'm overthinking things, or the danger is already very close, which is why the mother tree of desire interfered. It's better to be careful and make preparations. Even if it turns out to be a false alarm, it's better than being captured by Rose School and being taken away by the mother tree of desire for who knows what. Klein immediately returned to the real world, took out a pen and paper, and quickly wrote a letter. The first line was Honorable Mr. Aztec. Considering that the underworld was in the spirit world, in a sense, demigods of the death pathway were considered high-level spirit world creatures. After Mr. Aztec recovered his memories, it was very likely that he would be able to tell that he possessed such a characteristic. Klein didn't hide much as he directly wrote down the entire process of his meeting and conversation with Orange Light Hilarion, who had transformed into the great scientist Helmosuin. However, he didn't mention the grey fog or the mighty existence above the spirit world. In the end, he mentioned one more thing. Does Mr. Hilarion's warning mean that I'll soon encounter fatal danger from Rose School? After folding the piece of paper and blowing the copper whistle to summon the messenger, Klein felt that it wasn't safe enough. He hurriedly took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew it. Without a sound, Rionette Tynker appeared in front of him. Her 4 blonde, red-eyed heads turned around and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." "No. Letter, I have something to discuss with you." Klein forced a smile and handed over the gold coin he had obtained from Anderson. "This is the summoning fee." One of the heads that Rionette Tynker was holding bit down on the gold coin. The two who hadn't spoken before asked, "What's going on?" "What matter? I might be in danger in the near future. I wish to summon you for help. Is that possible?" Klein tried his best to make his gaze appear sincere. The 8 eyes on Rionette Tynker's forehead darted around at the same time. "Yes. Pay 10,000 gold coins." 10,000 was equivalent to £10,000. Klein opened his mouth and smiled with great difficulty. "I don't have that much money right now." Rionette Tynker's 4 heads spoke one after another. "You can pay in installments, in installments." Klein never expected Miss Messenger to be so fashionable. He was taken aback for 2 seconds before saying, "All right." Rionette Tynker didn't say another word as her 4 heads nodded at the same time. She vanished from Klein's sight and returned to the spirit world. P.S. I'll update first before making any changes. I'll be requesting monthly votes for the last 2 days. Also, recommend a book written by a fellow reader, Dark Emperor of One Piece. Chapter 739. Seeing Miss Messenger vanish, Klein thought about which demigods he could contact in a short period of time, but he realized that there weren't any. All he could do was turn his attention back to the problem of what he should do next. The citywide broadcast will definitely make Sea King John Cotman search for Helmosuin while doing his best to search for traces of the sea god and his believers. It's easy to be noticed if I head out in the middle of the night. Therefore, I can only continue staying here and wait for daybreak. I can't take the ship tomorrow. If I were to encounter an attack midway, I might implicate everyone on the ship. Furthermore, it's not discreet enough. I'll summon an undersea creature and leave on a whale ship. I'll use the deserted islands and reefs along the way to rest and change ships before arriving at the next port. Since Orange Light said that I have to make close contact to sense that characteristic, even if I amplify the perception that the Mother Goddess of Desire has through rituals or believers, it wouldn't exceed a city. It might even be a street. This can also explain why I only encountered a trap when I arrived in Oravi. As long as I leave Bayam, I should be able to escape being watched. Just as Klein's thoughts gradually turned clear, the radio transceiver suddenly picked up another signal. He hurriedly approached it and quickly recorded it. Then, he used a codebook to translate it into the corresponding letters to form words. Before long, the telegram's content appeared on the paper. The ink was dark. "I see you. I see you." As Klein read the sentence, he felt a chill rise in his heart. Bayam, in an ordinary residential building not far from the Governor General's office. In a spacious basement, candles burned silently as they scattered a faint yellow light in the surroundings. Silver venomous snake odor had already taken off his hooded robe as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a trembling voice. He said with an unsteady voice, "Lord Senor, I have no idea how Helmosuin's true hiding spot was discovered. Senor was wearing an old triangular hat. His eyes were sunken and his face was frighteningly pale, looking more like an evil spirit than a human. He raised his hand to wipe the 2 tufts of black beard above his lips, his light brown eyes coldly glancing at Oda's face. This famous adventurer could not help but lower his head. After staring at him in silence for a few seconds, Admiral of Blood, who was wearing a pair of white trousers and a red coat, said in a deep and hoarse voice, "That's right." Less than 3 minutes after the telegram was sent, the news spread throughout the city, and the content was part of the telegram. I suspect that there's another force that has begun to pay attention to the radio and has obtained our codebook from Old Quinn. Yes, that must be it. Silver Coin Viper Oda hurriedly echoed, hoping that Admiral of Blood wouldn't believe that he had lost the great scientist, Helmosuin, because of his incompetence. He knew very well how cruel this pirate admiral was to his subordinates who had done wrong. Senor swept a glance at Oda and sneered. "But no matter what, you failed. If it wasn't for you and your mistress giving me plenty of joy, I would have made you pull out your intestines. Send a telegram and tell that eavesdropper who might or might not exist that I've seen him. Let him spend the night in fear and unease. That's the only thing you can do at present." When Oda heard that, he immediately heaved a silent sigh of relief. He looked fearfully at Admiral of Blood and the bloody altar on the table behind him. He respectfully replied, "Yes, Lord Senor." He had just imagined that he would be a part of the sacrifice. After Oda left the basement, Senor turned his head to look at the altar that was covered in human heads, organs, limbs, and blood. He spoke with a more respectful attitude than Oda had spoken to him. With a more respectful attitude than Oda, he said, "Lord Shanks, is the ritual a success?" "It's a success. All that's left and right is to await God's response." A cold and emotionless voice sounded from the hanging curtains around the altar. Then, as though the curtains had a life of their own, the 2 sides curled up and smoothly tied themselves into a knot before landing in the middle of the altar. A slightly transparent figure had appeared beside the altar at some point in time. His skin was slightly brown, and the wrinkles on his face formed deep ravines. His white hair was sparse like autumn leaves, as though he had lived for many, many years. He humbly looked at the candlelight as his brown eyes remained motionless. Admiral of Blood Senor didn't dare say another word as he stood beside Lord Shanks and waited for the changes to happen to the altar. Suddenly, the candlelight was dyed with all sorts of colors. Each color seemed to correspond to the different desires of the person watching it. The human heads, organs, limbs, and blood on the altar moved without any wind. Layer after layer piled up as though they were melting candles. Before long, they formed a tree of flesh and blood that wasn't very tall. Its surface was uneven, like the shell of a walnut. Badump, badump, badump. Inside the tree of flesh and blood, there seemed to be a beating heart that was powerful and forceful. When Senor couldn't stand the noise any longer, the tree of flesh and blood withered and rotted into a pile of mud before spreading out. Where it originally was, there was a flesh-colored, moist, and sticky ball. Soon, the little ball grew 4 limbs and a head, turning into a palm-sized humanoid creature. Its face didn't have eyes, a nose, or ears. All it had was a hole-like mouth. Grayish-white fog spewed out from the mouth before shrinking back. This happened several times without stopping. The elder named Shanks piously and passionately chanted the Mother Tree of Desire several times before reaching out to grab the strange tiny person. Silently, the candlelight was extinguished. However, to a wraith with night vision, this didn't affect their ability to see. Admiral of Blood Senor stared at Shanks and heard the Lord say in a deep voice, "For this ritual, we have prepared for too long. For this ritual, we have prepared for too long, and God's gift can help us sense the existence of the present in a larger range. Then, we can use the glasses made by members of the Life School of Thought to accurately find him." As he spoke, Shanks took out a monocle from his inner pocket. It looked no different from a normal monocle, but it shimmered with a lustrous white luster in the darkness. "Lord Shanks, what do we do next?" Senor asked respectfully. The deeply wrinkled Shanks thought for a few seconds. "After daybreak, we'll seek out the target. If he has a powerful helper, We'll monitor him and prevent him from leaving our sensing range. Then, we'll patiently wait for Lord Swar to arrive. If he doesn't have a protector and is very weak, we'll directly take action." Upon hearing the name Swar, Señor's forehead clearly twitched. It was as though that lord's name alone was enough to instill fear in him. He slowly drew a breath and said, "Yes, Lord Shanks." After answering, Señor instinctively touched the necklace hanging in front of his chest. The necklace seemed to be made of pure silver, and the pendant looked like an ancient-looking coin. The necklace seemed to be made of pure silver, and the pendant looked like an ancient coin. Klein, who had been frightened by the telegram, didn't sleep much in the latter half of the night. At daybreak, he sacrificed his luggage, wallet, and most of his cash above the grey fog. After cleaning up the traces, he paid the bill at the hotel's front desk. He took a carriage straight to the borders of Bayam and headed up the mountain, seemingly heading for the cemetery prepared for the natives. Midway, he suddenly turned into the woods, planning to walk straight to the edge of the cliff. There was already a massive undersea creature waiting there. Birds chirped and insects crawled in the woods. From time to time, small beasts scuttled past. Klein walked on the humus ground at an extremely fast pace. Along the way, he saw mushrooms growing after the rain, as well as trash left behind by Bayam citizens from picnics. Everything was so peaceful, accompanied by the fresh morning air. A leaf floated down, but Klein didn't stop as he easily dodged it. At that moment, the leaf suddenly sped up and even made a strange turn, sticking to his mouth and nose. It was like an adult's palm, firmly covering Klein's nose and mouth, preventing him from breathing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Branches fell from the surrounding trees and shot at Klein like arrows. As for the debris and paper left behind from the picnics, they seemed to have a life of their own. They connected together, turning into an impenetrable net that pounced over. P.S. It's a little awkward. There aren't many words, so I'll update first. Chapter 740. Suddenly, Klein had that familiar feeling again. It was as if every tree, every leaf, every rock, and every blade of grass around him wanted to kill him. Seeing that the strange net of debris, paper, and other trash was about to pounce on him, his body suddenly collapsed and thinned, turning into a paper figurine. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrow-like branches pierced through the paper figurine and landed in the distance. The strange net then completely enveloped everything there, wrapping them into a ball that squirmed gently. Klein's body appeared 7 or 8 meters to the side. He knew that the attack he was worried about had finally arrived. He didn't make any observations, nor did he hesitate. He raised his right palm and was about to reach into his pocket to take out the adventurer's harmonica. The situation he had just encountered made him understand that the attacker was most likely a demigod from Rose School, an enemy that he couldn't fight against at the moment. The person who had chased after Sharon back then had given him a similar feeling. At this moment, the paper figurines in his pocket suddenly flew out and stuck to his face, one after another, layer after layer. At the same time, Klein's sleeves automatically tightened, restraining his arms and forearms, preventing his palm from reaching down. His Tarabar shirt and brown jacket all shrunk inwards, like a giant bear hugging him. In just a few seconds, he was bound to the spot by his own clothes, pants, and shoes. His face was covered with paper figurines, and his ribs were about to break. Breathing became extremely difficult. Klein was mentally prepared and had rich combat experience. He didn't panic at this moment. He pressed his right thumb and middle finger together, which weren't affected, and snapped them. Scarlet flames soared from the bend of his leg, burning the trousers that were wrapped tightly around his knee before spreading upwards and downwards. Seizing this opportunity, Klein straightened his knees and bounced up with great difficulty. Like a cannonball that had just been fired, he pounced to his right. In midair, he snapped his fingers again. This time, he ignited the sleeve at the joint of his right arm. Where he had been standing, the green weeds suddenly withered, and the black ground instantly turned white, as if it had been weathered for a long time. This attack came without any warning. If it wasn't for the fact that Klein knew that the enemy was powerful and that he might encounter an attack that he couldn't withstand by staying in the same spot, he would have been severely injured and lost his ability to fight. He might even have lost his life. With a smacking sound, 2 spots on Klein's sleeves ignited. His right hand finally had space to move. He reached into his pocket and grabbed the adventurer's harmonica. Thump! He fell to the ground and did a roll. He immediately pushed himself up with his right hand and snapped his fingers with his left hand, which was wearing a human-skinned glove. This time, his target was the paper people that stuck to his face and made him unable to breathe. Pa! The paper doll burst into flames, and the crimson tongues of flame almost burned Klein's hair. At this moment, a scene suddenly flashed across his mind. A thin arrow made of ice crystals, dyed dark green, shot toward his head at an extremely fast speed. As it was very fast and transparent, this thin arrow couldn't be discovered normally. However, even if Klein had a premonition of danger, it was already a little too late. This was because his movements were restricted by his clothes, preventing him from completely dodging. As this thought flashed through his mind, he barely bent his waist as his upper body fell backward and shifted quite a bit to the right. Fart! The cold and tiny ice arrow hit his left chest, instantly shattering the brown jacket and white round-neck shirt in that area and sending them flying into the air. However, this fatal ice arrow didn't continue forward because it was blocked by a book with a dark brown cover. This book looked ordinary. It was bound with the most common yellowish-brown goatskin, but it wasn't torn like the 2 layers of clothes on the outside. It didn't even have a hole. Roselle's Travels. This was an item that couldn't be damaged by the Sea God Scepter's lightning storm and a tiny bit of the mysterious space's powers. Having been frightened by the "I saw you" telegram last night, Klein had no doubt added new protective measures. He had prepared all the means he could think of. Apart from hiding the book in a fatal spot, he also had an iron cigar case in his other pocket. Inside it was the contaminated tinder glove. Once the situation wasn't right, he would remove the wall of spirituality and throw the item out to see if he could attract the attention of the true creator, making him send powerful subordinates over to make the situation even more chaotic. He knew that the true creator and the other evil gods also hated the mother tree of desire. After blocking the ice arrow, Klein fell to the ground and rolled to the side. He brought the adventurer's harmonica to his mouth and blew into it. At this moment, his face was a little black from the smoke from the burning paper figurines, but due to flame controlling's assistance, he wasn't injured. Then, he felt the clothes that bound his left arm, waist, thigh, neck, and feet return to normal, allowing him to regain his freedom. As he blew into the harmonica, he quickly activated his spirit vision and saw Miss Messenger walk out of the void. The 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in her hand turned on their own as they looked in the same direction. One of the heads snorted, opened its mouth, and sucked in a breath. A cold wind howled as a figure was forcefully pulled out of the green tree by an invisible force 100 meters away from Klein. This figure was unable to maintain a state that was difficult for others to see as it rapidly turned translucent and corporeal. He was a brown-black elder with sparse white hair and deep wrinkles. His facial features were very characteristic of the southern continent. Just as his brown eyes reflected Rionette Tynker's appearance, his brown-black eyes couldn't help but twitch. Then, without any hesitation, he opened his mouth as though he was about to give her an ultimate curse that had been brewing in his long silence. At this moment, the other head in Rionette Tynker's hand also opened its mouth as though it was making a silent scream. Hence, nothing happened in the forest. Upon seeing this, Jack hurriedly turned his head and looked at Klein. Before Klein could react, the white-haired, exaggerated wrinkled figure appeared in his left and right eyes. His mind instantly turned cold. His thoughts weren't slow, but he had lost control of his body. All he could do was watch helplessly as the white-haired elder vanished as he turned to face Miss Messenger. The 2 heads in Rionette Tynker's hand suddenly flew out and arrived in front of Klein. One of them opened its mouth and sucked in a breath, while the other's red eyes turned dark as its teeth grew longer and sharper. It was in a state between illusory and corporeal. Klein saw the translucent elder with sparse white hair being forcefully pulled out of his body. Then, Miss Messenger's head, which had grown long teeth, bit down on his shoulder, tearing off a large chunk of something that resembled both a spirit body and flesh. Jack frowned, but he didn't let out a tragic cry. His figure suddenly vanished as he jumped to a piece of glass 100 meters away. Following that, as though he was being chased by an invisible hand or an invisible enemy, he flashed through shallow puddles, animal eyes, and dew droplets on grass. Finally, he obtained a chance to catch his breath. And at this moment, Klein's body was still a little stiff as he felt cold from the inside out. Phew! Jack entered the spirit world and walked out again. In his hand was a wet, sticky, palm-sized person. The person's face only had one hole, and it was spitting out the grayish-white fog that Klein found familiar. Without any hesitation, Jack stuffed the person into his mouth. Upon seeing this, the other two heads in Rionette Tynker's hand left her palm and flew towards Jack at the same time. They were so fast that they arrived in an instant. However, Jack had already begun changing. The surface of his body turned black as his skin wrinkled and secreted clear water stains. His hair and eyebrows withered and floated down as his limbs became thin and long. In just a second, Jack seemed to be assimilated by the person, turning into a large, black, and wet baby with long, thin limbs and swollen, wrinkled skin. His eyes, nose, mouth, and ears left their original positions and moved to the center of his face as though they were gathering together to form a brand new organ. His skin, arms, and the appearance of his new organ were indescribably mysterious and evil. Just a glance at it made Klein's body, which had just recovered from the cold, itch to the extreme. His skin protruded with red spots formed from fine particles. His eyes were undoubtedly in pain as he instinctively closed them tightly and squeezed out tears. By the time he calmed down with cogitation and opened his eyes again, he discovered that Miss Messenger and the Rose School demigod had vanished. However, Klein's spiritual intuition told him that the two of them were still nearby. They were engaged in an intense battle that sometimes happened in the spirit world and sometimes outside. Be it the falling leaves, the rustling of the weeds, the crawling of the worms, or the running of the beasts, they all represented repeated confrontations. With this thought in mind, Klein took out Death Knell and quickly pinched the first joint of his index finger twice with his left thumb. Countless illusory threads appeared in front of his eyes, allowing him to see things that were different from his normal vision and spirit vision. Two blobs of dense black threads that were swimming around him rapidly represented Rionette Tynker and the Rose School demigod. Apart from this, Klein also discovered that a dense cluster of illusory black threads was rapidly approaching his location. From time to time, it would stop to avoid the two demigods who were engaged in an intense battle. There's another enemy. The enemy that was hiding in the distance and waiting for the outcome has now decided to participate in the battle. In short, in such a situation, the one approaching stealthily was definitely an enemy. Klein's eyes flickered as he pulled Death Knell's hammer, causing it to naturally droop and enter a state of lethal attack. Then, he pretended not to notice the cluster of illusory black threads as he reached into his pocket with his left hand and grabbed a gold coin. In a divination manner, he made it jump and roll between his fingers. He was interfering with the spiritual intuition of the approaching person. After losing the paper figurine, he could only use this method. After patiently waiting for 2 seconds for the other party to enter his shooting range, Klein's eyes turned solemn as he suddenly raised his right hand, aimed in that direction, and pulled the trigger. Chapter 741. Bang! The iron-black revolver with a slightly long barrel retreated as a pale golden luster shot out, heading straight for the target's next destination. However, the blob of illusory black threads suddenly stopped, as though it was observing something. From its state, it didn't seem to sense the impending danger. It was purely attracted by something else. A grayish-white rabbit leaped out from the lush grass and fled into the distance. A tree in front of the blob of illusory black threads suddenly fell backward amidst the gunshot. At the height of a person, a gigantic and irregular hole appeared on the tree trunk, as well as pure and blazing pale golden flames. The entire tree had been snapped in half. The might of Death Knell's strike was like a small-caliber cannon, but its penetrative power was even stronger. The dense blob of illusory black threads was clearly given a fright as it instinctively vanished from its spot, appearing on the surface of a shallow puddle. His figure was inevitably outlined. He was a man with a pale face, sunken eyes, and light brown eyes. He was about 40 years old, and he had a black mustache above his lips. He wore an old triangular hat. This man's appearance was no stranger to Klein. His bounty notice kept appearing in front of him, stacking up to form a clear impression. Admiral of Blood Seigneur. Just in ruin alone, His bounty is worth £42,000. He has long infiltrated Bayam. He's here to take Tirani von Helmosuin away. After that great scientist was discovered and died, he joined Rose School's mission to target me. I seem to have an additional weakness, but before it's triggered, there's no way to know what it is. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein saw Señor's figure vanish once again. However, the traces of this Admiral of Blood's existence remained obvious. The blob of illusory black threads that corresponded to him was like a firefly in the night to Klein. It wasn't difficult to identify him. The blob of illusory black threads rapidly circled around him, using the morning dew, glass shards, and water puddles that had mysteriously frozen to complete one leap after another. Soon, the distance between them was very close. Klein didn't wait on the spot. Instead, he dodged and dodged slightly to avoid being hit by the Rose School's demigod who was in the middle of a fierce battle. Señor's performance made him understand one thing. For a wraith to possess a target and directly control his body, it must first be within a certain range. Although the demigod from Rose School could do it from a longer distance, perhaps out of contempt or fear of accidents, he didn't do it. It was certain that Señor was a Sequence 5 wraith. Klein kept changing his position, waiting for the distance to become more suitable. Just as Admiral of Blood slowed down a little and was about to possess his target remotely, the glove on Klein's left hand suddenly turned deep black, as though it was constructed from layers of pure particles. He then spat out a word in the demonic language full of filth. Slow down. Señor had a premonition as he suddenly changed his position before Klein could open his mouth. However, everything within 7 to 8 meters came to a standstill. His dodging failed to produce any results. This was an area of effect. Señor's figure suddenly slowed down as he once again outlined himself in the real world. Klein raised the iron-black revolver in his right hand and pulled the hammer, placing his opponent within his aiming range. With death knell, he saw that his opponent's body was filled with all sorts of colors. The ghastly white color that represented his weakness wasn't on his head, but a point above his Adam's apple. Without any hesitation, Klein pulled the trigger. Lethal attack. At this moment, a blob of illusory black threads wandered to Señor's side and casually pulled at him. Admiral of Blood immediately leaned to the side as the pale golden bullet brushed past his neck and hit a distant rock, shattering it to pieces. Following that, a layer of golden flames ignited on Señor's neck, causing him to raise his head and open his mouth. A sharp shriek immediately blasted into Klein's ears, causing his head to buzz as his body came to a momentary halt. At some point in time, invisible souls were flying around Señor. Then, with a cold wind, they pounced at the enemy from the sky, the ground, and every direction. In each of Klein's eyes, a pale-looking man wearing a triangular hat and a red coat quickly materialized. They were almost complete. Klein snapped his fingers as his body was instantly enveloped by scarlet flames. Before the wraith could truly possess him, he had vanished from his spot. And less than 10 meters below the tree, the weeds were burning as the flames grew larger and soared into the sky. Klein nimbly leaped out and raised death knell once again. He aimed at the spot where he had been standing in a daze and injected more than twice the normal amount of spirituality into it. Slaughter. Bang. He pulled the trigger, and the pale golden bullet split into countless fragments. With holy flames, it swept across the area that the muzzle was aimed at. The formless spirits and ghosts seemed to have been swept by a solar storm. Without any ability to resist, they screamed as they were set ablaze. Having failed to possess him, Señor immediately knew that he would suffer a counterattack. He immediately flashed into a nearby glass fragment in an attempt to dodge. However, the storm of bullets brought by massacre had enveloped a rather large area, including the glass fragment. Amidst a loud boom, a few golden flames struck the side of the glass. They failed to hit it directly, only inflicting burning damage. Señor leaped into the mirror once again and appeared on the surface of a drop of dew in the distance. His body was covered in rotting wounds caused by the power of purification, but they weren't serious. Isn't this way too lucky? Indeed, Señor has a mystical item that can make him lucky. There are only 3 purifying bullets left. Klein frowned slightly as he ran agilely, as though he wanted to chase after him. As he knew that he was facing a member of Rose School, he had switched all the Beyonder bullets in his revolver to purifying bullets that targeted wraith zombies. There were a total of 6, and he had already fired 3 shots. During the first shot, Senor was saved by a rabbit that had jumped in by chance. During the second shot, he was pulled by a Rose School demigod who happened to run to his side. During the third shot, he happened to be in the gap between the fragments during massacre and didn't suffer any serious damage. His level of luck was unacceptable to Klein. However, Klein wasn't dispirited. Instead, he changed his appearance and figure back to that of a German sparrow. This was to prepare to throw out a large number of sea god domain charms the moment the situation turned awry, creating a certain fluctuation that would allow Sea King Jan Kotman in Bayam to acutely sense. If this sequence 3 demigod were to arrive and face a Rose School demigod, a hostile pirate admiral, and an adventurer with a mysterious background who had ties to the military, there was no doubt as to who he would deal with first. As for Miss Messenger, Klein believed that she would be able to retreat into the spirit world in time and freely choose to participate in the battle royal or leave. After receiving the telegram last night, the reason why Klein didn't find an opportunity to escape in the middle of the night was because Sea King could give him a sense of security. If he were to head out alone, he would definitely be noticed and captured into the Church of the Storm to be interrogated about his background. It was hard to predict what would happen after that. If he were to stay in his room and wait for the person who saw him to attack, he would have a chance to struggle to the streets and be discovered by Sea King. Against an evil person who was at least a demigod and a Sequence 5 adventurer who was rumored to be related to the military, Jan Kotman would undoubtedly first deal with the people from Rose School. And as a cardinal of the Church of the Storm and a high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punishers, he could use all kinds of sealed artifacts in the diocese. Even if he encountered an angel, he would be able to hold out for a period of time. At the same time, he would receive military support. In the chaos, Klein would have a chance to escape to the seaside and leave on a whale ship. To his regret, the night was peaceful after the telegram. And during the day, it was difficult for Sea King to monitor the entire city. Klein snapped his fingers again, causing the surrounding trees and weeds to ignite. It was as though fireworks were blooming with him as the center, giving off an inexplicable feeling of magnificence. The reason why he had chosen to pass through the forest to the cliff was because it was especially suitable for a magician's performance. His figure flashed and leaped through the flames as he circled around Admiral of Blood Senor, avoiding his approach and control. And with his previous experience and lesson, Senor knew that his target had an area of effect attack and the ability to deal damage. He didn't dare stay too long around him. If he missed, he would immediately try his best to open up a distance between them. He would either let out a wraith scream to affect his target or use his pale green fingers to aim at him like a gun. Unfortunately, the latter could only extinguish the flames and wither the vegetation. It was unable to truly lock onto Klein. Seeing that the fireworks-like flames were the greatest obstacle to his attack, Senor stopped in his tracks and once again let out a piercing scream that could injure a spirit body. Amidst the scream, an icy blue halo rapidly expanded beneath his feet, covering the soil, messy weeds, and scattered rocks on the ground in a layer of white ice. The cluster of flames made a sizzling sound, and after a small amount of mist rose, it was completely extinguished in the frost. Affected by the wraith's scream, Klein's flaming jump slowed down by half a beat and failed miserably. His figure had no choice but to appear midway as he staggered. Then, he saw an illusory skull swirling with black gas rush at him. It carried a heavy sense of death, as though it was an envoy sent by the underworld. At that instant, Klein didn't seem to be able to dodge, but a pale blue fireball that emanated the smell of sulfur suddenly condensed in front of him. His glove remained pitch black, in a devil state. With a poof, the fireball was extinguished. The illusory skull swirling with black gas also turned blurry and shattered, scattering to the ground, creating lifeless spots. Right on the heels of that, Klein stabilized his body and took out an iron cigarette case from his pocket. He threw it at Senor, and at some point in time, his glove had turned noble and sinister. Baron of Corruption, bribe. P.S. Requesting monthly votes in the last few hours of March. There will be an early update at midnight tilde. Chapter 742. Senor obviously wouldn't bet on the fact that the item thrown at him wasn't a threat. He immediately dodged and flashed far away, allowing the iron cigar case sealed by the wall of spirituality to fall to the ground. Then, he opened his mouth again and let out a sharp howl. The howl that seemed to come from the depths of his spirit body made Klein's head hurt. Even though he often received damage from the ravings of the true creator, Mr. Door, and other existences, giving him a rather strong resistance against such attacks, it was inevitable that he would come to a momentary halt. His nose burned as though his capillaries had ruptured. However, his resistance and the weakening effects of bribe allowed him to only pause for an instant. And this was something Admiral of Blood Senor had no way of knowing. Therefore, Klein pretended that he didn't recover that quickly and revealed his weak side, waiting for his enemy to take the bait. In normal battles, as a wraith could use mirror-like objects to jump, making it impossible for others to determine his position ahead of time, he was unable to maintain a distance of 5 meters even if he created clumps of flames and used them to constantly flash around. His control of spirit body threads would always be interrupted the moment it had any effect. For this, he planned on taking a slight risk and making his opponent jump into the trap he had dug. He wanted to end the battle as soon as possible and escape to the cliff. Seeing that his target was clearly in a daze due to the repeated damage from the wraith screams, Senor didn't hesitate to make his aura turn dark. Where Klein's eyes were, Admiral of Blood's figure rapidly appeared. It was abnormally small and abnormally clear. This didn't seem like a reflection of the outside world. The two tiny figures seemed to be living in his pupils. Just as the wraith's possession was about to be completed, the tattered and charred Klein bent his back slightly and calmly extended his palm to his left, as though he was a polite gentleman saying please. Creeping hunger maintained its sinister and noble black color, forcefully distorting Admiral of Blood's target. And due to the freezing halo, the surroundings were covered in frost and crystals. It was equivalent to a mirror. Above the thin layer of ice, Senor's figure in his triangular hat appeared with a slightly stunned expression. At this moment, creeping hunger switched to a deep black state as Klein spat out words filled with filth in the devil language. Slow down. Senor, who was about to use the mirror-like object to jump away, suddenly stiffened. His figure was outlined uncontrollably. His movements were very stiff, and his attempt failed. Because slow speed couldn't be used continuously, Klein's left glove turned pale and was dyed a dark green. Zombies. The frost on the ground intensified once again as it rapidly spread to Senor's side. It caused the slow-moving Senor to turn into a complete ice sculpture starting from his toes. Knowing that a wraith had a strong resistance to ice, Klein didn't slow down. He spent a second to make creeping hunger look like it was forged from gold. The illusory black threads in his eyes disappeared, and 2 dazzling bolts of silver lightning shot out from the depths of his eyes to the surface. Interrogator, psychic piercing. If it were under normal circumstances, Senor's body, which had fused with his spirit and body, would only be slightly affected. He might even suffer a backlash. However, having just escaped slow speed, and having yet to remove the ice, he could only forcefully withstand the invisible arrow that targeted his soul body. His mind felt like it had been pierced by a knife as it violently stirred. The pain spread throughout his body, making him temporarily lose his mind. By the time he snapped to his senses and prepared to continue jumping to open up a distance, the cold-looking adventurer opposite him opened his mouth once again. Slow down. Dogsh *T. Admiral of Blood Senor's actions turned sluggish once again. Following that, he undoubtedly suffered the follow-up attacks of freeze and psychic piercing. When he barely escaped, the black-haired, brown-eyed German sparrow opened his mouth for the 3rd time in a deadpan manner. Slow down. Senor felt a wave of anger and despair before falling into the same cycle from before. As for Klein, who had controlled his opponent 3 times in a row, he had long begun secretly controlling Admiral of Blood's spirit body threads. In fact, the most effective method was to use Death Knell to deliver 2 or 3 fatal shots to the target while he was powerless to escape. However, his previous failures told him that the enemy had a mystical item that could make him luckier. Attacks that were too direct and lethal could very well lead to accidents, making it impossible to achieve the desired effects. And it was precisely because of this that he chose to gradually control his spirit body thread. Time quickly passed as Klein circled around Admiral of Blood Senior to dodge any attacks that might come from the Rose School demigod. As he controlled his spirit body threads, he gradually reached a state of basic control. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Senior's thoughts turned sluggish as every part of his body seemed to be covered in rust. Klein no longer had the strength to use creeping hunger again. He continued deepening his control as he moved around at a moderate pace. No. I can't continue like this. A thought flashed through Senior's mind slowly as he condensed a transparent ice arrow in front of him. It was dyed a shade of dark green, as though it was paying homage to the surrounding forest. As for Klein, who had witnessed his opponent's slow-motion actions, he had already calmly retracted his left hand. He took out Roselle's travels from his chest and positioned himself. Sue. The ice arrow finally shot out. It looked like it was heading straight for Klein's chest, but midway, it suddenly changed directions and slanted upward. This was supposed to be an abnormally sudden and fatal change, but Senior's thoughts were a lot slower. Only when the ice arrow was about to reach Klein's body did he receive the command. The change wasn't sufficient and was rather rushed. Klein easily blocked it with Roselle's travels. Senior's face seemed to turn paler. After a few seconds of thought, he slowly opened his mouth and attempted to emit a wraith's scream. Klein was already prepared as he spoke first. Bang! The air bullet quickly shot out and hit Senior's mouth, causing his head to tilt back as his teeth fell out. The scream was cut short in his throat. Seeing his control deepen bit by bit as Senior's resistance crumbled again and again, to the point where even his lunatic outbursts that were about to lose their rationality were interrupted, Klein felt a sense of delight. At this moment, the shrill, sharp, and terrifying cry of a baby suddenly sounded, echoing through the forest. Klein felt goosebumps all over his body as he dropped Roselle's travels to the ground with a thud. His brain seemed to be clenched tightly by an invisible hand as he temporarily lost his senses of everything, including his spirit body threads. Senior's state of being controlled was removed. More than 100 meters away from them, the large black baby with swollen and wrinkled skin that looked like it had just come out of water broke free from its illusory state and returned to reality. His limbs were thin and long, and there was only an irregular hole on his face. It was filled with white teeth that circled around it. At this moment, Jack's body was covered in obvious and deep wounds. They pierced through his black, swollen skin, causing the rotting blackish-green liquid to gush out. After this Rose School demigod appeared, he no longer dodged or fled. He roared like a madman, letting out a cry that sounded like a baby's cry. It caused Klein and Senior to fall into a half-unconscious and half-painful state. Their bodies even showed signs of losing control. The 4 heads with golden hair and red eyes leaped out of the void as they opened their mouths and let out a silent scream, causing the terrifying cry to return to silence. Rionette Tynker and Jack engaged in battle once again. They alternated between the spirit world and the real world as they rapidly traversed through the leaves, weeds, insect eggs, ice crystals, and thorns. Admiral of Blood Senior and Klein stood in their original spots in a daze, trying their best to extricate themselves from the influence of the baby's cry. In this aspect, Senior believed that as a wraith, he had an advantage that others couldn't hope to match. The corners of his mouth subconsciously curled up a little. He had already thought of how he would deal with him next. But at this moment, the cold adventurer's gaze in his tattered clothes had already turned sober. It had only been a second since the baby's cry stopped. The abnormally experienced Klein recovered first and discovered that Senior was still in a daze. A chance. His heart stirred. He didn't attempt the unexpected long-range attacks, nor did he choose to spend more time controlling his spirit body threads. With a stomp of his right foot, his figure leaped towards his opponent like a cheetah. His left glove was dark and gloomy as it landed behind him, condensing a gigantic weapon formed from magma and flames. Its appearance was closer to a saber. Desire Apostle, Sword of Magma. Tap. Klein's body flashed past Senior's left as the burning greatsword swept across Senior's abdomen and got stuck in the middle. With a whoosh, Senior was ignited by the pale blue flames. However, his body was only injured and he didn't lose his life. He cried out in pain. After the two brushed past each other, Klein abandoned the Sword of Magma. With a stomp of his left foot, he turned around and faced Admiral of Blood's back. He pressed the iron-black death knell to the back of his head. He didn't use a lethal strike, but instead pulled the trigger. Amidst the bang, his body suddenly trembled. This was because the spot he had stepped on seemed to be a hole. Hence, death knell suddenly slid down as the pale golden bullet struck the side of Señor's neck. Blood that was dyed dark green splattered as Admiral of Blood lost a small portion of his neck. His body fell forward and he fell unconscious, but he wasn't dead. Just as Klein was about to fire another shot, the sky suddenly darkened as an arm reached out. The arm was at least 10 meters long, and its surface was pitch black and sticky. There were strange protrusions on its surface. Some of them had skull heads, some had three-dimensional eyes, and some had sharp tongues. As soon as they appeared, the entire forest swayed. All the green leaves withered as all the vermin stiffened and died. All the beasts were either paralyzed on the ground or crazily biting themselves as their bodies were drenched in blood. The sense of danger in him was extremely intense. He suddenly closed his eyes and pounced towards the ground in front of him. Then, he rolled, grabbed Grozel's travels, and placed it in front of his face to block it. P.S. Thank you, everyone. We are finally first in the monthly votes. While we're at it, I hope for 4 months of guaranteed monthly votes. Chapter 743. I've been writing for more than 7 years, and this is the first time I've gotten first place in the overall rankings. On the 1-year anniversary of Mystery's release, Mysteries, and I have no regrets about this book anymore. I'm really grateful to everyone, to every single friend. At the beginning of March, it was a normal request for guaranteed monthly votes, but I suddenly realized that no one was competing for the rankings. So, I had some ideas. I felt that this was a relatively easy chance for everyone to get first place with less burden. So, I took advantage of Little Ku's birthday to send out a single ticket, and we've maintained first place ever since. Thank you to GU Ichwan, thank you to Dawn and Eternal Night, thank you to Watermelon, thank you to Rainbow Bear, thank you to Seal, thank you to Ziang, thank you to Passerby, thank you to Fidias, thank you to Fat Headfish, thank you to Cheese, thank you to Phoenix Sect, thank you to Pomelo, thank you to Big Tree, thank you to Frozen Fire, thank you to Proud Sword Gale, thank you to Braised Meat, thank you to Ting Ting, thank you to All Quiet A, thank you to Disillusionment, thank you to No God, thank you to Monk Cat, thank you to Demon King Xiao Yang, thank you to many friends who tipped, sent red packets, voted for monthly votes, and thank everyone who subscribed. I remember that many friends said, "I'm going to order other books to support you." It was really funny and touching. Also, thank my moderators, administrators, Uncle Chang, Little Gao, Yuri, Hua Hua, Yin Wu, and so on. They made the book review section and Q group very good. Most of the time, it was very harmonious, very silly, and very interesting. Yes, I also want to thank Sister Hui, Master Bai, Yang Sun, and many, many friends who contributed silently behind the scenes. It has nothing to do with the number of monthly votes. But Monday is the day I work out. I really don't have time, so I'll postpone it to Tuesday. Thank you again, thank you, everyone. Yes, I originally wanted to summarize my writing in March, but the 3rd book is coming to an end. It's only a few days away, so I'll leave it for the end of the book. Chapter 744. The entire forest was withering, as though something that could destroy everything was about to descend. Just as the arm was about to fully stretch out, thick bolts of silver lightning fell from the sky, illuminating the entire mountain peak. They sizzled and connected together, turning into a cage that only existed in myths and legends, enveloping the pitch-black, sticky arm within. Dark clouds rapidly gathered high in the sky, growing eyebrows and a mouth, as though a human's face was hidden within. The huge commotion had been sensed by Sea King Jan Kotman in Bayam City. Without any hesitation, he attacked from afar and instructed the mandated punishers to activate the corresponding sealed artifacts. Rionette Tynka's figure was squeezed out of the void. Her complicated and dark black dress wasn't disheveled at all. She raised her left hand, and 2 blonde, red-eyed heads flew back, landing at the stump of her neck. The remaining 2 continued to tangle with the large black infant whose skin was swollen and wrinkled. When the cut on her neck wriggled and connected with the corresponding two sections, her figure suddenly expanded, as if she had turned into a Gothic castle. Patterns, vines, and decorations appeared on the surface, interweaving with each other to create a mysterious, evil, and impossible to look at directly. Klein closed his eyes tightly and used Roselle's travels to block his face. He injected his spirituality into it, but he still couldn't eliminate all the effects. His body couldn't help but tremble as he protruded one particle after another. And only at this moment did he confirm that the after-effect of using Death Knell was his fear of the dark. For the next 6 hours, he wouldn't have any more weaknesses. Thankfully, a weakness that can't be overcome doesn't mean that I won't be able to put up any resistance for a short period of time. Klein desperately closed his eyes as tears rolled down his cheeks. He didn't think too much about this problem, because the situation had already developed to a very dangerous and chaotic state. The one that descended just now seems to be stronger than Sea King. It should be an angel. However, he doesn't seem to be in a particularly good state. He didn't appear directly, but instead used the spirit world to attack. I can't rush over in time and can only consider this method. Thankfully, I received orange lights warning in advance. Otherwise, the situation would be unimaginable if this were to drag on. Klein's thoughts raced. His first reaction was to take the opportunity to escape and open up a safe distance. However, he knew that if he retreated without preparation, it would be equally dangerous. If the angel from Rose School were to give up on attacking and retract his arm, Sea King Jan Kotman wouldn't have any motivation to continue pursuing him. This was because he wasn't facing a saint. He couldn't consider forcefully keeping him behind. This way, it would be very difficult for Miss Messenger, Rionette Tynker, to stop him. When that happened, he would be able to continue chasing me. I have to give him more trouble so that he can't escape for a while. I'll take the opportunity to escape from the sea where the Blue Mountain Island is. Amidst his thoughts, Klein followed the emergency plan he had in mind. He held Roselle's travels and stuffed Death Knell in. After a few rolls, he arrived beside the iron cigar case. With a tap of his finger, he dispelled the wall of spirituality, opened the lid, and threw the tinder glove that had been corrupted by the true creator into the air, towards the source of danger. Right on the heels of that, Klein used Roselle's travels to block above him. He opened his eyes and took out a copper whistle. This wasn't Aztec's copper whistle, but the charismatic order copper whistle he had obtained from a mysticism enthusiast back in Beekland. It originated from a resurrected member of the charismatic order. Back then, Klein had divined what would happen if he blew the copper whistle and sent the letter. He had received an extremely dangerous revelation. At this moment, he planned on letting the extremely dangerous collide with the extremely dangerous to create a more chaotic and advantageous situation. He quickly brought the copper whistle to his mouth and blew at it. Then, in his eyes that he didn't dare look up despite having activated his spirit vision, a skull with 3 dead fish eyes appeared. Surrounding it were black tentacles that resembled appendages. Without any hesitation, Klein handed the white feather left behind by the resurrected charismatic order member to the messenger. He didn't wait for the messenger to vanish. He immediately bulged his muscles, swung his arm, and threw the copper whistle into the air, throwing it towards the source of danger. After doing all of this, he put away the iron cigar case, rolled again, and bounced up, heading straight for the cliff. During this process, he kept his head down and constantly changed his position. He didn't dare to look at the scene in midair, and he didn't dare to stop for even a moment. When he passed by the unconscious Admiral of Blood Seigneur, Klein's gaze suddenly froze. He was alarmed to discover that Seigneur had vanished. In the chaotic situation where no one could help him, the heavily injured Wraith, who was unable to maintain his spirit-body state, had vanished. Klein didn't stop as he swept his gaze. He saw dark red blood splattered on the ground in front of him, and that area was where Roselle's travels had fallen. No way. A few drops of Admiral of Blood's blood splattered on the book's cover. This caused him to be sucked in. Klein frowned. He didn't believe it to be a good thing. He was afraid that the angels and saints sent by the Mother Tree of Desire would use the Admiral of Blood in Roselle's travels to track him down. However, it was impossible for him to abandon the book now. Without it, Klein didn't believe that he would be lucky enough to dodge all the aftershocks and unknown fragments that could fall from the sky at any moment. Once I leave this place, I'll use my spirit body to enter and resolve the latent danger. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the running Klein jabbed his toes forward, shoveling up the soil that had been stained with Señor's blood. He reached out and grabbed some of it. This was what he needed to locate Admiral of Blood in the future. Tap, tap, tap. Klein ran like a snake as he held Roselle's travels above his head. From time to time, he would make adjustments based on his premonition of danger. The book blocked out the streaking lightning and the raindrops that could corrode rocks. It shielded him from the terrifying gazes that were focused on him, allowing Klein to successfully pass through the lifeless forest and arrive at the edge of the cliff. At this moment, his surroundings suddenly turned dark. It wasn't the kind of darkness that came with a heavy downpour, nor was it caused by the absence of a moon or stars. It was dead silent as it emanated the smell of decay. Murmurs that sounded far or near, high or low sounded from time to time. There was the sound of something slowly panting in midair. Klein, who was afraid of the dark, trembled. He didn't dare to look up at what was happening above his head. All he could do was notice a few white feathers stained with yellowish oil swirling down from the sky when the lightning lit up. He took a step forward with his right foot and rushed out of the cliff before plummeting straight down. He fell out of the darkness and saw light. Then, he fell into a huge mouth that had been prepared for a long time. The mouth didn't have any teeth. It suddenly closed and sank to the bottom of the sea. According to their prior agreement, it quickly swam towards a reef outside Blue Mountain Island. It was a gigantic seabed creature with 16 fins on its back. In the lightless darkness, Klein instinctively curled up into a ball and trembled helplessly. However, he managed to barely restrain his emotions and took out the Priest of Light beyond a characteristic that he had prepared to deal with a wraith. It originated from the glove from before. Pure light emitted from the transparent stone-like object, dispersing Klein's fear. He was just about to consider whether he should wait for the outcome or attempt to do something when he suddenly felt the back of his hand itch. He hurriedly looked down and saw that the pores there had opened up, growing some white fluff. These fluff rapidly grew as though they were about to turn into feathers. Klein immediately felt that every part of his body was itching. The fellow that the copper whistle got is really dangerous. Klein was rather experienced. He immediately stood up, took 4 steps counterclockwise in the seabed creature's mouth, and chanted an incantation. His spirit body once again passed through the grayish-white fog that was filled with countless ravings and roars. Black-green gases drilled out of his body as they struggled with all their might, but they vanished without any resistance. After returning to the palace that looked like a giant's residence, Klein examined his spirit body state again and discovered that it had returned to normal. There wasn't a single black-green gas or white feather. Phew, it worked. He exhaled and immediately returned to the real world. Under the illumination of the Priest of Light beyond a characteristic, Klein saw that the white fluff on the back of his hand still existed, but it had lost the ability to continue growing. There were more or less traces on other parts of his body, but they weren't too obvious. Yes, when Mr. Aztec comes, there should be a way to resolve the remaining problems. Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he inwardly drew the crimson moon and prayed to the goddess for Mr. Aztec's quick arrival. At that moment, Rionette Tynka's figure appeared in front of him. Miss Messenger had 3 heads on her head, and she held one in her hand. Compared to before, she looked even more lively. She stretched out her empty left palm and grabbed Klein's shoulder, bringing him directly into the spiritual world and shuttling through it quickly. Amidst the layers of bright colors, Klein only felt a little dizzy before he returned to reality and found himself on a reef. Rionette Tynka's 4 heads glanced at each other. It's safe. Next time. Remember to pay. After saying that, she disappeared as if she had something important to do. To think that she can do that. If I knew this would happen, I would have gotten Miss Messenger to use such a method to take me away. However, from the looks of it, she doesn't seem to be in a good state. This is probably a form and method she wouldn't normally use. As Klein sighed, he placed the Priest of Light beyond a characteristic into his pocket, leaving only Roselle's travels outside. Just as he was about to look around and confirm his current location, Another hand reached out and grabbed his shoulder. Klein jumped in fright as he hurriedly turned his head and realized that it was Mr. Aztec. Aztec grabbed his shoulder and brought him into the spiritual world. They quickly ran through the layers of bright colors. Actually, I'm already safe. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched, but he didn't say those words out loud. P.S. Update first before making changes. Please ensure a monthly ticket tilde after 2 chapters today. There will be 3 chapters tomorrow. Chapter 745. On a mountain outside Bayam, a forest had lost all its vitality and was mostly buried by a collapsed rock wall. A tall, burly, dark blue-haired middle-aged man dressed in a storm priest robe stood in midair, looking down with obvious anger in his eyes. He was none other than the cardinal of the Church of the Storm, the Archbishop of the Rorsted Sea, a high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punishers, Sea King John Cotman. At this moment, Cotman still had the scene of the battle in his mind, remembering the exit of every participant. The angel from Rose School had used a certain method to transmit his power from afar. After his goal failed, he easily took away his heavily injured companions. No one was willing to let him stay, except for the strange monster that appeared out of nowhere. John Cotman remembered very clearly that when the angel retracted his arm, sparse white feathers had appeared on the pitch-black sticky surface. They grew out from the top of the skull, from the 3-dimensional eyes, and from all sorts of unimaginable places. And all of this was because the angel from Rose School had dodged the glove with the true creator's aura and used some strength to shatter a seemingly ordinary copper whistle. After the strange and evil spirit world creature entangled the angel for a while, it retreated deep into the spirit world, preventing John Cotman from chasing after it. The Aurora Order Saint who had opened the teleportation door didn't participate in the battle. After watching in puzzlement for a while, he picked up the glove with the true creator's aura, and before the battle ended, he opened the door again and left. The strange monster that came because of the copper whistle didn't have a fixed form. It was like a manifestation of death itself. He was like a fog that filled the surroundings, but he had many white feathers with pale yellow stains. His target was very clear, the angel from Rose School. After he escaped, he also disappeared from the scene, as though he was chasing him. But even so, John Cotman, who had flown over from the city with a sealed artifact, still instinctively felt uncomfortable. It was as though he had suddenly advanced a long distance on his long journey towards death. The only one without divinity had escaped from the area before John Cotman arrived, and he could not be found. However, John Cotman recognized him. An adventurer who could kill a Sequence 5 Desire Apostle had the right to have his ingredients placed on the Sea King's table. Although this was one of the less important ones, John Cotman, who had experienced the Seafarer sequence, still remembered the corresponding content. He looked at the cliff and the waves that kept crashing into the island. He whispered a name. German Sparrow. On a deserted island in an unknown sea region, Klein and Aztec's silhouettes quickly outlined themselves at the edge of the beach. Klein was about to speak when the bronze-skinned Aztec's brown eyes suddenly turned deep, as if they were connected to a dead and dark world. He grabbed at the air with his right hand, and the undeveloped white feathers all flew out, crumpled into a ball, and landed in his palm. Aztec gently clenched his fist, and the strange feathers disappeared, as if they had become food for the dead world in his eyes. Mr. Aztec, this was brought about by the charismatic order copper whistle. Klein first pointed out the facts before explaining in detail. The situation was a little critical back then. In order to make the situation more chaotic, I blew the copper whistle and gave the corresponding feather to the messenger. Then, I felt as if the underworld had descended. I didn't stay and quickly left the scene, but these feathers still grew out of my body. With gentle facial features, Aztec nodded slightly. I sensed it from afar. It shouldn't be a normal high-sequence beyonder. I suspect that it's a byproduct of the charismatic order's artificial death project. Is that so? So I successfully held back the angel from Rose School? Klein thought, feeling a little lucky. Aztec looked around and continued, I still have things to do. I still have things that I need to do. This can help me awaken more memories. When all of this is over, I'll come to you again to retrieve the ring left behind by the ancient death. My premonition tells me that it might allow me to go to the Berserk Sea or the southern continent. It's best if you go to large cities like Beekland or Trier. In those places, the forces that Rose School can mobilize are very limited, and they don't dare to act recklessly. Of course, the best choice is the headquarters of the various churches like Pazu Island, but that will bring about other dangers. Aztec joked at the end, just like a normal ruined gentleman. This life experience seemed to have left a deep impression on him. No matter how much of his memories he recovered, there were obvious traces left behind. Under the condition of retaining his memories, a few decades doesn't have much of an effect on 1,000 years. But starting from a state of forgetting everything, 20 to 30 years is enough to reshape a person. When Mr. Aztec completely recovers his memories, will his different life experiences result in the development of different personalities? What a profound question. I'll have to let Miss Justice think about it later and consult psychological alchemy. Amidst his thoughts, Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Mr. Aztec didn't delve into the conflict between him and Rose School. He then asked, "Mr. Aztec, what do you know about the Mother Tree of Desire?" Aztec shook his head. "Before I saw the letter you sent, I didn't even know of her existence." "You don't know about the Mother Tree of Desire?" Klein was taken aback as he asked, "What about the chained god?" "What about the chained god?" Aztec shook his head again and sighed with a smile. "In ancient times, she or they might have had another name." "That's right." Mr. Aztec began the cycle of losing and regaining his memories at the end of the fourth epoch. He had been wandering the northern continent, and Rose School was born in the southern continent at the beginning of the fifth epoch. Klein nodded and didn't ask further. As for Aztec, he still had matters to attend to. After exhorting him a little more, he brought him through the spirit world again and arrived at a certain spot on the northern continent's east coast, where he left him by the sea. Seeing that Mr. Aztec had left, Klein looked at the seawater that kept surging towards the shore for a few seconds. He wasn't in a rush to go to a nearby city. He found an uninhabited cave and set up a simple ritual to create a wall of spirituality. He sacrificed creeping hunger, death knell, Aztec's copper whistle, G.E. Roselle's travels, and the soil stained with Señor's blood above the grey fog. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and entered the mysterious space. He sat at the fool's seat and took the metal bottle from before. As it was stored above the grey fog, the remaining blood in the bottle hadn't coagulated. After putting on his gloves and stuffing his other items, Klein poured out a few drops and smeared them on the dark brown cover of Roselle's travels. Why didn't a new story begin after the addition of a new character and start all over again? Klein looked at the book that hadn't changed its name as he suddenly had a question. Before he could think, the scene in front of him turned into a blur. It was as though countless transparent creatures were hidden around him. Everything quickly became clear as Klein realized that he was sitting on a long wooden bench by the street. This was where he had previously left. Is this the saving and loading function? Klein joked inwardly as he took out the soil stained with Señor's blood. He broke off a tree branch and attempted divination. Based on the results he obtained, he headed out of the city and entered a nearby forest. He found the unconscious Admiral of Blood by the side of a stream. At this moment, only about 10 minutes had passed since the battle. The exaggerated wounds on Señor's neck and chest had clearly shrunk. It looked like he had recovered quite a bit. Such vitality was completely unlike that of a human's. In another 15 minutes or so, this Admiral of Blood would likely wake up. In another hour or two, he would regain his ability to move normally. This is a zombie, a wraith. You originally had the chance to be rescued by the angels and demigods from your organization, but your blood happened to splatter onto Roselle's travels, making you a prisoner of this book. It gave me time to deal with you. Of course, this allowed you to avoid the damage from the demigod battle. You didn't die on the spot. I wonder if you're lucky or not. Klein mumbled as he observed. He held Death Knell tightly in one hand and reached for Señor's neck with the other, taking off the necklace made of pure silver. The necklace had a pendant of the same color that resembled an ancient coin. The front and back were covered in mysterious patterns and symbols. There was also an inscription in ancient Hermes engraved on it: "How lucky you are now will be how unlucky you will be in the future." This is the mystical item that Admiral of Blood uses to enhance one's luck? What a pity. Even a demigod can't make me luckier, so it probably can't either. I'll sell it for money later, or I can ask Miss Messenger to see if I can use it to pay off my debt. Klein wasn't in a rush to put away the necklace as he placed it on a rock beside him. He was afraid that there would be unknown negative effects that would affect his subsequent actions. Then, Klein focused on controlling Admiral of Blood's spirit body threads. He wanted to create the first puppet he would use for a long period of time, so as to conclude the acting principles of a marionettist. And there was no puppet that was more convenient to carry around than a wraith. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In 10 seconds, Klein completed his initial control. Señor's spiritual intuition sensed danger as his body clearly struggled. However, due to his heavy injuries and sluggishness, he ultimately failed to wake up. Time ticked by, and on the 4th minute, Klein heaved a sigh of relief without hiding it. At this moment, Admiral of Blood Señor opened his eyes and stood up. He faced him and pressed his chest in a coordinated manner. "Good morning, sir. Is there anything I can do for you? P.S. First update. Thank you for the Silver Alliance's Happy Days Tilda." Chapter 746. Illusory black threads extended out from Señor's body and entered Klein's palms, reacting differently with every jump of his spirituality. In fact, controlling spirit body threads didn't necessarily require hands. However, Klein was used to doing so. This made him feel as though he was indeed controlling a marionette. From the present situation, peers in the same line of work can discover each other's puppets. The abnormalities in the spirit body threads can't be hidden from their eyes. Therefore, I have to be extremely careful in this aspect. Klein summarized the problems he had discovered as he quickly turned his thoughts back to Señor himself. This Admiral of Blood was as good as dead. His spirit body had become a puppet's appendage, and he had lost his own uniqueness. Therefore, many divination methods were no longer effective on him. Of course, the method of finding the type of corpse was still useful. Klein planned on letting the wraith disinfect the grey fog before using the paper angel to wrap the mirror-like object he possessed. Finally, he placed it in an iron cigar case sealed with a wall of spirituality and stayed with Aztec's copper whistle to create a triple interference. This way, Klein believed that it was nearly impossible for the Rose School's angel to use Admiral of Blood's divination and prophecy to lock onto his location. As for whether the Mother Tree of Desire had left a backdoor in Señor's body, he wasn't too worried. This was because if the Mother Tree of Desire had really done something to Admiral of Blood, she could have made Señor suddenly mutate during the demigod battle to deal with him. Based on the situation back then, she would have definitely succeeded. The Mother Tree of Desire, or should I say, the Chained God's tight control over the organization's members relies on an oath and contract that goes deep into the soul. This can be inferred from Miss Sharon's description and state, as well as my own experiences after coming into contact with the corresponding characteristics. As long as I don't attempt to use Admiral of Blood to divine the secrets of Rose School or the Mutant Pathways potion formula, there won't be any problems. It's normal for the werewolf beyond a characteristic to remain above the grey fog for so long. Moreover, there's still a process of disinfecting the grey fog. If there are any hidden problems, they'll be cleared. Klein thought for a moment and took out Aztec's copper whistle from his body. He turned his right hand slightly so that the areas with fewer patterns on the copper whistle were exposed to the sunlight, reflecting the light like a mirror. Señor's figure immediately appeared on the copper whistle and quickly became clear. And the Admiral of Blood in front of Klein suddenly vanished. Perhaps the Mother Tree of Desire can still vaguely locate me through oaths and contracts, but that doesn't matter. After all, she can sense the grey fog's characteristics on me and sense me within a certain range. Besides, such a puppet might be destroyed by me as a shield at any time. Klein was like an unemployed person who owed a lot of debt. He felt that there was nothing to be afraid of. Of course, he did owe a lot of debt. As long as I advance to a demigod, I'll be able to hide my characteristics. I can easily lose the puppet. Klein surveyed his surroundings and bent down to pick up the silver necklace. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and chanted an incantation. This time, he didn't summon his spirit body to enter, so he couldn't directly return. The greyish-white fog quickly emanated as hysterical ravings and roars echoed eternally. The Aztec copper whistle in Klein's hand didn't experience any abnormal changes. This meant that there weren't any hidden problems in Admiral of Blood's body. After sitting at the end of the long bronze table, Klein placed Aztec's copper whistle in front of him. He made Senor, who was wearing a dark red coat and an old triangular hat, appear beside him like a butler awaiting his master's orders. "What other items do you have on you?" Klein asked. It seemed like Admiral of Blood was still alive. He was attempting to act as a marionettis. Following that, he controlled Senor and made him rummage through every pocket on his body. He took out £325, 16 soldi, and 8 pence in cash, including 13 gold coins. Apart from this, Senor didn't carry any other items, perhaps due to him frequently transforming into a wraith form. How poor. A pirate admiral only has one mystical item? Did he hand it over to Rose School and distribute it to the pirates under him? Klein seriously considered the problem of cashing in Admiral of Blood through the black market. He was worth £42,000 in Ruin alone. Yes, it's unrealistic to claim a bounty from Ruin. Be it the Church of the Storm or the Kingdom's military, they would be more than happy to use this clue to capture the German Sparrow, who caused so many demigods to engage in a free-for-all. They would investigate the organization behind him, but there's no way they would pay. Even if they did, it would be a trap. By the same logic, the churches and governments of other countries would definitely have similar thoughts. However, their attitudes might be better. Claiming a bounty requires a considerable amount of risk. Besides, there's no rush. I'll send Senor out when I want to switch puppets. After all, being a marionette for a few days wouldn't affect his status and value. Klein reined in his thoughts and cast his gaze at the silver necklace with an ancient coin-like pendant. He then used divination to roughly grasp the necklace's origins and use. It originated from a Sequence 5 winner of the Life School of Thought. After this gentleman died at the hands of a Rose School demigod, his Beyonder characteristic, his psyche, and an ordinary silver necklace he carried with him fused together to form a mystical item. Why would an ordinary silver necklace be carried by a Sequence 5 Beyonder? As it had been too long, the item had been corrupted, preventing Klein from receiving any effective revelations. This mystical item had two effects. First, it passively made the wearer luckier. In daily life, the owner of the necklace would encounter good things from time to time, making it easy for them to succeed in whatever they did. When they encountered a fatal blow or a terrifying disaster, a dramatic scene would appear, allowing them to be successfully saved. The latter could only last for 10 minutes. Second, it was to actively give the enemy bad luck, making the target unlucky. Be it in daily life or in combat, it was easy to fail due to some tiny problems. The corresponding negative effect of the necklace was the conservation of luck. After being lucky, bad luck would immediately follow. The luckier one was previously, the unluckier one would be in the future. This required the wearer to be focused and very serious in avoiding it. Otherwise, it was easy to die in a hilarious manner, even implicating the people around them. The luck obtained in daily life would often reverse after a month. Regardless of whether the wearer wore it or not, they would become unlucky. However, this bad luck was released in a soothing manner, so the danger level wasn't high. And the luck obtained in combat would return in a similarly intense manner 10 minutes later. Overall, it's a rather good mystical item, but it's not of much use to me. After all, even Fate Counselor Ricardo can't change my luck. Yes, I'll wear it with me for now. It doesn't have any negative effects on me. I'll sell it if I have the chance to repay Miss Messenger's debt. Miss Messenger wants gold coins, and I have gold pounds. It's nearly impossible to exchange 10,000 gold coins through banks or the proper market. From the looks of it, I'll have to split it up and let each member of the tarot take charge of a portion. Klein quickly finalized his plan and very casually gave the necklace a name, Scales of Luck. Following that, he cast his gaze at Admiral of Blood Senor, who was standing respectfully by the side, and seriously studied the powers a wraith possessed. Forceful possession, control of enemies, wraith shriek, mirror blink, obstacle penetration, death-like spells, invisibility that won't be discovered by most low and mid-sequence Beyonders. Klein identified them one by one and compared them with what Sharon and Marek had described, as well as what he had experienced in combat. He quickly ended all of this, afraid that the candles in the real world would burn out, and the cave without any light was extremely unfriendly to him, who was afraid of the dark. Klein immediately pulled out a paper figurine from the junk pile. Together with the Dark Emperor card, he fused some of the powers above the grey fog and transformed it into an anti-divination angel. This angel quickly spread its wings and hugged a gold coin. The reflection of the gold coin had Señor's figure. Then, Klein brought the gold coin, Aztec's copper whistle, death knell, luggage, and other items back to the real world. As for Creeping Hunger and Roselle's travels, one was temporarily out of food, and the other had been carried for too long. There was no telling when Klein's body would be swallowed into the book, so they were left in the junk pile above the grey fog. After returning to the cave, Klein busily placed the gold coin and Aztec's copper whistle into the iron cigar case and sealed it with a wall of spirituality. He tidied up the scene, changed into his formal attire, and carried his luggage. He followed the beach and found a place where people lived. He realized that he was near Pritz Harbor. He didn't immediately return to Beekland. Instead, he changed his appearance and took the steam locomotive to Desi Bay's Conant City. He planned on circling around there and changing his identity. Banzi Harbor. Alger Wilson looked at the destroyed city under the afternoon sun. He saw that all the houses had collapsed, and there were deep ravines in the ground. There were charred marks everywhere. This scene continued deep into the island. There were even mountains that had collapsed. At that moment, there were no people from the Church of the Storm guarding the ruins. This was because there was nothing there, and the plan to rebuild the harbor was far from being put on the agenda. Alger jumped off the Blue Avenger and circled the ruins with the sailors, but he didn't find anything of value. "Let's go," he instructed calmly. They quickly boarded the ship and set sail away from the island. After an unknown period of time, a figure suddenly walked out from the depths of the ruins. He wore a double-breasted pure black clergyman robe. His hair was dark gold, and his facial features were like a classical sculpture without any wrinkles. One of his pupils was a deep blue that was nearly black, while the other looked dim, but it was filled with dense tiny blood vessels. P.S. Second, thanks to the Silver Alliance's Verkal Tilda. Chapter 747. Desi County, Conant City, 67, Red Indus Street. With a face commonly seen in Ruin Kingdom, Klein took a step forward and pulled the doorbell. In less than a minute, the door creaked open. A maidservant in a black and white dress peeked her head out and sized him up for a few seconds. She asked in puzzlement, "Good evening, who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for Ma'am Nilu. I'm a friend of her father, David Raymond," Klein replied calmly. David Raymond was the nightmare he had released from Creeping Hunger, a red glove of the Nighthawks. His greatest concern was his daughter, Nilu. He felt extremely guilty for not being able to accompany her as she grew up, causing her to lose her mother and nearly lose her father. Back then, Klein had promised him that if he had the chance, he would come to this beautiful coastal city to help him see how his daughter was doing. After some prior inquiries, Klein had gained a rough understanding of Nilu's situation. After this girl graduated from grammar school, she joined the Church of the Evernight Goddess's Care for Women and Children Foundation. Her weekly salary was £2.10 solely, making her the envy of her neighbors. She had also inherited an inheritance from her merchant father. As for the exact amount, no one knew. All they knew was that she was richer than most middle-class people. Typically, such a girl with sufficient wealth would be very careful about her marriage. They would repeatedly choose and inspect their partners, resulting in them marrying late. However, Nilu married a government employee after just a year of work. As both of them believed in the Evernight Goddess, she didn't take her husband's surname. She was still called Nilu Raymond, and she continued living at 67, Red Indus Street without moving away. Upon hearing Klein's reply, the maidservant hurriedly asked him to wait as she entered the living room to report. Before long, a lady in a home dress walked to the door. She had black hair and blue eyes. Her cheeks were rather slender, and her facial features weren't bad. She resembled David Raymond somewhat. "Good evening, sir. I'm David Raymond's daughter, Nilu. May I know when you met my father?" Nilu asked politely but warily. Klein took off his hat and smiled. I met him at sea. It's been a few years. Nilo Raymond glanced warily at the other side. Perhaps you still don't know, but he has already passed away. Klein sighed. I know. I met him during that disaster. He said something back then. I didn't care much about it at first, but the more I thought about it in the past few years, the more I felt that you should know. Is that so? Nero whispered. After some thought, she said, Please come in. Do you mind if my husband listens in? It's only related to your decision, Klein replied calmly. Nina nodded and led Klein into the study. Her husband, a government employee with an ordinary appearance and a gentle temperament, put down the newspaper and followed them in. After both parties sat down, Klein looked at the couple on the sofa opposite him. Mr. David Raymond once experienced a disaster and lost his father, mother, wife, brother, and sister. Nero nodded expressionlessly. I know. Klein thought for a moment and continued, on the surface, he's a businessman, but in reality, he's hunting down the murderers who caused that disaster. I know, Nina said without much of a reaction. Klein glanced at her and continued, he's devoted himself to this matter. It's a pity that he wasn't able to accompany you as you grew up. While you lost your mother, you nearly lost your father. Nina fell silent for a second before quickly replying, I know. Klein swept his gaze across the old books around him and sighed silently. He said that his greatest wish is to see you have your own marriage and family under the witness of the goddess. He said that you're no longer lonely. I believe he should be very gratified now. Nero's gaze slowly moved away from Klein's face. She opened her mouth and paused for 2 seconds before replying. I know. Klein leaned forward slightly and clasped his hands. He said that he might die at sea. He told me to tell you that he died in an accident. All the murderers from before have been punished. You don't need to hate anyone anymore. He also said that he loves you very much and that he's very sorry. Nina fell silent for a few seconds. She blinked and turned her head to the side. She chuckled with unclear emotions. I got it. Klein gave her a deep look and slowly got up. I've already conveyed the message. It's time for me to leave. The response from the other party was silence. Nero's husband nodded slightly to express his gratitude. Klein turned around and walked to the door of the study. Just as he turned the doorknob, Nero Raymond's deep and hoarse voice sounded from behind him. What kind of person do you think he is? After a second of silence, Klein turned his head, curled the corners of his mouth, and smiled. He smiled and said, a guardian. He didn't stay any longer. He opened the door of the study and walked to the coat rack. When he put on his top hat and left 67, Red Indus Street, a thin sob that he tried his best to suppress suddenly drilled into his ears. Silently shaking his head, Klein left the street and entered a cathedral of the Evernite goddess. Passing through the deep and quiet aisle, he sat in the 7th row from the back. Facing the dark black sacred emblem with the half-crimson moon and resplendent stars, he took off his top hat, lowered his head, and clasped his hands in front of his mouth, just like most of the believers. Time passed quickly in the silence and tranquility. Klein slowly opened his eyes and gently stood up. There was a blob of something wrapped in paper where he had been sitting. Klein walked down the aisle, out of the prayer hall, and walked to the entrance of the cathedral. With his back facing the inside, he put on his top hat, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. Pa! The paper where he had been sitting was suddenly ignited, attracting the priest's attention. By the time the gentleman rushed over, the flames had already been extinguished, leaving behind a glossy black gem-like object. This is. Although the priest didn't know what the gelatinous object was exactly, his spiritual perception told him that it was very important. When he and the other priests chased him out of the cathedral, the gentleman in the tailcoat and half-top hat had already disappeared. The next morning, Klein, who had obtained a new identity through the local black market, came to the steam locomotive station. He held a second-class ticket worth 18 soldi and his identification documents in one hand, and a black leather suitcase in the other. He stood tall on the platform, waiting for the train to Beekland to arrive. Now, he looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was more than 180 centimeters tall, and his black hair was mixed with some silver strands. His blue eyes were as deep as a lake at night, and his facial features were rather pleasing to the eye. He had a mature and refined temperament. Looking down at the identification documents in his hand, Klein's eyes reflected his current name. Dawn Dantes. After some thought, he placed the suitcase on the ground, opened it, and stuffed all his identification documents inside. Inside the suitcase was a small black wooden box. Inside it was the ashes of a former ruined soldier, Franzia Edward. Just as Klein tidied up the suitcase, he heard a humming sound. A steam locomotive spewed out smoke as it entered the platform and slowed down to a stop. He looked up and cast his gaze forward. After sizing it up in silence, he whispered to the suitcase. "It's time to go back." He immediately stood up straight, picked up his belongings, and walked towards the opened carriage door. Beekland, Sherwood Borough, 26, Kingster Street. Barnson took off his hat and coat and handed them to the maidservant. He looked at his sister, Melissa, who was focused on reading in the living room. "The entrance exam is in June. You can finally experience the pain of my serious studies." Melissa didn't look up as she continued reading. "I'm studying seriously every day. Be humorous, Melissa. Be humorous. What's the difference between a person who doesn't know humor and a curly-haired baboon?" Barnson said with a smile. Melissa casually glanced at him. "That's not what you said before." She didn't dwell on the difference between humans and curly-haired baboons. "Do government employees also finish work so late?" "No, it's just that a lot of things have happened recently. You don't know. In such a big change, the handover of work and the straightening out of different relationships are very troublesome." Barnson glanced at the mirror in the living room and could not help but raise his hand to tidy his hair. He said with an unhappy expression, "Although I'm just a small employee in the Ministry of Finance, it doesn't stop me from having a lot of work. The only thing that comforts me is that I've finally passed the damn internship period. From now on, I'll have a weekly salary of £3. Melissa put down her book and said to Barnson as she walked to the dining room, "Don't worry. It's time for dinner." She paused for a moment, then said very seriously, "I read in the newspaper that there's something called Donningsman tree sap, which is very effective for hair growth." Barnson's expression suddenly became very complicated. "Woo." Amidst the whistle, the long steam locomotive rattled into Beekland. Klein carried his suitcase and once again set foot on the capital of capitals, the land of hope. He realized that the fog was much thinner than before, and there was no longer an obvious pale yellow hue. The gas lamps on the platform had not been lit early to dispel the gloom and darkness. Looking around, Klein left the steam locomotive station, changed to a subway and a carriage, and went straight to the Church of the Storm Cemetery outside the West Borough. Then, he spent a small amount of money to place Franzia Edwards' ashes in a cabinet. At this point, it had been more than 165 years since the ruined soldier left Beekland. Taking a step back, Klein stared at it for a while. Shaking the paper into metal, he engraved on the cabinet door, "Franzia Edward." He closed his eyes and wrote again, "Every journey has an end." End of Part 3, P.S. 3rd, thank you to the Seal for the Silver Alliance. Thank you to everyone. I'll write a conclusion tomorrow. Chapter 748. The third movie is called Traveller, so I decided on a more relaxed style. The structure is also very simple. Just like I said before, a person will stop and see some scenery, get to know some people, and complete some things. However, I won't be deeply involved in it. Frankly speaking, it's quite difficult to write the content of a travelogue. It wasn't easy to create a character, familiarize oneself with a place, and gain a sense of difference in customs. Then, one would have to leave and continue on one's journey. It's a great test of one's ability to quickly introduce unique characters and interesting events. Now that I think about it, before Little Coup advanced to marionettist, I was doing quite well. Later on, I was busy doing things and had too many things to write. Furthermore, I was basically revisiting old places, so I left out the previous chapters. It's relatively urgent. I see many people say that my outline is very detailed, but that's not the case at all. What I'm detailed about are the various settings. The outline usually includes the theme of the novel, the structure to be written, which lines to pull back, which new foreshadowing needs to be set up, and which suspense to unfold. Then, it's all about free expression. Only after one story ends will I think of a detailed outline for the next story. With hundreds of thousands of words, to think of every plot in advance is not only a waste of time, but it's also very stiff. This is because if one doesn't really write it out, there's really no way to know what the plot will be like or how to continue. Furthermore, during the writing process, I often have new inspiration. For example, when I wrote the scene of little Koo leaving Beekland at the end of the previous novel, I had the finishing touch and the scene of her returning amidst the turbulent undercurrents. I also had the predetermined appearance of her brother and sister. At the same time, when I was organizing the outline, I also had the marking of World's appearance in the book. However, compared to the ending, there wasn't anything more specific. Later on, when I wrote about the release of the nightmare, I had the inspiration to convey a message to his daughter, presenting another meaning to the end of the journey. When I wrote G. Roselle's Travels, I began to set up the specific characters in the book. When I made A Ruined Soldier, I suddenly had the inspiration to return home. Adding all of this together, I had a very clear idea of how to write the third novel. Overall, the third novel is more bland. This is determined by its structure and predetermined style. I have also mentioned in advance that those who want to see a huge event at the end might be a little disappointed. Just like what I said earlier, I want to create a feeling of a turbulent undercurrent and danger at the end. This includes Ince's appearance, the Mother Tree of Desire's evil intentions, and the attack from Rose School. I want to tighten all of this to set off the scene of little Koo's return to Beekland. Yes, in the third novel, firstly, it's difficult to write the first part of the novel. Secondly, I have to write two dungeons, the ruins of the Battle of Gods and the world in the book. This is a rather huge test for me. Those who have read my previous novels should know that the Luck Destroyer and Arcane Art dungeons can be said to be rather dry, crude, and not very attractive. The former is strong at the end of the dungeon. As for the latter, I seriously thought about it. It's probably only the analysis of the dungeon in the dream and the bragging skills of the new world that are more interesting. The others aren't too good. In this life, many dungeons have been expanded into a world with the help of the unlimited structure. I can slowly write, introduce, and pave the way. Most of the time, there are companions around. Relatively speaking, it's much more attractive. However, the few individual dungeons, such as the Junwoo's Decoy Grave, still have the problem of being dry and crude. I have to rely on suspense. Martial arts basically doesn't have any dungeons. There's only one in the war-torn zones, but it's not much. There's nothing much to summarize. When it came to the third novel of mysteries, I seriously thought about how to deal with these two large dungeons. Based on my experience in this life, I first decided on suspense and companions. Based on my experience before and during the writing of mysteries, I decided on interesting. However, I always feel that it's still lacking. Later, when I was chatting with Bin in the past, I realized that our writing methods are different. I first want to tell a story, a view of the world. Then, based on the story and the background, I decide on a few main characters with special characteristics. After that, I slowly add new ones. He first thinks about these interesting people, then decides on what kind of story will be created when these people meet, travel together, and have a grudge against each other. Although I have always adhered to my own writing philosophy, I have also slowly incorporated some of his experience into it. So, I have been thinking whether I can change the companions to characters in the dungeon. I can create some unique and interesting people and let them collide with each other to develop a story. This will enrich the dungeon's content and make it more attractive as a whole. That's how I came up with the ruins of the War of the Gods. The results are not bad. This is the first time when I write a dungeon. Not only did the number of requests not decrease, it kept increasing. The content of nearly 100,000 words has been written down with great interest. When I arrived at the world in the book, I made another attempt. Because the first exploration of this dungeon will be very short, it's impossible to unfold the past of the characters inside. Thus, there's no way to express their sadness and happiness. So, I was thinking about the problem of how to express it. In the end, the title Traveler helped me finalize my thinking. As a traveler, There's no way for me to enter into other people's lives. Everything I see is just the surface. Then, I will have different feelings. For example, if I see a drunk girl vomiting and crying by the side of the road, some people will think that she has no self-respect. Some people will wonder if she has experienced something sad. Some people will think that it's noisy. Based on the fact that the sadness and happiness of humans are different, I purposely didn't write about the past of G.E., Roselle, Mobert, and the others to exaggerate their emotions. I only faithfully, objectively, and calmly recorded what they should say and what they should do. I didn't touch on their inner monologues at all. If you look closely, you'll realize that I basically didn't directly write about little Ku's inner feelings in that paragraph. I purposely left it blank. So, some people will feel that it's forced to be emotional and a little awkward. Some friends will be more sentimental. Some will think deeply and extend the story, trying to restore it. This is the effect I want to achieve. The sadness and happiness of humans are different. In the eyes of a traveler, it's even more so. Smile. I wrote a lot. The conclusion of the third dungeon is that the characters and the story are very well integrated, but it's a little rushed when I'm buttoning it up. Some parts can be stretched out a little more. Alright, the further I write, the more difficult it gets. I need time to relax my mind and organize the outline. I have to apply for leave again. Also, my stomach hasn't been feeling well this week. I'll go and take a look tomorrow. I'll rest for 3 days. From this summary, it'll be 2.5 days. I'll start updating the 4th dungeon on Saturday at noon. I'll go and update the characters later. Everyone, please mention which ones are there so that I don't forget. Oh right, some of my friends guessed correctly. The 4th dungeon, The Undying. Thank you again, everyone. I'll also ask for monthly votes. Chapter 749. The pitter-patter of rain, the faint mist, the rows of gas lamps that tried their best to emit a misty glow, and the carriages that drove through the streets from time to time formed the most common night scene in Beekland. Apart from these, Klein, who was standing behind the window, noticed some gratifying changes. Ding-ling-ling. As the crisp sound echoed, a strange machine with only 2 wheels sped along the edge of the road, heading to the other end of the street. Its frame was black, but parts of it had the grayish-white color of steel. Under the illumination of the gas lamps that penetrated the rain, it shimmered with the beauty of metal. Sitting on the machine was a man wearing a postal worker's uniform. His legs were constantly pedaling, appearing to be working very hard. Behind him was a wooden box that had been painted green. It's been well promoted. The mature Klein in a white shirt and black vest looked at this scene and sighed silently. In the short few hours since he returned to Beekland, he had encountered many similar strange machines on the way. These were the bicycles he had invested in and promoted. From the newspapers, Klein learned that the Beekland Bicycle Company had done a lot of advertising and had held bicycle races in the Sherwood Borough and the Beekland Bridge area to attract the attention of the people there. Apart from these methods, they had also actively promoted it to the government's postal service, police, and other departments. The results were said to be pretty good. Their pricing strategy was based on Klein's original suggestion. They avoided the middle and upper-class people who often used horse carriages and targeted technical workers with a weekly salary of £1.10 solely and above, students from well-to-do families, and public officials who often had to travel outside. Therefore, a bicycle that cost £3 to £5 was something that people of this class could afford if they gritted their teeth. At the same time, they could flaunt it to people with lower incomes. The problem now is that it often rains in Beekland, and people who ride bicycles can't use umbrellas. The next step is raincoats. Klein retracted his gaze, shook his head, and chuckled. The place he was currently staying at was a high-end hotel in Hillston Borough. It cost 10 solely a night, which was so expensive that Klein's heart ached. However, in order to match his persona, he could only grit his teeth and bear with it. According to his thoughts, Dawn Dantes' identity was likely to be a mysterious tycoon from Desi Bay who believed in the Evernite goddess. He had sold his original land and mines and was prepared to come to Beekland to seek new opportunities. He also had a certain level of interest in donating a noble title, but he lacked the wealth to do so. All he could do was consider expanding his connections and making financial investments. The advantage of such an identity was that it was different from all the characters Klein had played before. There was a clear distinction, and it allowed him to naturally come into contact with people of the middle and upper echelons, especially the people from the Military Officers Club and the bishops of the Church of the Evernite Goddesses Beekland Diocese. It made it convenient for Klein to continue investigating the truth behind the Great Smog of Beekland while gathering intelligence to come up with a detailed plan to steal the Antigonus family's notebook. Of course, there were pros and cons. Such a mysterious tycoon would definitely be noticed by the Nighthawks and mandated punishers, and he would be subjected to a certain level of background investigation. According to Klein's experience, such investigations could be done by official Beyonder organizations or handed over to the police if they didn't involve any important matters. However, they wouldn't take it too seriously, and it would be considered a routine matter. Therefore, Klein, who could be considered an expert in the field of disguise, had designed and prepared a second identity for Dawn Dantes to deal with the background investigation. In the second identity, Dawn Dantes was a person who had gone on an adventure to the southern continents East and West Balaam for some reason. He had used an alias and spent more than 10 years in that rather dangerous place that was filled with opportunities, accumulating a fortune. As the origins of this fortune weren't that bright, he had secretly returned to Desi Bay, forged a new identity, and prepared to start a brand new life in Beekland, gradually legalizing the fortune. Such people weren't rare in Ruin. Their stories were content that the investigators could accept and imagine. For this identity, Klein had left some inconspicuous clues in Conant City, indirectly helping to uncover the truth as soon as possible. These clues included, but weren't limited to, the ticket stubs for a black ship ticket from East Balaam to Conant City, habits developed from living in the southern continent for extended periods of time, and wealth of unknown origins. Klein believed that as long as Dawn Dantes didn't directly involve himself in any serious Beyonder matters, such preparations were enough to fool the routine background investigation. And if he were to encounter a very serious official Beyonder who wished to carry out the investigation, or even be willing to seek help from his colleagues in the southern continent, then Dawn Dantes had a third identity. He was a swindler who had a certain level of anti-divination skills. He would disguise himself as a mysterious tycoon and spend large sums of money on investments, all for the final scam. This identity was enough to get Dawn Dantes arrested, but he wouldn't be given too much attention. This also gave Klein the chance to leave calmly and disappear from the center of the stage. Compared to my first time in Beekland, I've really grown up quite a bit by being able to design such a three-layered identity. Klein slowly walked back to the center of the room and cast his gaze at the full-body mirror in the corner. In the mirror, his black hair had a few streaks of white. His eyes were deep, but they exuded the vicissitudes of having experienced many things. He was a middle-aged man with a mature bearing and a charming appearance. Designing the identity of Dawn Dantes wasn't difficult for the present Klein, but stealing the Antigonus family's notebook from behind St. Samuel Cathedral's Channy's Gate was an impossible mission for any external Beyonder. Even a king of angels couldn't guarantee that he could do it. Of course, unlike other Beyonders, Klein had two advantages when it came to this matter. First, he had been a Nighthawk before, so he had sufficient understanding of the internal processes. He knew what he could use and what he couldn't. Therefore, the first method he eliminated was to become a Nighthawk and blend in, finding an opportunity to pass through Channy's Gate. The problem with this method was that the Nighthawks couldn't enter Channy's Gate as they pleased. Even the captain and deacons were the same. Something had to happen before they could obtain the corresponding authority. Furthermore, there were keepers behind Channy's Gate. Walking around without permission would result in an attack, resulting in a battle. Klein didn't wish for his theft to cause any casualties to the members of the Church of the Goddess. After careful consideration, he placed his target on the keepers. These elders were retired Nighthawks. After they volunteered to enter Channy's Gate, they were in charge of watching the sealed artifacts. They belonged to a different department from the Nighthawks, and they entered and exited through the underground passageway of the cathedral. They wouldn't interfere with the Nighthawks' work, nor would they be disturbed by the Nighthawks. Perhaps it was because they stayed behind Channy's Gate for extended periods of time, but these keepers had certain peculiarities. Their auras were cold, and they lacked expression. Their skin was pale, and they were like monsters in the depths of the darkness that hovered between life and death. Klein believed that it wouldn't be difficult for him to identify his target if he encountered one. His initial plan was to rent a place in North Borough near St. Samuel Cathedral. He would hire a butler, a servant, a maid, a gardener, a chef, and a carriage driver to put on the airs of a tycoon. Then, he would often head to the cathedral to pray sincerely, participate in mass, donate money, and slowly familiarize himself with the bishops and priests. During this process, he would try his best to find people suspected to be keepers. He would choose 2 or 3 targets and observe their living conditions. At a suitable time, he would imprison one of them, change into his appearance, or directly possess him. Through Channy's Gate, he would wait for an opportunity to read or take away the Antigonus family's notebook. This was a very rough plan, but it was closer to a train of thought. It relied on Klein to constantly perfect it based on the various pieces of information he had gathered. On this matter, Klein's second advantage was that he had Tarot, a helper that the Church of the Evernite Goddess and the Nighthawks hadn't expected. Furthermore, he could also consider hiring a Nighthawk or Keeper from the Beekland Diocese to enter the gathering and complete the theft through a traitor. It was just like how Zaratul had used Roselle the Great to obtain the Antigonus family's notebook. I still have to go to the cathedral often. Only by doing so can I find a target. Klein faced the mirror and nodded silently. It had to be said that he was feeling a little conflicted. If there was really a Nighthawk or Keeper who was willing to betray the church and serve Mr. Fool, his first thought was to bestow divine punishment to eliminate this disgusting traitor. After exhaling and giving a self-deprecating laugh, Klein put on his double-breasted frock coat and hat, walked out of the room, and came to the side of the street. He held an umbrella and circled to another street. Taking advantage of the distant street lamps and the hazy drizzle, he suddenly transformed back into Sherlock Moriarty. Looking at his wrinkled trousers, Klein reached out to hail a carriage and prepared to head to Eichinger Stanton's house, which was also in Hillston Borough. Half an hour later, the slightly old and dark building appeared before Klein's eyes. He paid the fare of 2 soldi, and in the drizzle that reflected the dim yellow light, he walked steadily around the puddles and arrived at the detective's door. Putting away his umbrella, he reached out to ring the doorbell. After waiting for a moment, Klein saw a broad-faced young man open the door. The man had wheat-colored hair, grayish-blue eyes, and high cheekbones. He had the characteristics of people from Lenberg and Mason. Mr. Eichinger Stanton's new assistant. Someone from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom? Klein took off his hat and said with a smile, "Good evening." "Good evening. Is Mr. Isengard Stanton there?" "Yes, he just finished dinner after a busy day," the wheat-colored young man replied politely. "May I know who you are?" Klein chuckled. "Tell the detective that a friend of his has returned from vacation." The young man was taken aback. He blurted out, "Mr. Sherlock Moriarty? P.S. I recommend an interesting new book, I Possessed the Demon Emperor. It's quite a good introduction." Chapter 750. He actually knows of me. Does this mean that Mr. Eichinger Stanton often mentions me as a friend, or does the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom know that I was involved in the Great Smog of Beekland? Klein smiled and nodded without batting an eyelid. "Yes, I'm Sherlock Moriarty." The grayish-blue-eyed youth immediately made way and made an inviting gesture with a genial smile. "Mr. Stanton has always been worried about you, afraid that you encountered an accident. He can rest assured now." Klein handed the umbrella to him and took off his hat and coat as he walked into the hall. At this moment, the sensing Eichinger Stanton had already put down the newspaper and pipe in his hand. He left the reclining chair, took a few steps forward, and looked over. "Oh, Sherlock, you're finally back. It's been a while, my friend." The thin, grizzled Eichinger smiled and came over. He opened his arms in an attempt to give Klein a greeting hug. Klein wasn't used to such male etiquette, so he forced a response and smiled. He forced a response and said with a smile, "Mr. Stanton, this isn't something a wisdom believer should do." The priests and bishops of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom always had a sense of pride that came from the bottom of their hearts, and they rarely embraced. In fact, other than the boorish Fasak Empire and the open kingdom of Intes, Other countries and regions rarely saw such etiquette. Only very familiar friends would do it. Eichinger took 2 steps back and chuckled. No, Sherlock. We are never stingy with respect and kindness towards friends who are truly wise. In my heart, you're one of the top 5 detectives in all of Beekland. I like hearing such words. Klein chuckled inwardly and returned with a humorous question. So you're one of the top 3 detectives? To be praised as truly wise by a Sequence 7 believer of the God of knowledge and wisdom was indeed delightful. I hope that's what you think of me, Eichinger cleverly and gently replied. Then, he invited Klein into the living room and sat on the sofa. He leaned back on the reclining chair, picked up his pipe, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. I'm glad that you didn't encounter any accidents. Your body and mind are in good condition. How was it? Did you have fun at Desi Bay? Klein had already prepared an excuse. He smiled calmly. Actually, I didn't go to Desi Bay. After I circled around there, I went to Constant. I got into some trouble in Beekland, so I had to find a place to hide for a while. Sherlock Moriarty was a gentleman from Midseashire with a faint accent. After getting into trouble, it was very normal for him to hide in his hometown. Constant City was the capital of Midseashire. I know, Eichinger replied in a low voice. He didn't ask what kind of trouble Sherlock had caused. Instead, he smiled. Anyway, welcome back to Beekland. If you need any help, you can come to me. Klein didn't stand on ceremony as he immediately said, I came to visit you this time. Firstly, it's really been a long time since we last met. Secondly, I hope that you can represent me in selling my shares in the Beekland Bike Company. All the documents are complete. There's no need for any other procedures. In order to act as a mysterious tycoon and repay the 10,000 gold coins he owed Miss Messenger, not only did he plan on selling the items he didn't need, but he also planned on giving up the 10% shares in the Beekland Bike Company. After all, Sherlock Moriarty wouldn't be able to appear openly for a long period of time. Are you really selling it? Eichinger stroked his pipe and said, although I've never been a businessman, I can tell that the bicycle is a very valuable product that can be promoted in large numbers. Its commercial prospects are like the rising sun. It's far from reaching its peak. If you sell it now, you will lose a lot of money. Therefore, buyers will definitely be willing to pay a huge premium for such expectations. Klein chuckled. I believe that there are quite a number of people who can see the value and prospects of the bicycle. As for Framis and Leopard, they definitely won't be willing to reduce any of their shares at this stage. It won't be a problem to sell my 10% for 2 or 3 times the normal price. Eichinger, the pricing of the shares doesn't only depend on the present, but also on the future. It was very necessary to tell a tempting story to a buyer or investor and paint a beautiful future. Of course, there's no need for me to describe the value and prospects of the bicycle. Anyone with a business sense can tell. The only problem is the production of natural rubber. Klein silently added. The pricing of the shares doesn't only depend on the present, but also on the future. Eichinger repeated Klein's words softly. After a while, he sincerely praised, Sherlock, perhaps you should go into business. However, there are always many accidents in the future. Daring to take risks is the spirit of chivalry in the business world. All right, I admit that I'm in urgent need of a large sum of cash recently, Klein replied with a smile. Eichinger picked up his pipe and took a puff in satisfaction. You've convinced me. I'll hire a professional lawyer and accountant to determine the current value of the Beekland Bicycle Company. Then, I'll add on a sufficient expectation and sell your 10% shares. The corresponding fees and taxes will be deducted from the cash. How should I contact you? Your lease at the house on Minsk Street seems to have expired a long time ago. Of course, Klein wouldn't expose his present identity. You can publish the news of the transfer of shares in the Tussock Times, Beekland Daily, and other newspapers to let more people know about it. Only when there's competition will there be better room for negotiation. After the sale, publish a similar announcement to indicate that the matter has been completed and that there's no need to disturb me. And when I see this announcement, I'll come directly to visit you. Eichinger was no stranger to using newspaper advertisements to communicate remotely. He nodded and said, "No problem. No problem. Of course, all expenses will be deducted from the final harvest." Seeing that his main goal had been achieved, Klein stood up and extended his hand. "Thank you for your help, Eichinger. It's time for me to leave. We'll talk about some things in the future." Eichinger didn't hold him back and sent him out the door. Klein circled to a nearby street and took a rental carriage. He enjoyed the night view of Beekland under the sparse drizzle as he headed for the Brave. He planned on reconnecting the information and resource channels Sherlock Moriarty had tonight. After entering the noisy and chaotic bar, he didn't head to the bar counter to order a drink. All he did was circle the boxing ring and prepare to leave to wait for Miss Sharon to appear in the carriage outside. At this moment, the billiard room's door creaked open. Ian, who was wearing an old coat, walked out with a newspaper in hand. His bright red eyes swept the area and suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. His mouth opened, but he didn't say the person's name. Instead, he said in pleasant surprise, "Good evening, sir. Is there anything I can help you with?" "Not at the moment. I'm just here to meet an old friend," Klein said with a genial smile. As he spoke, he saw that the newspaper Ian was holding was News at Sea. The content that was exposed had a rather eye-catching headline, "Shocking. Crazy adventurer has become a wanted criminal." Crazy adventurer. Klein instinctively believed that it had something to do with him. Sensing his gaze, Ian smiled and raised the newspaper high. "This is a rare timely report from News at Sea, as bounties have appeared everywhere. Crazy adventurer, German Sparrow, plotted an incident that harmed the city of Generosity and was proven to be a member of an evil organization. In this incident, thanks to the protection of the Church of the Storm and the kingdom's military, there were no casualties in Bayam. However, Admiral of Blood Senior, who was involved in the matter, went missing as a result. It's suspected that he was killed by German Sparrow. Guess how much the bounty they offered for German Sparrow is? £50,000. This exceeds Admiral of Blood's and is close to Admiral Hell's £50,000. Klein's heart palpitated when he heard that. He calmed the ripples in his heart and replied with a smile, "Unfortunately, few people receive such a bounty." He pointed at the bar's door and said, "I'll look for you when I have the time in the future." "All right." Ian didn't ask further as he asked, "Is Mr. White from the Harvest Church your friend? This fellow is finally willing to leave the house. For the Primordial Moon believers?" Klein nodded. "Yes." With that said, he squeezed out of the crowd, pushed open the door, and left the Brave. After getting on a rental carriage, Klein cast his gaze out the window, waiting for Miss Sharon to appear. Of course, he couldn't guarantee that she was still here. Months had passed, and this lady and Marek might have changed locations. Silently, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered as he turned his head to look out the window. He saw a young lady wearing a black bonnet and a Gothic regal dress clearly reflected on the glass that reflected the night. Turning his head, Klein saw Miss Sharon sitting opposite him. Her pale blonde hair, blue eyes, and pale face were no different from before. "Good evening," Klein, who didn't need to act as German Sparrow, greeted her. Sharon got up slightly, lifted her skirt slightly, and bowed in return. Realizing that she might have already seen the News at Sea, he cleared his throat and directly said, "I killed Senor." "Yeah." Sharon nodded slightly, indicating that she was aware. "Yeah." Sharon nodded slightly, indicating that she was aware. Klein continued with a smile, "I'm not sure. If Marek still needs a wraith beyond a characteristic, he can wait and gather the funds. Once I find a replacement, I'll sell Senor to him." Sharon didn't ask what substitute meant and simply replied, "That's right. After seeing the news, he's been waiting for you to come back." "Very good." Klein chuckled. He reached into his collar and pulled out a silver necklace. "This is Senor's lucky item. You should know about it, right?" Sharon nodded and waited for Klein to continue. "I plan to sell either it or the biological poison bottle. Are you or your circle interested?" Klein took the initiative to ask. Chapter 751. Sharon fell silent for 2 seconds before saying, "I'll help you ask." "I'll help you ask. Does that mean you need to consider it?" "That's right. The negative effects of the scales of luck do make people hesitate." However, the biological poison bottle and wraith are really compatible. If I wasn't short on money and carrying it around would worsen my physique and cause me to contract diseases, I wouldn't even be willing to sell it. It's rather useful in an ambush. Klein vaguely grasped what Sharon was getting at as he stuffed the silver necklace with the ancient coin back into his collar. He deliberated and asked, "Is it the power of a high-sequence prisoner pathway beyonder to make every lifeless object attack a target?" "Puppet," Sharon replied concisely. "The power of a sequence 4 puppet. By becoming a lifeless puppet, one can control all lifeless objects within a certain range. If I advance further, will it directly affect the enemy's mystical items?" Klein nodded in enlightenment and asked, "Then, do you know such a demigod?" He then described in detail the appearance of the elder who had attacked him outside Bayam City. Following that, he described in detail the appearance of the elder who had attacked him outside Bayam City. "Actually, I wish that you could introduce more relevant information." Klein knew Miss Sharon's style. "Actually, I was hoping that you could introduce more of the relevant situation." Klein knew Miss Sharon's style and smiled helplessly. "Actually, I wish that you could introduce more relevant information." Klein knew Miss Sharon's style. He was the mentor of the naturism sect's leader on Oravi Island. "A demigod who is pursuing us," Sharon replied without any emotions or concealment like a puppet. "He's also the one who made me feel like the chair, table, and curtains are trying to kill me. What a coincidence. However, this isn't an arrangement. It just means that a secret organization like Rose School with more than 1,000 years of history doesn't have many demigods. It's probably about the same as the Aurora Order. They have about 5 saints, and 2 to 3 angels and grade 0 sealed artifacts. Of course, this is because they've been suppressed by the 7 churches for a long period of time. Their main camp has been turned into a colony. When they were at their peak, they definitely had more than that." Klein thought and asked again then, "Do you know a member of Rose School who can make an entire mountain tremble with just one arm?" He wanted to describe the characteristics of that arm in detail, but he found that he did not dare to look at it directly. Sharon listened quietly. Her eyes seemed to be alive, and she said in a cold voice, "Don't worry. What happened to you? A saint, an angel, and Sea King, a demigod of the Aurora Order, a monster produced by the Charismatic Order's artificial death project." Klein silently mocked himself and smiled bitterly. "I offended the Mother Tree of Desire and was ambushed by Rose School. Thankfully, I was in Bayam, and the Church of the Storm and the Royal Army took action. Furthermore, I threw out items that were corrupted by the true Creator's aura and items related to Charismatic Order. In short, the situation was chaotic, and I took the opportunity to escape." He calmly replied, but he hid the existence of Miss Messenger and Mr. Aztec. As for the matter regarding the true creator, he believed that Miss Sharon had long noticed that he wasn't affected by the ravings. This could be explained with timely psychological intervention and psychotherapy. Mother Tree of Desire. Sharon muttered the name as her blue eyes gradually revealed a rare emotional fluctuation. Klein didn't have the ability to interpret as a spectator, so he was unable to discern Miss Sharon's exact feelings. He only vaguely felt that she was a little afraid and disgusted. Very soon, Sharon held back her abnormal reaction and turned into the most delicate doll again. She looked at Sherlock Moriarty and said, "You're very lucky and mysterious." She looked at Sherlock Moriarty and said, "You're very lucky and mysterious." Klein smiled without a word. He didn't lie or explain. Sharon didn't inquire further as she said, "The one you encountered might be Swar. He is an abomination born 922 years ago. He calls himself the child of the chained god. He is also the present leader of Rose School." "No way, Rose School directly sent their leader and a demigod to deal with me. I'm just a mere sequence 5. If not for Orange Light Hilarian's warning, I might have already been captured by Rose School." Klein felt a lingering fear as he casually asked, "That can't be. Is Abomination the name of a sequence 2 or one of the prisoner pathway?" "Probably." Sharon didn't give an affirmative answer. At this moment, without waiting for Klein's response, she took the initiative to say, "William Street was destroyed." Klein tried to figure out how he should react when Miss Sharon mentioned this topic. He immediately frowned. He immediately frowned and asked, "By who? When?" "The Nighthawks and the machinery hive mind. About 2 months ago." Sharon had clearly gathered the relevant information. Klein nodded solemnly and thought for a moment before saying, "Perhaps we've all overlooked something. Maybe we've all overlooked one thing. That evil spirit doesn't necessarily need us to save it. It's also controlling Baron Pound. Could it be that something happened to this gentleman and attracted the attention of the Nighthawks and the machinery hive mind?" Klein didn't feel guilty at all as he made a guess that contained both truth and falsehood. Sharon nodded slightly and said, "Baronet Pound suddenly died after a carnival." "Baronet Pound died suddenly after a party," Anan explained. "Baronet Pound suddenly died after an orgy?" Alistair Tudor's last bloodline was severed just like that. Klein thought for a moment. "What's the situation at Williams Street now?" "They're building some high-rise buildings," Sharon described without any expression. "In the beginning, there were people secretly monitoring it, but it became less and less. By the beginning of last month, it was gone." Klein pondered for a few seconds. "Have you gone down to explore?" Sharon glanced at his face and said, "I'm not sure." "No. Is this because you remember our unwritten agreement? What we discover together, we explore together." "What a noble lady. The Rose School of Thought's abstinence faction is many times better than the indulgence faction." Klein probed, "What's the matter? Are we going now?" "Okay." Sharon expressed her attitude concisely. Klein immediately ordered the coachman in front to change their route to Williams Street, which was at the junction of Westside and Queens. Along the way, he casually talked about what he had seen and heard at sea and his experiences that did not involve secrets. Although Sharon did not respond, she listened attentively and seemed to be very interested. This reminded Klein of the first time he met Miss Bodyguard. She was sitting on an illusory high-back chair inside the oriel window, her right hand holding her cheek as she listened carefully to his conversation with Ian. She had the potential to be a spectator. The carriage passed through one quiet street after another in the pitter-patter of rain, and finally arrived near Williams Street. Before Klein and Sharon approached, they realized that the area had turned into a huge construction site. After circling around to the area corresponding to the underground ruins and standing under a lush tree, Klein said to Sharon, who wasn't drenched despite not holding an umbrella, "Let's go down from here." The rain fell, passing through Sharon's pale blonde hair and body before pattering onto the ground. "All right." Sharon didn't ask Sherlock Moriarty what method he was going to use to head down. Klein reached into his pocket and easily dispelled the wall of spirituality before opening the iron cigar case. A figure suddenly appeared beside him. It was none other than Admiral of Blood Seigneur in his dark red coat and old triangular hat. "He's going down in my place," Klein said with a smile. Right on the heels of that, he calmly controlled his puppet. Admiral of Blood Seigneur immediately pressed his hand to his chest and bowed at Sharon. "Good evening. I'm honored to be working with you." Sharon swept her gaze at Klein and Seigneur without a word. Her body quickly sank into the soil. Miss Sharon seems to hate Seigneur." Klein curled his lips as he made Admiral of Blood's body rapidly turn into a wraith and sink down. He leaned against the tree with his eyes half closed as he seriously controlled his puppet. There was no one around him. The rain was sparse, and the street lamps were dim. Vaguely, Klein found the feeling of being a marionettist. His vision overlapped with Seigneur's at that moment. He saw black-brown soil, squirming worms, and junk in the crevices of the rocks. After passing through the layers of obstacles, he and Sharon arrived at the area where the underground ruins used to be. The dome had collapsed, the stone pillars had snapped, and the soil was filled with rubble. It was nothing like it originally was. Such a scene made Klein believe that the humanoid statues of the 6 deities had definitely been completely destroyed. Thankfully, he and Sharon were located rather close to the room where the evil spirit was sealed. This also meant that in the subsequent explorations, he didn't need to worry that the puppet's range of activity would exceed the 100-meter limit of his control. Amidst the smell of soil and rot, Klein's marionette and Sharon quickly entered the abnormally dangerous room from before. However, in the midst of the bricks and soil, there were only a few piles of bones that were covered in rotting clothes that had signs of being crushed. The dark gold and dark blue light that originally existed had all vanished. The Beyonder characteristic was taken away by the Nighthawks or the machinery hive mind. Señor's face twitched, perfectly reflecting Klein's feelings. Sharon turned around in the dark and solid environment and gently shook her head. They didn't send anyone in. There are no traces of living creatures here. That's right. If there were living people entering and leaving this room in the past half a year, the Wraith should have sensed it. Furthermore, those deity statues clearly can't be seen by the Nighthawks or the machinery hive mind. Then, where did these Beyonder characteristics go? As Klein frowned, Señor had a similar reaction. Could it be that the evil spirit wasn't completely destroyed? Did it escape long ago? As Klein thought about it, he was suddenly alarmed. He suppressed his emotions and made Señor follow Sharon through the room filled with soil and rubble. They arrived at the spot where the bloody door originally stood. At this moment, there were only a few fragments that proved that the target had once existed. After walking a few meters, the two of them entered the room where the evil spirit was sealed. This place had also been destroyed and buried. With Señor's body and eyes, Klein wandered around for clues. There should be a black high-back chair here. Sharon stopped and pointed at a piece of wood that was pressed between two rocks. Klein immediately recalled the scene he had seen in his dream. The young man suspected to be Medici was sitting on a high-back chair with his head lowered, looking like he was dead. Sharon didn't stop. She walked to the side through the mud and searched for other traces. Suddenly, she spoke again. Suddenly, she said again, there should be one here too. There's another one. A second black high-back chair. Klein floated over in surprise. Chapter 752. Under Klein's control, Señor, who had transformed into a wraith, passed through the thick soil and rocks and arrived beside Sharon. He saw a broken armrest with asymmetrical patterns buried in front of him. It was similar but different from the wooden fragments he had previously discovered. The armrest wasn't pure black. There was a dark red color in the patterns, as though iron and blood were intertwined. Recalling the scene from the nightmare, Klein confirmed that this wasn't the high-back chair the young man suspected to be Medici was sitting on. This was the second one. There were at least two high-back chairs in the room where the evil spirit was sealed. Klein and Sharon didn't say a word as they circled around in different directions in search of other traces. Before long, they found proof of the existence of a third high-back chair. It was a leg of a chair. It was mainly dark red with pure black patterns. It was completely different from the two wooden fragments from before. Perhaps it's a problem caused by the asymmetrical characteristics of the fourth epoch. Klein knew Sharon's style, so he took the initiative to speak, saying words that he didn't quite believe. In the nightmare caused by the evil spirit's aura, the high-back chairs that appeared were at least of the same color. Sharon shook her head slightly. 3 foot is more ritualistic. She was referring to the fact that Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor wouldn't be the only one who wanted to harm the innocent. There might have been a ritual in the room where the evil spirit was sealed. Klein was taken aback when he heard that as a scene suddenly flashed across his mind. In the spacious and dark room, with a certain spot as the center, there were 3 high-back chairs of different styles. Sitting on each chair was a humanoid creature with a drooping head and no aura. One of them was Red Angel Medici. This scene became clearer and clearer, and Klein instantly thought of 2 other things. The main ingredient of the Sequence 0 Black Emperor's potion was the uniqueness and 2 Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics, excluding the one he had. Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor seemed to have forcefully jumped from Sequence 1 Prince of Disorder of the Black Emperor pathway to Sequence 0 Red Priest, which wasn't a neighboring pathway. He had become a half-mad true god. As his thoughts raced, Klein quickly came up with a guess. This room had once held a ritual to advance to Sequence 0, one that involved a true god. Of course, based on the complicated ritual required by the Black Emperor, this should only be part of the potion. The pathway that represented war clearly needed the chaos and strife of the entire continent to match. As for Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor, he didn't possess the corresponding Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics. Therefore, his Red Priest potion needed 3 Sequence 1 angels or sealed artifacts to provide the Beyonder characteristics. This was why there were 3 high-back chairs. Right, the evil spirit that's suspected to be Red Angel Medici once said that the way to help it escape the seal is to find the direct descendants of the Sauron, Einhorn, and Medici families, and extract 10 milliliters of blood from each of them to mix with holy water. Sauron and Einhorn are angel families that control the Hunter, which is also the Red Priest Beyonder pathway. They have existed since the Fourth Epoch. One has already declined, and it can only control a spy agency and military faction within Ts. The other is still the royal family of Feysac. A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he made a new judgment of what had happened in the room and the true identity of the evil spirit. On the other two high-back chairs sat the ancestors of the Sauron and Einhorn families, Sequence 1 angels, together with War Angel Medici, who might very well control the uniqueness of this pathway. The main ingredient of the Red Priest potion was gathered. And that evil spirit was likely not just Red Angel Medici. It also had the remnant psyche and hatred of Sauron and the Einhorn family's ancestor, Man. 3 Sequence 1 angels were once sacrificed here. Their curses and the remnant effects of the ritual before their deaths made this room abnormally terrifying and sealed it. Thankfully, I reported it to the church ahead of time and got them to deal with it. Otherwise, even if Miss Sharon and I had advanced to Sequence 4, we might still die here and become the evil spirit's food. Klein felt a sense of lingering fear and relief. At the same time, he increasingly understood the reason why the Red Priest card had landed in the hands of the evil spirit. When all the former upper echelons of a pathway were buried in this underground ruin, the attraction between Beyonder characteristics would naturally guide the wielder over without any deviation. Furthermore, the Emperor had said that whatever separates will definitely converge, and whatever converges will definitely separate. After Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor perished, the true god characteristic he possessed, which is also a Sequence 0 characteristic, would likely be split into 4 parts. One is considered abstract and conceptual, the uniqueness. The rest are 3 Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics. If not, when someone becomes a god, the corresponding Beyonder pathway will no longer have a Sequence 1. Would 1 or 2 of these Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics be drawn into the sealed room? This was likely one of the reasons why the cards of blasphemy were attracted. The more Klein thought about it, the more he felt that he had underestimated the evil spirit. As expected of angels promoted from conspirer, Klein, who was standing under the tree, controlled Senor to speak. Perhaps it really is a ritual. Matters related to Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor must be of a very high level. Sharon listened quietly and added, "I'm sorry. Sauron, Einhorn, Medici. Miss Sharon also suspects that the 3 high-back chairs in this room once belonged to different angels from the details of the evil spirit's request." Klein thought for a moment and took the initiative to reveal through Senor. Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor should be a true god of the Hunter pathway. The card of blasphemy he represents is the Red Priest. Sharon fell silent for a few seconds, as though she had understood something. She said, "That card is gone." She was referring to the Red Priest card that the evil spirit had previously displayed. Perhaps that evil spirit had long escaped before the Nighthawks and Machinery Hivemind destroyed this place. Klein voiced his guess. And it took away all the Beyonder characteristics and the Red Priest card. Sharon silently surveyed the area and said, "It's very cunning. It's very cunning. It wouldn't leave such an obvious clue." That's right. The Beyonder characteristics outside the sealed room are clearly below Sequence 4. To an evil spirit that was once a king of angels, they aren't attractive at all. It's the same for the Red Priest card. It's understandable that it took away the items in the room, but why didn't it leave anything behind? This is like saying to others, "Haha, I lied to you. I've successfully escaped. Hunt me down if you have the ability." Wait, that might be what it's trying to express. As Klein thought about it, he suddenly found it amusing as he made Senor speak. No, being cunning doesn't mean not leaving behind any clues. Sequence 8 of the Hunter pathway is provocateur. At that moment, the Red Angel's appearance that surfaced in his mind was pasted with Anderson Hood's picture. Sharon listened without moving. Her mouth was slightly agape, but she didn't say a word. Similarly, Klein fell silent. He felt that the Beyonders of the Hunter pathway had very distinct styles. In comparison, The red-haired Elaine didn't look like someone from the Sauron family at all. However, she's still very talented at provoking Vice Admiral ailment. Back then, the members of the Sauron family infuriated the Emperor. Klein silently exhaled as he lampooned. The silent atmosphere was quickly broken by Klein. His puppet, Senor, looked around and joked, "That's not a good idea. Perhaps that's why they were captured here." "Who's helping Alistair Tudor?" Sharon's figure asked in a transparent and illusory manner, but she didn't seem to be looking forward to an answer. "Perhaps it's the 6 deities." Klein recalled the 6 statues in the hall outside. However, he quickly wavered. "However, the 7 deities support the Tuluan Sostal Empire. Sauron and Einhorn are powerful nobles of this empire. Of course, I can't eliminate the possibility of them first supporting Tudor and then falling out because of his madness. If it's not the 6 deities, does that mean that there's another deity supporting Alistair Tudor? Who could it be?" Klein thought silently. Sharon didn't stay any longer as her figure floated up to the ground and returned to the side of the tree. Klein put away Senor's wraith and made it enter the gold coin in the iron cigar case. Then, he casually asked, "What happened?" "Actually, I've always been curious about where the powers of pure evil spirits and wraiths that don't possess Beyonder characteristics come from." "The spirit world," Sharon answered simply. "Beyonder characteristics are conserved, but the source of Beyonder powers might not be the same. It's also possible that the spirit world itself is a product of certain Beyonder characteristics." Klein nodded and looked at the soil at his feet. "I'll continue investigating the whereabouts of the evil spirit. If I find anything, I'll inform you." He planned on asking a Rhodes later. With that said, he took out a pen and a note, scribbled down the summoning method for his messenger, and handed it over. "If there's anything, you can write to me." Sharon took the piece of paper and looked at it seriously. "I'm at the Brave. You can write to 126, Guard Street, Hillston, addressed to Mrs. Marilyn." "All right." Klein put the pen in his pocket and used the silver ritual dagger to create a wall of spirituality in front of Sharon to reveal the iron cigar case. Then, like a gentleman, he went to another street to hail a rental carriage and sent Sharon all the way back to the Beekland Bridge area. After doing all this, he returned to the high-end hotel in Hillston Borough that he had rented. On the way, he changed his appearance and switched to a carriage. Bayam, Seaweed Bar. After drifting on the sea for a while, Danny set foot in the city of Generosity again, planning to coordinate some affairs for the Resistance Army. He pulled down his cap and sat at the corner of the bar counter, ready to listen to the latest rumors first, lest he became a bounty hunter due to the lack of timely and inaccurate information. At that moment, he heard an adventurer beside him say to his companions, "That's right. Do you think German Sparrow will get someone to claim Admiral of Blood's bounty on his behalf?" "Ah!" Danny's subconsciously raised his head and looked at the speaker in confusion. "P.S. There will be an early update at midnight." Chapter 753. Why would a madman like German Sparrow get someone to claim Admiral of Blood's bounty on his behalf? That's not right. Why can he claim Admiral of Blood's bounty? Danny's suddenly snapped out of his confusion as he grasped the crux of the matter. He suddenly lowered his head to prevent his eyes from revealing his surprise and confusion. The adventurers beside him continued. "How is that possible? No one would dare claim it on their behalf." "That's right, unless they wish to suffer the wrath of the Church of the Storm or betray German Sparrow. £42,000. If I can obtain such a bounty, I'll immediately head to Beekland and become a tycoon. Haha, shouldn't I enjoy half a year in the Red Theatre first? Perhaps German Sparrow can claim Inti's, Faceac, or Fainapotter's bounty. Although it won't be as much as £42,000, it's definitely not a small sum." As the adventurers spoke, they began fantasizing about their lives after obtaining £42,000. They even argued until their faces turned red due to their differing ideals. No way. Are they implying that German Sparrow killed Admiral of Blood? No, although this madman has always had such thoughts, he lacks the necessary helpers. He needs to cooperate with Captain Anderson Hood. Danny stood up, pressed down on his cap, lowered his head, and hurriedly walked towards the billiard and card rooms. There were often newspapers placed there. As soon as he left, the adventurers from before looked at his back, lowered their voices, and discussed with each other. Do you know him? It's obvious there's something wrong with him, being so secretive and cowardly. I didn't get a good look at him, but I think he's a pirate who came to Bayam to gather intelligence. Should we? An adventurer made a throat-slitting gesture. Perhaps he's someone we can't afford to offend. Let's wait until this period is over. Another adventurer stopped his companion. Danny's entered an empty billiard room and came to a corner. He picked up a stack of newspapers and quickly flipped through them. Gradually, his expression warped. What did that madman do? Did he really kill General of Blood? It had only been a few months, and his strength had risen to this level. Also, the newspapers didn't mention Anderson Hood at all. Danny's was both surprised and glad. He felt that it was a very wise decision for him to submit to the German Sparrow. Otherwise, others would have read about him being hunted down and exchanged for a bounty. No, at that time, my death was not qualified to be published in the newspapers. Hiss, German Sparrow was really a member of an evil organization. As he thought about it, Danny's suddenly froze, as if he had turned into a stone statue. Because he was probably a member of that evil organization. Haha, the church and the military always like to exaggerate things. Yes, it's a secret organization, not an evil organization. Danny's comforted himself. He once again felt that the organization behind German Sparrow was extremely mysterious and powerful. The fact that one of the 7 pirate admirals, Senor, had been hunted was proof. Phew. Danny's exhaled as he praised the fool inwardly in fear, expressing his desire to do things seriously. In a small building near the Governor-General's office, Erland and Ounce Kent walked out. It's finally over. Erland sighed as he wore his captain's hat. Ounce Kent rubbed his nose, which had turned red from frequent drinking, and echoed with a sigh. That's right. Due to German Sparrow, they had been quarantined and investigated for 2 days. They had faced interrogators who were best at such matters. Thankfully, Erland didn't hide anything from the beginning. He had reported to the higher-ups that German Sparrow's origins were unknown, but he had good intentions towards the military. Adding this crazy adventurer to the ranks of informants and investigating his background was a decision made by the higher-ups. It had nothing to do with him. As for Ounce Kent, there weren't any problems. Helping German Sparrow collect his bounty was something he should have done according to normal procedures. Slowly walking along the path in the middle of the garden towards the door, Erland casually sighed. Who knew that German Sparrow would be so crazy and powerful? According to what he knew, killing Admiral of Blood was only the most ordinary and insignificant thing German Sparrow had done that day. And such a crazy fellow had taken the initiative to enter the dangerous Banzi in order to save a few passengers and crew members who had only expressed their friendliness to him. Only after the incident did Erland realize that the hidden horror in Banzi far exceeded his imagination. The Church of the Storm had directly destroyed the entire place. If I were to tell the interrogators that German Sparrow has a soft and kind heart, they would definitely think that I'm lying. Humans are truly a collection of contradictions. Erland silently shook his head. After hearing Erland's wistful sigh, Ounce Kent replied with a bitter smile. Back then, I thought that the person you introduced was only a rather powerful adventurer. In the end, he even killed Admiral of Blood. Damn it, I even believe that he has the ability to become the 5th king. Look at that forest, look at the nearby mountains, and you won't doubt my word. That place is like, Erland glanced at Ounce Kent and helped him add, it's like being bombarded by coastal artillery over 100 times. Yes. Ounce Kent agreed with Erland's description. That's right. Ounce Kent agreed with Erland's description. At this moment, the two had already walked out the door. Erland looked at the night sky that was dotted with stars and the crimson but dim moon. After a few seconds of silence, he adjusted his collar and said, I hope he doesn't return to the sea. Bayam, 6, Spire Street. Denton, who was dressed in a child's suit, ran into the study and said to his sister, who was practicing her sketch, Donna, they said that Uncle Sparrow is a bad guy, a cultist, and a murderer. They even showed me the newspapers. Donna turned her head and wrinkled her nose. I don't believe it. Uncle Sparrow is a just, brave, and kind adventurer. This is something we've seen with our own eyes. It's definitely more accurate than the newspapers." She hesitated for a moment before smoothly saying, "Although he has a very scary and ugly appearance, that's the price of a dream and a guardian. Denton, you have to remember that those newspapers always like to fabricate content based on rumors and hearsay." Yes. Denton nodded heavily. "I've already scolded them." Donna praised her brother and subconsciously turned her head to look out the window. She saw the light from the gas lamps shining into her garden. It was quiet, peaceful, and gentle. Hillston Borough, in a high-end hotel. Klein placed a folded white handkerchief into his left breast pocket and took off his half-top hat. Today would be the day that the mysterious tycoon, Dawn Dantes, would officially make his debut in public. He didn't wait for the shares of the bicycle company and the mystical item to be sold. He planned on using the £2,962 he had left from before to support his initial expenses. This was more than enough, equivalent to 6 to 7 years of income for an upper-middle-class person. "Last night, a Rhodes didn't enter my dream. This means that without any close contact, it won't be able to sense that I've returned to Beekland. This is a good thing. Yes, I'll use the radio transceiver to contact it tonight and ask about the evil spirit. After that, it won't be so complicated." Klein mumbled inwardly, picked up his cane, and walked out of the hotel. At that moment, the sun after the rain shone through the thin fog, making the people walking on the streets feel better. Klein got on a carriage and headed straight for the Metropolitan Family Servant Assistance Association at 9, Canarrawell Street in Sherwood Borough. He planned on hiring an experienced butler and getting him to organize a team of servants needed for the garden villa. Inside the Metropolitan Family Servant Assistance Association, Baylin ended her conversation with a male colleague who had taken the initiative to speak to her. She lowered her head to deal with the 2 drops of black tea that stained her lotus leaf-colored dress. At that moment, she heard a mellow and heavy voice that sounded like it had experienced the vicissitudes of life. "Good morning, ma'am." Baylin hurriedly raised her head and looked in front of the reception desk. She saw a gentleman in his 40s. He wore a tailcoat made of silk and held a golden-laid cane in his hand. At the 3rd button of his shirt, there was a golden chain that extended to his inner pocket. This gentleman had a pair of deep blue eyes, and his facial features were very pleasing to the eye. Even the white hair at his sideburns appeared very tasteful. Just a slight smile from him made Baylin suddenly feel her face heat up. "Sir, why is there anything I can help you with?" Right, how may I address you?" Baylin hurriedly got up and said. "Dawn Dantes," Klein said with a warm smile. "I wish to hire a butler, a good one." "Mr. Dantes, please wait a moment. Please take a seat." Baylin hurriedly led Klein to the reception area and pointed at a fabric sofa. Klein held a faint smile. He didn't rush her or harp on the matter. He very patiently sat down and waited for the staff to provide him with a list of butlers. "How gentlemanly. Oh no, I forgot to ask him what his requirements are." Baylin raised her hand to touch her cheeks. "Mr. Dantes, what kind of butler do you need?" Klein was already prepared as he replied with a mellow voice, "It's best if he has previously served a noble family." This helped Dantes expand his connections. Baylin gradually found her professional knowledge and said in detail, "Such butlers are rare. As you know, noble families seldom change their butlers unless they are no longer able to provide effective service. Besides, even if they aren't butlers, they can take up other positions in the noble family. In addition, wealthy merchants have a strong desire for such butlers. They are willing to offer a premium salary. Mr. Dantes, we do have the type you need here, but the annual salary is at least £100. That means that the weekly salary is close to £2. An ordinary butler's annual salary is only £40 to £80, which means a weekly salary of 15 solely to £1.10 solely. This seems to be equivalent to a skilled worker, but the owner will provide a room, food, clothes, charcoal for heating, and other necessities. A butler doesn't have any expenses. An annual salary of more than £100 is really expensive." Klein quickly calculated the price inwardly as he replied in a nonchalant manner, No problem, as long as they are good butlers. P.S. It's Monday. Seeking recommendation and monthly votes. Chapter 754. Please wait a moment. Would you like coffee or tea? Belinda asked enthusiastically. Klein smiled. When I was young, I liked coffee and the strong aroma, but now, I can accept black tea more. I also prefer black tea. How about a cup of Marquis black tea? Balin suggested with a smile. The coffee and black tea served by the Metropolitan Household Servant Assistants Association were of average quality, belonging to the lower middle grade. The Marquis black tea was brought from home by Balin for her own enjoyment. Klein wasn't an ignorant person. In fact, he was very observant. Just now, when he entered, he had subtly taken in all the details of the surrounding environment. He found that the coffee and black tea cans in the display cabinet were very ordinary. He believed that the quality of the things inside would definitely not be too high. Therefore, he believed that the Marquis black tea was either a collection of the association, used to entertain distinguished guests, or it was the private possession of the lady in front of him. But no matter what, it was enough to show the other party's sincerity. He didn't expose her. Thank you, I can't refuse your offer. How should I address you, Maram? Balin, just call me Balin. Balin's smile bloomed like a flower. She then walked briskly into the inner room and asked the colleague who was really in charge of the documents to pick out a suitable candidate. Then, she returned to the reception desk, picked up a tin can inlaid with silver, and skillfully brewed black tea. Sigh, he had a good-looking face, a nice temperament, and clothes that reflected his status. Even though he was already middle-aged, he could still feel the kindness of a beautiful girl. This was the first time Klein had experienced something like this, and he couldn't help but sigh. This made him realize the importance of the faceless man's rule of only himself. If one didn't keep this in mind and indulged in the advantages brought by one's appearance, one would maintain the corresponding appearance, forget or even reject their past selves, and gradually lose themselves. Soon, Balin came over with a white porcelain teacup inlaid with gold. She placed it in front of Dawn Dantes and smiled. It still needs to cool for a while. Klein looked down at the cup and said half-jokingly, "This will help me adjust my mood and treat this cup of black tea more formally." His implied compliments and thanks lifted Belinda's spirits, and she felt that Mr. Dantes was a true gentleman, and that he had a way with words. He's definitely not a believer of the Lord of Storms. Balin combed her slightly curly brown hair and returned to the inner room to urge her colleague. Not long after, she came back with a stack of documents and sat on the sofa beside her. After screening, there are 3 suitable butlers here. Let me introduce them. The first one is Mr. Asnier, 55 years old. He used to serve Viscount Yorkville, but because the Viscount's investment in mineral exploration failed, the family's finances were in crisis. The Viscount had no choice but to sell the manor and dismiss a large number of servants. In the past 10 years, he has been employed by 2 tycoons and made outstanding contributions to the management of their families. As she spoke, Belin's brown eyes glowed as if there were 2 stars hidden in them, carrying the unique vigor of a young girl. Klein nodded slightly. Then why did he leave the 2 millionaires? Balin replied with a smile. The first tycoon made a huge investment in East Balam, and his entire family moved there. Mr. Asnier wasn't willing to leave Beekland, so he offered to resign. The second tycoon's health wasn't too good, so he handed the family's matters to his children. As for that gentleman, he had a butler that he trusted more. Mr. Asnier is a believer of the Evernite goddess, and his political leanings lean towards the Conservative Party. He requests an annual salary of £130. May the goddess bless him. Klein tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion, drawing the crimson moon. Belin's eyes lit up. Mr. Dantes, are you also a believer of the goddess? Of course. Klein nodded with a smile without further explanation. It's no wonder he's so gentle. Belin marveled inwardly as she continued her introduction. Mr. Reebok, 48 years old. He once served the Negan family as a deputy butler and assistant butler. Later, he became Baron Syndra's butler in a deal. Not long after the Duke of Negan was assassinated, Mr. Reebok, who had reached the end of his service, failed to obtain a new contract from the Baron. He had no choice but to seek help from our association. He's a shallow believer of the Lord of Storms. There's nothing wrong with his character, and his political leanings lean towards the Conservative Party. He requests an annual salary of £120. Klein listened quietly, nodding from time to time in agreement without interrupting Bellin's narration. Bellin flipped through the paper and took a few glances before saying again, "Third, Mr. Walter. He's 42 years old. He used to be a manor steward and butler assistant at Viscount Conrad's house. Due to certain matters, he had a conflict with the butler and chose to leave. He requests an annual salary of £115. He's a believer of the Evernite goddess, and his political leanings are the new party. The new Governor-General of Oravi Island is a member of Viscount Conrad's family. Their family is a loyal supporter of the royal family." The corresponding information quickly flashed through Klein's mind. After the introduction, Bellin handed over the stack of documents. "Mr. Dantes, who do you wish to choose?" Klein thought for a few seconds before saying with a smile, "Let's do it this way. I'll get the three of them to come to my place at 9 tomorrow morning. I'll meet them and have a chat before making a decision." He knew that such associations didn't provide lodging and were purely an intermediary organization. Even if he were to confirm his candidate, he would have to wait until the afternoon or the next day to meet his butler. Therefore, he might as well hold a small interview to choose the one he wanted. "No problem," Bellin said with a faint smile. "What's your address?" Klein drank a mouthful of black tea, picked up a pen and paper on the table, and wrote down the current hotel's location and name. "You just arrived in Beekland?" Bellin took a glance and blurted out a question. It was only at this moment that she realized that Mr. Dawn Dantes' skin was darker than normal. It was slightly bronzed, as though he had been exposed to the sun for a long period of time. He had a rugged look to him. Yes, his accent isn't from Beekland either. Bellin slowly recalled more details. Klein smiled. "I came from Desi Bay, and I was waiting for an excellent butler to help me find a suitable house and servants." After handing over a £3 deposit, he politely drank another mouthful of black tea and got up to bid farewell. Bellin walked him all the way to the door and watched him board the carriage. Mr. Dantes seems to be a tycoon as well. Compared to that, his bearing and gentlemanly style are more charming. Bellin stood in her spot as she thought. In the carriage, Klein half closed his eyes as he leaned against the wall. He couldn't help but calculate the following expenses. The butler is about £120, the valet is £35, the chef is £30, the gardener is £25, the carriage driver is £25, the family nurse is £20, 3 regular maids are £15, and 3 handyman maids are £10. This way, just the servants' expenses will be £330 a year. It's roughly equivalent to £6 and 7 soldi a week. This exceeds my weekly salary back in Tingen City. Furthermore, I need a carriage that costs about £100. I also need a garden house, which costs about £2 a week. Together with the expenses for food, clothes, and charcoal for such a large group of people, the total is ridiculous. Is this the daily life of a tycoon? Klein suddenly regretted creating such a persona. He exhaled and tried his best to throw the matter to the back of his mind. He took the carriage to Phelps Street in Northborough. There was a pure black cathedral here with a bell tower on each side. It presented a symmetrical beauty. It was none other than the headquarters of the Church of the Evernite Goddesses Beekland Diocese, St. Samuel Cathedral. Klein adjusted the handkerchief in his left pocket, held his golden-laid cane, and walked into the cathedral. He passed through the quiet corridor and arrived at the prayer hall under the sunlight that pierced through the stained glass. It was very dark here, making one involuntarily feel calm. Klein randomly found a seat, leaned on his cane, took off his hat, and focused on praying with his eyes closed. Time ticked by. After listening to the sermon, he slowly got up and walked to the altar. He bowed at the bishop with short black hair before coming to the donation box beside him. After silently exhaling, Klein took out 2 £10 notes and 6 £5 notes and threw them in. The bishop's expression couldn't help but soften when he saw this scene from the corner of his eye. Normally speaking, unless it was a request for donations or a posthumous donation, the donation box in the cathedral would only receive a few dozen pounds. This meant that the other party was a tycoon, a rich person. P.S. It's a little rushed, so there aren't many words. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday tilde. Chapter 755. St. Samuel Cathedral, inside the prayer hall. The black-haired bishop retracted his gaze and stopped looking at the middle-aged gentleman in front of the donation box. He didn't have any thoughts of chatting with him. Here, in front of the altar, he represented the church. Under the goddess's watch, it was impossible for him to treat anyone warmly just because they donated more. However, he remembered the man's rather good looks and mature and elegant bearing. He planned on trying to get to know him if he had the chance to meet him again in the future. As he silently watched the last note slide into the donation box, Klein closed his eyes and turned to leave. When he passed by the preacher, he deliberately glanced at the clergyman and nodded with a smile. The bishop returned a warm smile and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. Klein wasn't in a hurry to make contact with the relevant personnel. He wanted his actions to be logical and not appear suspicious. He calmly and coolly turned his body to the side to let a believer pass. He walked along the aisle back to his seat, picked up his hat and cane, and walked out of the cathedral. At that moment, the believers who had finished listening to the sermon either went to the donation box to express their sincerity or stood up and left. They didn't find anything wrong with it because it wasn't forced. Even devout believers who loved donating wouldn't throw money into the donation box every time they came. Usually, they would do it once or twice a week or 2 depending on the family's situation. The commoners would donate a few pence each time, the middle class would donate 3 to 5 solely, and the rich and nobles wouldn't donate more than £100 in gold pounds. This was the typical situation. Every year, on the Evernite goddess's Day of Holy Sacrifice, which was also known as Winter Gifts Day, the amount of a single donation would increase greatly. The wealthy commoners would choose 2 to 3 solely, and the middle class would choose about £5. The members of high society would directly donate to the diocese's bishop or the church's charity organizations, ranging from a few £100s to a few £1,000s. Winter Gifts Day referred to the day when the night was the longest every year. It was believed to be the Evernite goddess's birthday. After leaving the cathedral, Klein stood at the edge of the square outside and watched as flocks of white pigeons flew up and circled back down as though nothing had happened. He even bought some food from the surrounding hawkers and leisurely fed the pigeons. He didn't plan on flipping through the newspaper advertisements to find a suitable residence in North Borough because that was the butler's mission. An excellent butler who had lived in Beekland for many years should know which streets the different nobles, rich people, and the upper-class people who could provide assistance to their masters lived in. From there, he could choose his residence with a purpose. Interacting with neighbors was the first step for newcomers to enter their circle. Whether it's the Carlton Club where the bigwigs of the Conservative Party gather, the Freedom Club of the New Party, or the various clubs of active or retired military officers that represent the military, they all require a sufficiently powerful referral before they can come into contact with them. Sigh, this is the so-called club politics in the kingdom. Klein pulled his thoughts back and thought about what he should do after the act of feeding the pigeons was over. After serious consideration, he realized that there was really nothing that he needed to do immediately, because the plan was still on the surface. Therefore, he prepared to enjoy an expensive but sumptuous lunch. This was something that Dawn Dantes should do, and it was also something that Klein was curious about. In the few months he had been in Beekland, he had never mustered the courage to visit the most famous restaurants in the metropolis. He had been choosing between his own restaurant, the Quelaag Club's buffet cafeteria, an ordinary restaurant on the street, and Lawyer Jurgen's restaurant. Occasionally, he would head to East Borough and have his breakfast or lunch at a greasy coffee shop. Le Bourg Restaurant. Their head chef is said to be from Earl Hall's family. He provides rich people, lawyers, and high-ranking government employees with an aristocratic flavor that they normally wouldn't come into contact with. Earl Hall seems to have invested in this restaurant and has quite a bit of shares. This restaurant specializes in local Beekland dishes. It's very famous for its desserts, and the prices are very unfriendly. Inti's Sorenzo restaurant. This place has the purest Inti's dishes. Heh, Many of the signature dishes are made under Roselle's name. It's said that they came from the Emperor's palace. Besides, it's not like most restaurants of the same level, which only provide a few main dishes to choose from every day. It's very rich in variety. Klein recalled the information he had read about top restaurants from newspapers and magazines, and finally decided to experience the Emperor's Palace dishes. He didn't stay any longer. He hailed a carriage and headed for Inti's Sorenzo restaurant in West Borough. At the entrance, Klein handed his coat, hat, and cane to a waiter in a red vest. He asked, "Is there any space left? I don't have a reservation." "Yes, there is." The waiter didn't seem to be surprised as he asked humbly, "Sir, is this your first time here? Are you alone?" Klein nodded frankly and smiled. "Yes." "Then, may I have the honor of introducing our restaurant's most unique dishes and famous wines to you?" The waiter said as he led the customers in. "That's exactly what I need." Klein passed through the ornate door and saw the walls that seemed to reflect golden light. At that instant, he seemed to be in a vault. Then, he noticed the oil paintings hanging on the walls, the marble statues placed in appropriate spots, and the gold objects that were embedded or embellished in different spots. "Please take note of your steps," reminded the red-vested attendant as he led Klein to a seat by the window. The melodious melody of a violin could be heard from a distant band. The waiter brought over the menu and wine list, flipped through it, and introduced them. "Our most famous dishes here are braised Deggia ribs, black truffle boletus, Inti-style foie gras. I'd like to mention that the ingredients for foie gras come from the Bono's farm in the Champagne province of the Kingdom of Intis." As Klein listened to the waiter's introduction, he browsed through the menu that was written in ancient Faisac. His attention was drawn to the prices on it. After introducing the main course, appetizers, and desserts, the waiter began explaining the wine pairings. Finally, he said, "Our champagne, red wine, and white wine are all from famous wineries in the Champagne province. We even include the Ormire red wine from 1330. It's worth £126. If you purchase it, you can take it away or store it here for a drink every time, £126. I can hire an excellent butler with that." Heh. Klein smiled in a very gentlemanly manner. "Your dishes and wine are excellent. It's hard to choose." The waiter in a red vest smiled attentively. "You can choose today's head chef's recommendation. Our head chef will pair you with a pure and delicious meal for Intis. It has 3 options, £15, £10, and £8. I don't wish to choose any of them." Klein leaned back slightly and smiled. £15. All right. The waiter put away the menu and wine list and walked towards the kitchen. Klein took a deep breath and slowly exhaled as he casually sized up the area in front of him. Suddenly, he saw a slightly familiar figure. It was a lady wearing an olive-green dress. She was tall and had excellent proportions. She wore an old-fashioned black bonnet, and a thin veil hung down, concealing her face. As a faceless, Klein had a strong ability to distinguish human appearances. He immediately recognized the lady. Queen Mystic, Roselle the Great's eldest daughter, Bernadette Gustave. He didn't hurriedly retract his gaze as he naturally shifted his gaze to the side. Bernadette didn't seem to notice anything amiss as she disappeared at the staircase. "Why is she here?" "Right, this restaurant's signature dish is Roselle the Great's palace cuisine. It's completely different from what I imagined it to be. The Emperor probably doesn't know how to cook. At most, he can explain his philosophy. There's indeed stir-fried food here. Could she be the mastermind? Why is she here in Beekland instead of wandering at sea? Hasn't she already found hero bandit Black Emperor?" Klein sat calmly on the surface, but questions arose in his heart. At that moment, a carriage was driving towards Inti's Sorenzo restaurant. Sitting in the carriage was Alan Series and his family. This famous surgeon was a member of the Quelaag Club and a good friend of Sherlock Moriarty. He had once entrusted the great detective with the matter of Will or Septin. Ever since his wife became pregnant, he felt that his luck had become rather good. His career was getting better by the day, and his income was increasing every month. Recently, he had successfully completed Baron Sindraz's visceral surgery, earning him the appreciation of the newly promoted noble. He had invited his family to Sorenzo restaurant for lunch. "I heard the ice cream inside is pretty good," Alan said to his wife with a reserved smile. His wife was a black-haired beauty with a very obvious belly. She smiled warmly and said, "I'm looking forward to Roselle the Great's palace cuisine." Alan tersely acknowledged and looked out the window. "We're almost there." Just as he said that, his wife held her belly and frowned. "It hurts a little." Alan, who wasn't a first-time father, hurriedly checked and didn't discover any problems. However, his wife was becoming more and more uncomfortable. The child in her belly seemed to be throwing a tantrum. I don't think I'll go. I want to go home and rest," Alan's wife suggested. Alan thought for a moment. "I'll accompany you." He then instructed his valet, "Get out of the carriage here. Go to the restaurant and apologize to Baron Sindras on my behalf." By the time the carriage began its return, Alan's wife's discomfort had been alleviated for some baffling reason. When she entered the house, everything was normal. She pointed at her belly, at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "It looks like he doesn't want to eat ice cream." Achoo. Inside Inti's Sorenzo restaurant, Klein, who hadn't missed a single serving of food, enjoyed his ice cream with a pained and satisfied expression. Midway, his nose felt itchy, so he took out a piece of tissue and sneezed. Westborough, in a dark house. Force, who had advanced to astrologer, actively participated in various Beyonder gatherings in search of a way to earn money. She currently owed Zio £220, so much so that her friends suspected her of participating in illegal gambling. "I can't even afford the necessary crystal ball." As her thoughts wandered, Force suddenly heard a gathering member say, "I want to sell a moon puppet. I want to sell a moon puppet." Chapter 756. Moon Puppet. Force's heart stirred as she reined in her diverted attention. She turned her head to look at the gathering member who had just spoken. The man in the iron-black mask had already taken out a small puppet and showed it to everyone. "A friend of mine discovered a miniature tomb deep in the southern continent's Paz Valley. This puppet was inserted into the right eye socket of one of the deceased." Like the other gathering members, Force carefully examined the puppet and discovered that it was slender and long. Its entire body resembled a tiny wooden stake. It had been carved with crescent moon-like eyes and a mouth, and it was embedded with dried grass and flowers. "It doesn't look special," Force mumbled inwardly, but her spiritual perception didn't trigger at all. The fountain pen in her hand remained hovering over a bronze-green notebook. The man in the iron-black mask continued his introduction. "My friend and I have yet to confirm the use of this puppet. We only suspect that it's not that simple. Perhaps it hides quite a secret. £60. You can buy it for just £60. This price is very fair. Even if it has nothing to do with mysticism, it's still a pretty good antique. It's worth £40 to £50. That is to say, spending £10 to buy a chance at a pleasant surprise is a very small sum of money to you. It's a very tempting excuse. This man is likely a successful salesman. However, I don't even have £10. As Force gave a self-deprecating laugh, she believed that no one present would buy a so-called moon puppet of unknown origins and uses. Just as this thought appeared in her mind, she suddenly heard a deliberately suppressed female voice. £50. Is she willing to gamble on her luck because she's too rich? Force subconsciously turned her head to look at the gathering member who had spoken. She saw that the lady was wearing a hooded robe, her face hidden in the shadows. At this moment, the owner of the moon puppet laughed out loud. "Then I'm more inclined to keep it for myself. Perhaps I'll discover its uniqueness in the future." As he spoke, he realized that no one else was bidding, so he changed the topic. Hence, he changed the topic and said, "Of course, as a gentleman, since you have expressed your desire and the price is reasonable, I'm willing to fulfill your wish." "Deal," the hooded lady replied in a deep voice. Soon, the host's attendant completed the transaction. Force noticed that the lady's hand was trembling slightly when she received the moon puppet. She places great importance on this item. She might really know the uniqueness of that puppet. Moon puppet. Moon. It comes from the southern continent. Force suddenly made connections as she recalled the few primordial moon believers that Mr. Moon wished to find. She suspected that the hooded lady was one of them, or that they were related. Of course, she didn't have any evidence. Even her guesses didn't seem strong enough. Phew. Force silently exhaled and decided to think of a way to verify it. She casually flipped through the hard-shelled notebook in her hand and revealed a yellowish-brown parchment. The paper was printed with various lines, deep and shallow, which formed a strange picture of unknown, simple, and mysterious imagery. This was one of the pages of Leymano's travels. It recorded a beyonder power. It wasn't one of the pages that Force had later found an opportunity to record, but one of the 5 pages that originally existed. Force looked up and pretended to observe the transactions of others, taking in the situation beside the hooded lady. She discovered a dark brown spotted mosquito on the nearby wall. There were unknown bugs slowly crawling across the ground. Force's fingers naturally and deftly slid across the dark patterns on the yellowish-brown parchment as a complicated symbol quickly formed in her mind. Silently and without the slightest abnormality, she felt that she had read the mosquito, and her thoughts were connected with the mosquitoes. The spotted brown mosquito flew up, flying very low. It circled to the hooded lady's lower body and carefully stuck in front of her. The spotted brown mosquito's vision was different from a human's. It formed an incomprehensible scene in Force's mind, but it quickly disintegrated and reassembled to form a corresponding normal scene. The hooded lady had rather soft contours. Her skin was dark, and her eyebrows were thin and long. The corners of her mouth drooped down quite a bit. Force immediately recognized her. She was none other than the primordial moon believer that Mr. Moon was looking for, Windsor Burying. An effective clue was worth £100, and a direct lock was worth £500. Force recalled the contents of the bounty as her heart burned. Her first reaction was to control the spotted brown mosquito to bite Windsor Burying normally and suck her blood. This way, she could use astrology to directly lock onto her whereabouts. However, after a moment of struggle, she gave up on the idea. This was because it was taboo at a beyonder gathering. If she was discovered, she would definitely be attacked to death by all the gathering members. And the convener of the gathering always had considerable strength. If she went overboard, it would be easy for the other party to notice her. Yes, I'll just earn £100. I'll consider the issue of directly locking onto her if I have additional opportunities in the future. I have to leave this gathering early and smear my blood on the surface of Leymano's travels to prevent myself from getting lost. That's very dangerous. Force suppressed her disappointment and made her final decision. In fact, her actions had already crossed the line a little. This made her not wish to stay any longer. Hillston Borough. Inside a high-end hotel, Klein stood behind the oriel window, silently admiring the crimson moon and the thin clouds. After an unknown period of time, he combed the white hair at his temples and reached out to draw the curtains. Then, he busied himself moving the radio transceiver back to the real world and dispersed most of its smell. This time, he only waited about 10 seconds before he felt the room turn dark and gloomy. He heard the radio transceiver emit clicking sounds. Klein leaned over and saw an illusory piece of paper being spat out. On it was written in Ruan, "Great Master, please look to the right." To the right. Klein turned his head in amusement and puzzlement as he looked to the side. In his line of sight was a full-body mirror. It had turned dark, as though someone had smeared a layer of ink over it. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the full-body mirror lit up. Illusory fireworks shot up into the sky one after another, blooming and falling in a dazzling and gorgeous manner. At the same time, a line of golden ruin text appeared in the middle of the full-body mirror. "Welcome back, Great Master." At that moment, although a Rhodes didn't make a sound, Klein had a baffling feeling that it was shouting at the top of its lungs. The fireworks calmed down as the golden words distorted and reformed, forming new text. "Great Master, your humble and loyal servant, a Rhodes, wishes to ask if there's anything I can do for you." Klein was already very accustomed to this as he skillfully said, "Answer my question. Answer my question." The golden words reformed again. "Thank you for your answer. You may ask your question." Klein, who was already prepared, said, "Where did the evil spirit in the underground ruins of William Street go?" On the full-body mirror, the golden words froze for a few seconds before slowly disappearing. As for the background of the blooming fireworks, it first turned blurry before it became clear and switched to another scene. It was an abandoned chapel with withered vines crawling all over it. There were grey stones and feces left behind by birds and beasts. Klein was rather familiar with this. This was the place where he and Miss Sharon had conversed with the evil spirit. As the scene zoomed in, Klein saw that in the corner of the half-collapsed chapel, there was a pothole that wasn't too deep. There were clear marks of fingers digging inside. Miss Magicians mentioned this before. As Klein's thoughts surged, a cold and laughing voice sounded from the scene, "Happy working with you." As this sentence seeped out of the soil, the scene immediately turned blurry and distorted, turning into a disturbed water surface before it completely shattered. "Happy working with you." Who is the evil spirit talking to about happy working with you? To make an angel of the hunter pathway speak in such a tone, the person opposite it likely isn't of a low level. It might even reach the level of an angel. However, why would he use his hand to dig a hole? He should have a more relaxed method that doesn't waste time. Is this angel also under a restriction? Just like the grandpa in Leonard's body? Right, Leonard was in Beekland back then. This is a clue, but there are other possibilities. Being at the level of an angel doesn't equal to being an angel. Who did the evil spirit control Baronet Pound to contact? From the looks of it, the Inties and Faceac spies were deliberately set up by the evil spirit as a smokescreen. As expected of a conspirer. Thoughts flashed through Klein's mind as he said to a Rhodes, "Second question. I now have 3 butlers to choose from. Who do you think is the most suitable?" Golden ruin words appeared one after another. If you choose Rebark and Walter, there will be additional developments. Asnia is the most professional, but also the most ordinary. The 2 from the Duke of Negan family and Viscount Conrad's family indeed have additional developments. Klein nodded in thought. It's your turn to ask a question. At this moment, a bunch of golden words suddenly surged out. "Great Master, what do you think of me as a butler? As long as you can bring me out of the Church of Steam, I can become the best butler in the world." Klein hesitated for a second and replied tactfully, "I'm not suitable at the moment." "Not at the moment." The golden words on the full-body mirror dimmed before they lit up again, squirming and reforming. "All right. Your loyal and humble servant, a Rhodes, will wait patiently." Right on the heels of that, a complicated pattern appeared on the full-body mirror, accompanied by an explanation. This is a rune formed from a corresponding symbol and magic label. "Great Master, as long as you are still in Beekland, writing it on a piece of paper is equivalent to notifying me to come over." A combination of symbols representing concealment and prying. Klein did a little identification. All right. Chapter 757. 9 in the morning, in a high-end hotel in Hillston Borough. Klein picked up a bottle of exquisitely packaged white wine and handed it to the elder with a smile. "Mr. Asnia, thank you for coming to talk to me. This is a very small gift. Please accept it. I'll make a decision by tomorrow at the latest. When the time comes, I might pay you a visit." He was using a tactful attitude to indicate that the other party had failed the selection. To be frank, he was rather satisfied with Asnia. He perfectly matched his image of a butler, strict, proper, professional, with strong comprehension skills, and good at dealing with all kinds of troublesome problems. As the oldest and lived the furthest out of the 3 butlers, he actually arrived half an hour early and waited patiently outside the door. Ribark and Walter were only 15 minutes early. If it wasn't for a Rhodes's indication that the 2 of them had additional clues hidden on them, Klein believed that he would have chosen this old gentleman. After all, his main goal was to use his butler's connections to easily and naturally blend into high society and come into contact with the corresponding targets. As for the bottle of white wine, he had specially bought it at Inti's Sorenzo restaurant, considering that there would definitely be people returning disappointed today and wasting the money for a round trip by carriage. Each bottle cost £2. This effectively enhanced Dawn Dantes' image as a mysterious tycoon who was extravagant and had a very elegant demeanor. In addition, he also believed that he couldn't underestimate a butler from an aristocratic family. Such a person would definitely know a large number of people from high society, many professional butlers, and countless servants in their past careers. They covered the upper, middle, and lower classes, effectively influencing a gentleman's reputation. And this was a necessary reference to enter higher social circles. In this era, the 55-year-old Asnia's hair was already quite white. His blue eyes were filled with the wisdom that time had given him. He didn't reject Dwayne Dantes' gift and took a look at it before bowing meticulously. After taking a look, he bowed meticulously and said, "I like this white wine from Gerard very much. Thank you for your generosity." "Gerard?" "Yes, the waiter introduced it to me yesterday. This is a winery in the Champagne province of Intes. It is famous for producing high-quality wines, and some of the vintages are considered top-notch. Sigh, even a butler knows more about wine than me." "That's right. Mr. Asnia mentioned earlier that the wine cellars of the nobles and the rich are directly managed by their butler or an assistant butler. Does this mean that I will have to have a wine cellar in the future? The £2 wine is the lowest quality, and the £126 1330 Ormir red wine isn't the best. How much money would a wine cellar like this cost?" As he thought about it, Klein felt his chest tighten. He suspected that the £2,888 he had wouldn't last much longer. If it weren't for his experience as a clown, he would have definitely lost his composure and wouldn't have smiled and said, "That's right. Your liking is the greatest compliment you can give me. Mr. Asnia, please invite Mr. Ribbok from the coffee shop downstairs." Asnia agreed without any hesitation. In less than 5 minutes, Ribbok knocked on the door and entered the living room. This gentleman had neatly combed blonde hair. There were a few wrinkles by the corners of his eyes and mouth, but they weren't too obvious. His skin was healthy, and he had a masculine bearing. It was obvious that he was the kind of butler who could accompany his master on hunts or even resist enemies. After exchanging greetings, Klein invited him to take a seat with a smile. He went straight to the point. "Forgive me for being frank. I don't quite understand why you became Baron Sindras's butler. Your father was the assistant butler of the Negan family, and your grandfather was the steward of this family's manor. Many of your ancestors served the Duke and his relatives until they returned to God's embrace. And you should have had such a life trajectory. Due to Roselle the Great's influence, the various countries in the northern continent had a habit of using fiefdom and aristocratic title to indicate a noble, but it had changed to using a surname and aristocratic title. Of course, a small number of nobles' surnames were directly derived from their fiefdom." Ribbok answered with a standard smile. "Baron Sindras is a newly promoted noble and a friend of the late Duke, so I was sent to his house to help him and his family adapt to the life of a noble and grasp the corresponding etiquette. The old Duke he was referring to was the current Duke of Negan's father, Lord Parlas Negan, who was assassinated last year." "Then, why did you leave the Baron's family?" Klein asked after some deliberation. Ribbok said calmly, "Although Baron Sindras obtained his title through the Conservative Party, he's one of the most famous bankers, investors, and business owners in the kingdom. He's one of the earliest multimillionaires and has a strong sense of sympathy for the new party. He's willing to provide a certain amount of help, causing him to be in conflict with many conservative nobles, including the young Duke. So, in order to avoid trouble for the Baron, I volunteered to leave. He actually tried to persuade me to stay. He's a very good employer." Klein nodded and asked, "What's the matter? You believe in the Lord of Storms?" Ribbok replied seriously, "Yes, the Lord gives us courage, passion, and a sense of responsibility." Klein asked a few more questions about the butler domain and received detailed answers. He then smiled at Ribbok and said, "Can I trouble you to invite Mr. Walter to the coffee shop downstairs? I'll make a decision after I'm done talking to him. You can wait 10 minutes in the coffee shop." "All right." Ribbok didn't waste any time. He immediately stood up, bowed, and bade farewell. He had the bearing of a soldier. After watching him leave and close the door, Klein sat down again. He picked up the cup of black tea and took a sip. "If I choose him, I'll likely establish a relationship with the current Duke of Negan and the Conservative Party. The additional investigation might include the previous assassination." Before long, Walter arrived and entered after knocking on the door. Klein exchanged a few pleasantries with him before asking, What conflict do you have with Viscount Conrad's butler? You know that I have to figure this out. I can't bear the risk of offending a noble. Walter had a wide forehead and glossy black hair. His brown eyes were stern, but they weren't to the extent that he couldn't communicate with them. Walter had a broad forehead, lustrous black hair, and stern brown eyes. However, he didn't make others feel as though they couldn't be talked to. As the butler's assistant, I was originally in charge of the Viscount's children. In the process, due to some matters, I received the appreciation of a certain big shot. As a result, I was highly regarded by the Viscount and guarded against by the butler. Later, that big shot passed away in an accident, and the Viscount's attitude toward me changed accordingly. Mr. Butler was even less friendly, which made me think that there was no need to wait for a turnaround. Being in charge of the Viscount's children got to know an important figure. Yes, Talim also got to know Prince Edisac while teaching Viscount Conrad's youngest son. And the prince died a few months ago due to the Great Smog of Beekland. This matches Walter's story. From the looks of it, this butler was a peripheral victim of the incident back then. He's quite cautious and professional. He didn't expose his employer's shortcomings, nor did he reveal anything about the prince. He also didn't say anything bad about the Viscount's butler. If I choose him, the additional investigation is worth looking forward to. Klein listened quietly as he made some connections. He switched to asking some professional questions and expressed his desire to enter high society. After receiving a satisfactory answer, he straightened his clothes and stood up with a smile. Let me reintroduce myself, Dawn Dantes, your employer. Walter immediately bowed. Sir, how may I be of service? He maintained a serious, old-fashioned, and calm demeanor, as though he believed that this was the professionalism of a butler. 2 things. Klein chuckled. First, help me bring this bottle of white wine to Mr. Ribark in the coffee shop below and convey my apologies and gratitude. Second, hire a solicitor to draw up a professional contract that includes you and the other servants. Yes, sir. Walter bowed again. As Klein handed the white wine to him, he casually asked, Walter, how many servants do you think I should hire so that I won't be rude? Walter took the bottle of white wine and answered without hesitation, How many servants do you think I should hire? Walter received the bottle of white wine and replied without hesitation, That's right. Walter took the bottle of white wine and answered without hesitation, You should first determine where you will be staying. Only then will you know how many servants you need. My request is very simple. I want to stay in Northborough. I'm a devout believer of the goddess. Klein casually drew a crimson moon on his chest. According to the information I read in the newspapers and magazines, a garden villa in a high-end district in the city costs at least £3 a week, which is £156 a year. Although there's no direct data, I can infer that a very good garden villa in the suburbs costs about £2 a week. A high-end condominium with a few bedrooms and living rooms is about the same. It's considered rather luxurious, a place that only the upper middle class can afford to rent. Yes, I can use this to infer the rent of a tycoon's house. Thinking about it, it's really expensive. Back in Tingen City, the gardenless terrace house that I, Barnson, and Melissa rented was only 13 soldi a week, with an additional 5 pence for the use of furniture. The house I stayed in at Minsk Street didn't even cost £1. Sigh, £3 it is. I still have £2,888. It doesn't matter if the rent is a little better. It doesn't matter. While waiting for Walter's answer, Klein silently recalled the rental information and calculated the amount of money he had to pay every week and every year. Walter thought for 2 seconds before seriously answering, Sir, you can choose 32 Beauclund Street. Sir, you can choose 32 Beauclund Street. It's close to St. Samuel Cathedral. It's a 3-story building with more than 10 rooms. It has a stable, a servants' quarters, and a rather large garden. Barons, members of parliament, and senior lawyers live nearby. The furnishings inside are very exquisite. There are quite a number of famous paintings and antiques. All the furniture and utensils are sufficient to accentuate your status. You can rent it for a year, and if you're satisfied with it, you can consider buying it as a whole. That sounds pretty good. Klein asked with a smile. How much is the annual rent? Walter reported the figure in a serious and well-practiced manner. Including the use of furniture, it's £1,260 a year. Note 1. Klein was glad that he wasn't drinking his tea, otherwise, he definitely would have spewed it all over his butler's face. He used nearly all his control as a clown to prevent his expression from showing any abnormalities. Note 1. The rental information is from How Much Money Was in the Past and Study of Marriage and Family Life of the Victorian Middle Class. The one worth £1,260 was rented as an embassy during the Qing dynasty. I have no idea if it was overpriced. P.S. I recommend the book, Tomorrow's Calamity. The dark and despairing world setting has a different charm. The protagonist's lazy system makes it so that the plot isn't constantly tense. There's tension and relaxation. Chapter 758. After a brief silence, Klein picked up the cup of black tea and took a sip. This is a choice, and we can consider it. However, Roselle the Great once said that we should never rush to make a decision. Only through repeated comparison would we be able to obtain the best answer. Is there any other choice? The white-gloved Walter's expression didn't change in the slightest. Phelps Street can also meet your requirements. I remember that the house at number 9 is looking for tenants. It's a villa type, 2 stories, a dozen rooms, with stables, servants' quarters, and a small garden. The furniture and utensils are relatively old, but decent. The annual rent is £220. This price is rather reasonable. Reasonable. However, 9, Phelps Street means that I'm less than 100 meters away from St. Samuel Cathedral. Although this is in line with the theory that it's dark under the lights, there will definitely be many nighthawks among the passers-by. When I want to leave and return in secret, it'll be very inconvenient. It'll be easy for problems to arise. Klein, who originally estimated the rent to be £150 to £160, suddenly felt that £220 wasn't bad after the price of the garden building in front of him. This made him suspect that butler Walter had purposely mentioned expensive first. Klein thought for a few seconds. Anything else? Walter replied without the slightest bit of impatience, that's right, 160 Beauclund Street is also for rent. It's also a 3-story building with a garden, stable, and servants' quarters. It has a total of more than 10 rooms, but its location is inferior to Unit 32. The furnishings, furniture, and utensils can only be considered decent. The annual rent is £315. The rental price flashed through Klein's mind in a somewhat numb manner as he pondered. What do you suggest? At this moment, he already had an answer in his heart. However, as the employer, he could not rush to express his opinion. If there were any flaws in his decision, it would be easy for others to look down on him. Walter seriously thought for a moment. 160 Beauclund Street. Comparatively speaking, the neighbors here are more helpful for you to enter the upper class. Number 32, on the other hand, is too extravagant. Renting it directly will make the neighbors think that you lack the necessary self-restraint and propriety. To put it simply, renting a house that costs £1,260 a year when he just arrived would make it easy for his neighbors to label him as a nouveau riche eager to show off. For a tycoon who strives to enter high society, such a reputation isn't good. Klein took a sip of black tea and asked with a smile, then why did you mention 32 Beauclund Street? Walter calmly bowed and said, Sir, I'm just a butler. My responsibility isn't to make decisions, but to present all the appropriate options and give you some suggestions for your consideration. Since I don't know your specific preferences, I have to give you as many choices as I can. Very professional. He's likely worried that Dawn Dantes is a nouveau riche who likes to show off. Therefore, he chose 32 Beauclund Street as a test to a certain extent, allowing him to adjust the direction and management style of his suggestions. Klein chuckled. Eliminating the house at 32, we'll choose one of the two. Before making a decision, I have the habit of visiting the site. We'll set off after lunch. Yes, sir. Walter remained as solemn and inflexible as ever. South of the bridge, inside the Harvest Church. As Emlyn White wiped the silver candlestick, he thought about the clues provided by Miss Magicians. A secret beyonder gathering. This is equivalent to not providing any clues. It'll be rather difficult to investigate further. Besides, I won't be able to join that gathering anytime soon. Emlyn looked at the surface of the silver, examined himself, and raised his hand to comb his hair. Then, he put down the rag, retreated to the first row of pews in the cathedral, and sat down. He watched Bishop Utravsky seriously pray in front of the altar with an unfocused gaze. Thoughts popped up in his mind one after another, sparks flying from time to time. Emlyn suddenly grasped a detail. Why did a puppet that piqued the interest of the primordial moon's believers coincidentally appear? Moon puppet, moon puppet. This feels like bait for fishing. Could it be a trap designed by Russ Bathery and Company? Emlyn's eyes lit up as he suddenly stood up. Russ Bathery was a sanguine baron who participated in the hunting competition, and he was viewed by Emlyn as his strongest competitor. The more Emlyn thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. This was because he remembered that Bathery was an antique enthusiast, especially one who liked to collect all sorts of strange items from the southern continent. After pacing back and forth, the corners of his mouth curled up bit by bit. He chuckled and muttered to himself silently, "I can't enter the Beyonder gathering to investigate the whereabouts of the primordial moon believer, Windsor, but I can monitor Russ Bathery and finish off the target before he does. Haha, I'm looking forward to seeing his expression." Yes, Miss Magicians, this clue is indeed worth £100. Just as Emlyn was feeling abnormally excited, Father Utravsky ended his prayer and walked over. He looked down at him and gently said, "Our piety isn't in words, but in every detail. You weren't focused enough today. Wipe the candlestick again." "Oh, okay," Emlyn suddenly replied, feeling ashamed. When the priest turned around and walked to the confessional, he came to his senses and whispered, amused and annoyed, "I'm not pious at all. I don't need to show my piety." Rows of Inti's parasol trees stood tall on both sides of the street, making the street seem quiet and secluded. Klein carried his gold-inlaid cane and slowly walked out of the house at Unit 160. He took a silent breath and turned his head to Walter. "Tell the master of this place that I'm satisfied. Let's just rent it for a year. We might move to a better place, like Queen's." His words implied his ambition to get a title, because Empress was a place where the nobles gathered. As for why they didn't just rent it for half a year to save money, it was because these high-end houses only accepted long-term leases, and 1 year was the shortest term. Frankly speaking, if he was not worried about money, Klein would have liked this house. Its lawn was clean, the garden was beautiful, the house was well furnished, and the utensils were exquisite. There were many bedrooms and enough furniture. Each floor had multiple bathrooms, and the stables and servants' quarters at the back had not been skimped on. It was the best place Klein could imagine. Walter immediately replied, "I'll hire a solicitor later." "Sir, do you have any specific requirements for your servants?" Klein strolled under the Inti's parasol tree and smiled. "I want to hear your advice first." Walter thought for a moment. "Sir, no matter what, you still need a housekeeper." During the interview, Klein mentioned that Dawn Dantes was unmarried and did not have a lover in Beekland, so he did not need a maid. Seeing that Dawn Dantes only nodded slightly without expressing his stance, Walter continued. "Her job is to manage the maids and the family's financial expenses. Sir, you can't hand over everything to the same person. Checks and balances are an art in politics and a good way to manage a family. Roselle the Great once said that absolute power leads to absolute corruption. In the face of money, I am very confident in myself, but that is all." Very honest. "A housekeeper is still necessary. The annual salary is about £30 to £40. Klein nodded. "All right." At that moment, Walter was walking behind Klein with his back straight, reaching out his hand to stop a rental carriage for him. After boarding the carriage, he continued to speak. "I will get the Family Servant Assistants Association to provide a list of candidates for the housekeeper. You can choose them yourself. I won't provide any suggestions. Based on your current living situation, you will also need a family property manager. It can be a man or a woman, a valet, 2 first-grade maids in charge of the bedroom, 2 second-grade maids in charge of the living room and living room, 2 male servants in charge of receiving guests, a storeroom maid, a kitchen maid, 2 cleaning maids, and 2 menservants. Apart from these, you will also need a chef, 2 gardeners, 2 carriage drivers, or a carriage driver and a carriage driver assistant. If necessary, you can add an attendant, a laborer, a home nurse, and a chef assistant. You don't have a carriage yet, but you will need 2 in the future. A 4-wheeled sedan will cost about £300, and a 2-wheeled sedan will cost about £100. As he listened to the butler's detailed introduction of the servants he needed, Klein's mind turned numb. He didn't wish to calculate how much it would cost him. After all, it would be paid on a monthly or weekly basis. There was no need for him to pay them for a year. Excluding the attendants, laborer, home nurse, and chef assistant, I will need 10 to 11 male servants, and 9 to 10 female servants and housekeepers. It's almost double what I expected. I will need to spend more than £10 a week. This can only be confirmed after all of them are hired and their salaries are negotiated. There's also the carriage. Klein watched Walter's mouth move as his thoughts involuntarily drifted. When Walter saw the calm, elegant, and extremely gentlemanly Mr. Dawn Dantes nod repeatedly, he subconsciously expanded the topic. You will also need to rent a manor in the suburbs in the future and entertain some friends to spend the weekends there. There's no rush. You can hold a few balls and banquets at number 160. Sir, don't mention the maidservants in front of the neighbors on this street. Only families with an annual income of less than £500 and are unable to hire enough maidservants to do different things would hire a maidservant. Klein listened numbly as he reflexively put on a warm smile. When he returned to the inn and watched butler Walter leave, he sat down and lost all expression. When it was 40 minutes to 2, Klein rubbed his temples and slowly got up. He entered his bedroom and prepared to gather this week's tarot. Chapter 759. Above the grey fog, in the palace with the towering dome. The fool Klein looked at the sun, who had been pulled in ahead of time, and the world, who had conjured ahead of time. He extended his spirituality and touched the crimson stars representing justice, the hanging man, magicians, the moon, and the hermit. Beams of light soared as relatively blurry figures appeared on both sides of the long bronze table. Audrey, who had just returned from the forest to the castle, had already changed into a dress. Her sleeves were layered with lace, and they were pressed down with round pearls. She stood up nimbly and skillfully, lifted her skirt, and bowed. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Klein's mood improved significantly as he smiled and nodded in response. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. A newly minted tycoon is already so expensive. How much does a noble like Miss Justice usually spend? After the members exchanged greetings, he leisurely looked at the hermit, knowing that this pirate admiral would likely provide a new Roselle diary page. As he expected, the hermit Catlear took the initiative to speak. Mr. Fool, I've found another page of Roselle's diary. Only one page? Shouldn't Queen Mystic be able to casually take out a book? Klein, who had been through the ordeal over the past few days, didn't show any signs of abnormality. He nodded slightly and said, "That's not a problem." Catlear immediately conjured a yellowish-brown diary page and watched as it traversed the spirit world and landed in Mr. Fool's hands. Klein pretended to look down casually and was surprised to discover that the beginning of the diary page didn't have a corresponding date. In other words, it's the second page of a connected diary. Why didn't Bernadette bring the first page over? She should be able to do a preliminary analysis. After all, even old Neil can do it. Can she not? Or was the diary completely messed up, and she couldn't restore the correct order? Does this mean that after Roselle the Great perished, his items were plundered by various factions, and some of them were lost? And back then, Bernadette didn't have the ability to resist them. Only after she became Queen Mystic did she begin doing the corresponding things. As Klein guessed, he quickly read the contents on the piece of paper. The history of the Fourth Epoch revealed by Mr. Daw is becoming more and more interesting. This unlucky fellow who was trapped in the storm and lost in the depths of the darkness told me that the Black Emperor had died once and resurrected. This is surprisingly consistent with what the ancient secret organization mentioned. At that gathering, they said that if the Black Emperor's 9 secret mausoleums aren't completely destroyed, this god that walks the mortal world will be able to be reborn from one of the mausoleums even if he really perishes. And even if all 9 mausoleums are destroyed, as long as the order established by the Black Emperor remains, he will be able to bizarrely resurrect. Only the birth of a new Black Emperor can he be completely obliterated, never to appear again. According to Mr. Dawes' description, the process of the Black Emperor's resurrection has 3 stages. The first is when the uniqueness is separated from its possessor, becoming conceptualized and abstract. The second is when the subjects of the Black Emperor once again hear the dignified voice of this deity. The third is when the Black Emperor, who has fused with the uniqueness, reappears in the astral world. The 3 sequence 1 beyond a characteristics automatically return to the Emperor's hands. This is an order that other true deities can't change or stop. This way, Blood Emperor and Night Emperor, who are also sequence 1 princes of disorder of this pathway, will be in a rather awkward situation. It's very likely that they will instantly drop in level and fall back to sequence 2. Mr. Daw said that back then, the Lord of Storms and the Evernight Goddess had chosen the Night Emperor and helped him switch to a neighboring Beyonder pathway, which is also the Judge pathway. As such, the Tudor and Sostal United Empire split apart. And Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor, who was forced into a corner, made a crazy decision. It was to switch to a different Beyonder pathway. At the cost of losing his rationality and becoming a lunatic, he forcefully advanced to become a true god. I have to say that this decision is filled with irrationality. There's almost no possibility of it being realized, but Mr. Daw told me that Alistair Tudor eventually succeeded. The craziest true god was born. It's really unbelievable, but Mr. Daw didn't go into the exact details and held back. I asked him which was more difficult to accept, madness or death. He obviously said death, because as long as one is alive, it's not impossible to recover even if one goes completely mad. He smiled and gave an example. A crazy true god can rely on their instincts to mate with all kinds of living beings and give birth to all kinds of descendants. During this process, if one is lucky enough, all the conflicting Beyonder characteristics will be expelled. That madness will slowly turn for the better over time. Mr. Daw deliberately didn't mention the remaining problems, nor did he explain why almost no one has made such a choice. However, I can tell that there's definitely a huge latent danger. I have to say that Mr. Daw's understanding of true gods far exceeds my imagination. Before he was exiled, he might have already attempted to break through to sequence 0. It's no wonder he was filled with disdain towards Zaratul and had no respect for the other true gods. All the more reason why I don't want to release him back to the real world. There's so much information. As expected of a diary page that Bernadette had specially chosen. Wait, why did she choose this page? What's so important to her? From that day onwards, Roselle the Great slowly had problems and finally went mad. Madness, could it be? No way. Roselle's situation back then was very similar to Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor's. His original pathway had been severed, and the neighboring pathways were blocked by people or objects. It wasn't that easy to climb. Could it be that, under immense pressure, he made the same irrational decision as Blood Emperor and attempted to switch to a non-neighboring pathway? This way, the madness in his later years was really a result of him losing his rationality, and not a result of someone slandering him. It's no wonder Bernadette betrayed him and hated him. She even attempted to seek out the truth. From this angle, certain matters are very interesting. Roselle forcefully ascended the throne and proclaimed himself emperor. Roselle promulgated the civil code, using the order of Earth's 18th and 19th century to replace the original rules. Roselle spread his own sayings and promoted his own aesthetics. I've really underestimated this fellow countryman and senior. I always thought that he was cosplaying Napoleon and Caesar to amuse himself. So he was making preparations for the Dark Emperor. No, I've also read a few pages of his diary back then. His thoughts were clear, and his emotions were normal. He could even communicate deeply with a certain noble lady and a certain noble lady. He might not have made the final decision back then, but he was consciously leaving himself a way out. There's a high chance that the civil code wasn't something that Roselle had intentionally done. As a usurper, it was a necessary choice to promulgate new laws. And among the things that can be used as reference, the civil code is the one that's most in line with society and the course of history, The act of declaring himself emperor after that was something that Bernadette found incomprehensible and unacceptable. As Roselle's most beloved child, she might have noticed something amiss before her father proclaimed himself emperor. Therefore, she chose the longest diary entry written during the emperor's reign to give to Admiral of Stars. Klein couldn't help but connect the dots. It was as though the heavy history hidden in the depths of the fog had been flipped open in front of him. It was filled with the smell of blood and rust. This made him even more curious about the trigger that ultimately triggered Roselle's madness. At the same time, he also resolved some of his previous questions. So the Dark Emperor returns in such a way to revive. It's very similar to my previous guesses. In the history of the Fourth Epoch, there's actually a Tudor and Sostal united empire. It was supported by the Lord of Storms, the Evernite goddess, and the other three deities. The two thrones in the underground ruins of William Street can be explained. They belong to the United Empire. According to Mr. Dorr, the six deities chose the Night Emperor, causing the United Empire to split apart. Then, who helped the Blood Emperor capture or kill the three Sequence 1 hunters of the Hunter Pathway? Among them, Red Angel Medici is likely stronger than the Blood Emperor back then. Primordial Demonis. Death. Primordial Moon. Dark Side of the Universe. Mother Tree of Desire. Klein tried to make guesses, but he had no clue. He quickly made the diary vanish and smiled at the hermit. What request do you have? Catlear didn't hide anything. Other than Roselle the Great, who else is the protagonist of this diary? Her question immediately made Audrey turn her head to look at Mr. Fool. Her eyes were bright and filled with curiosity. Even her ears seemed to perk up. The hanging man Alger and the others were also very interested. If Roselle the Great could write about him in his diary, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Klein vaguely guessed their thoughts and could not help but complain in his heart. It's just that this diary entry was carefully chosen by Bernadette. If it were anything else, I would have to tell you that the other protagonists are a demonis, a hunter, a certain noble lady, a certain noble lady. After thinking for 2 seconds, Klein, who was leisurely leaning back in his chair, replied with a smile. Mr. Dorr. Mr. Dorr. An existence that can be addressed as such by Mr. Fool is at least close to a deity, right? Audrey guessed Mr. Dorr's identity from his tone and words and obtained a certain answer. Catlear and company had similar thoughts, but no one knew who Mr. Dorr was. As they sized up each other, all they received was a shake of their heads. Seeing that Magician's Force had the same reaction as the other members, Klein deliberately looked at the lady and chuckled. You shouldn't be unfamiliar with him. Ah! Magician's Force wore a blank look. She didn't believe that she knew the so-called Mr. Dorr at all. The other party's level seemed to be very high.